2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jalen Carter, defensive tackle, Georgia.
Hello and welcome to the Edge of Philly Sports live draft first round watch party. I'm your host for the watch party. My name is Mark Henry Jr. You can follow me on Twitter at Mark Henry Jr. _ right next to me in the square next to me. We've got my guy Dibes. He's been with us through all of the draft previews we've been doing. We were doing it for BGM. We've been doing it on Edge of Philly Sports. He's been cranking these out. He's on the 2025 already with these draft takes that he's got. So he's here to get you guys. If you're not fully as engrossed as we are in the draft, listen to that guy right next to it because he's been cutting highlights on this draft for a while. Dives, how you doing?
Doing well, man, and Merry Christmas to all my draft nerds out there because this is the best day of the year, bar none. My favorite day of the year. I've got 20 draft prospects for 2025 out, just real short scouting reports. But tonight is about the Birds. Can they find a replacement on defense? More talent on defense at edge, cornerback, you name it. That's about the Birds. But in general, this is about the offense, man. This draft is loaded with offensive talent from offensive line to wide receiver, man. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and obviously we're all Eagles fans here, so there's going to be a bit of an Eagles slant on things. I'm sure there's going to be guys we're hoping that'll last certain time. If there's a guy's name that goes off the board that we all want, I'm sure we'll react as Eagles fans. But we'll be giving opinions about every pick. We're prepared for all NFL teams. So if you're a fan of any other team, feel free, drop some comments over there in the chat. And in the box next to Dives is my co-host over on Chalk Talk. He's one of the best follows on not just Eagles Twitter, but NFL Twitter as a whole. Go and follow him at Shane Half NFL. Shane, how we doing?
This is a fun changeup. Usually I'm singing your praises as I intro our podcast, and this time it's your turn. I like it this way. Man, so excited for the draft. It's the culmination of months of work. And so at the same time, I'm pumped about this show, excited that we've got all these viewers here already, but I'm a little bit sad too. It's like we're saying farewell. Right now, every one of these prospects could be an Eagle, and I'm going to have to say farewell to most of them after tonight. So it's bittersweet, man, but I'm excited to be here.
I totally agree with that sentiment. Next up, bottom left, right below me on the squares, we've got David. David, you can follow him over at PHL Eagle News. He's been breaking down this draft from every single angle. He's an awesome follow over there on Eagles Twitter. David, how we doing?
I'm doing great, man. I hadn't seen the intro until it just came on. That Kelsey pounding a beer video got me all hyped up. Now I want to go to the refrigerator, man. But yeah, this is great. I agree with Shane. It is kind of bittersweet. You fall in love with about 50 of these guys, and then they all go to different teams. And the ones that go to Dallas, you can't even root for them anymore. It's a little heartbreaking in a way, but I'm ready to see who the Eagles get, man.
David is not going to be doing well when Jackson Powers Johnson becomes a Cowboy in about 3 hours.
I was just about to say that.
No, I'm not.
That reminds me of CeeDee Lamb. I loved CeeDee Lamb, and then he went to Dallas, and it's like, oh, I've got to hate him now. But and the intro there was great. Thanks to David for mentioning that. Al is killing it back there producing this, so thanks to Al. Next up, bottom right, we've got Ryan over at Philly Sports PSA on Twitter. Ryan's been doing the Birds of the Roundtable with Dibes and Shane. How many years have you guys been doing Birds of the Roundtable now?
Two full seasons, yeah. 2 full
seasons, yeah. And they've been doing a great job covering their Eagles big boards and everything that relates to that on the NFL draft over on Birds of the Round Table. Ryan, and you've got a million other shows too. You can plug them as well. Ryan, how are we doing?
I'm doing fantastic, honestly. As others have said, this is definitely the culmination of a lot of long hours of watching these young players and falling in love with a lot of them. And yeah, it's going to be a little bittersweet. I'm a little exhausted from it all, but I'm also ready to take a week off and jump into 2025. So can't wait to see who the Birds take, and honestly, where some of these other guys go, and see how right I am, honestly.
I'm going to get some comments real quick because they're flowing. Guys, if you're watching us, please be sure to comment throughout the show. This show is about you and our reactions, and you reacted to them. We also got some NFL draft trivia that we'll be doing throughout the night. It's going to be co-host versus audience, so get ready for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. Anthony says, let's go. I'm excited. We've got Palatero saying, go Birds, go Birds. Eagles Eric saying Commanders are going to take Jaden Daniels. What a poverty franchise. I love the energy there. Alex is Terrion or Quinyon Mitchell to the Philadelphia Eagles. We got a Nate Wiggins fan in the house. Eagles Eric says, tell David to unblock me. JPJ. This is going to be the topic of the evening so far, was Terrion Arnold's suit jacket. On the inside, it had a picture of him on the interior wearing an Eagles jersey. Could that be a nod to what to expect tonight? Any thoughts, guys?
Interesting.
Yes.
I like that.
He's the number one guy I want for the Philadelphia Eagles is Terrion Arnold here in a move up. The biggest thing this Eagles defense, and we're not, guys, this is going to be an NFL general show, but right now it's about the Birds. The biggest thing the Eagles defense needs is toughness. The defense was way too soft last year. Terrion Arnold will bring some of that nastiness, some of that dog, some of that swag back. Very good in coverage, but he's a great ability in run support as well. He hits, he's physical, and he's a big time playmaker. So I love the Terrion Arnold thing there. That was the biggest moment so far of this draft.
Yeah, got a Ravens fan chiming in here, hyped for a different Birds draft.
Yo,
tonight.
That's my guy Tyler, man. Oh man, I miss you.
Tyler, if you have ever listened to Chalk Talk with me and Shane, you'd know we're hoping Lamar gets a receiver tonight at 30. So that's perpetually me and Shane on every NFL draft live show that we do. We're just hoping that the Ravens draft a receiver. And I know they did. They got Zay Flowers. I still don't think they have nearly enough. You compare it to the other top QBs in the league, he still doesn't have enough. So I'm hoping they draft a receiver.
They also need some interior offensive line. They need some tackle. But yeah, getting someone next to my boy Zay Flowers would be nice.
I'm not a fan of this comment, Phil. Not a fan.
Not me. Not us. That's great. All right, some more comments. How he's going to trade up for Fuaga. This off the fan base. I think I can speak for the rest of us. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we're all kind of on team not offensive tackle, at least in a trade up. That would be a mistake. We've got a fan for Phil saying, bring me Patrick Surtain. I don't know if they make that move. That would be a hell of a move. I think the big moves are Brandon Ayuk. Is that correct? I think he's on the kind of the trade block in this one. Any other guys that like big name guys that could be on the move?
T. Higgins.
Yeah.
T. Higgins. Yeah.
Here, Mark, who would you, if you're a receiver needy team trading for a receiver tonight, are you trading for Brandon Ayuk or T. Higgins?
Ayuk for me, for sure. I think T. Higgins has been benefited by his situation with having Jamar Chase on the other side of him and with having Joe Burrow. And I understand you could make the argument for Ayuk, but there's a lot of metrics out there that suggest he's been a top 5 to 10 receiver. If you look at certain separation metrics and things like that, and his like target to the stats tell you that he's not nearly used enough in terms of the separation he's making per route run. So I think that there's a chance he's being held back while Higgins is kind of being propped up a little bit. So I think Ayuk is a far better player.
Palatero says, "Will Howie select Josh Sweat's brother T'Vondre Sweat in the later? Are they? They're not siblings.
They
right?
are.
They are.
I think they are. I thought
I looked that up and they weren't.
Was
I'm
it-
gonna look it up now.
X3 says, ready for O-line. I'm ready, man. I've been mentally and physically and psychologically prepping myself. We did a show 2 nights ago on Birds of the Round Table. I'm on the book saying I think it's going to be offensive line.
on his Wikipedia.
It is his younger brother.
Yeah.
according
That's
to Google.
crazy. I did not know that. That is really, really cool. We also have prop bets that we did on Tuesday night. We're going to be keeping score throughout the nights on all of our prop bets, over-unders, things like that. As Eva joins the show, she's the biggest Eagles fan. We have Anthony chiming in saying no offensive line.
The Moving the Sticks put out their mock draft last night, and it's funny. You put so much work into draft content, and I've been tweeting out these top 50 prospect videos, and most of them get like 1,000, maybe 1,500 views, which they'll hit more tonight as these guys get drafted. But then Moving the Sticks had the Eagles trading up to 12 to take Fuaga, and I quote tweeted that, and I just said, I would struggle to express how much I hate this pick in words, and it got like 150,000 views. And so I just need to start quote tweeting other people's mock drafts. That's the lesson here.
which is so funny. I literally, when did we do that mock? When I did the Howie on Crack mock,
It was like
where I literally did that. The Eagles traded up. You had Mitchell, Arnold, Latu, Turner, all on the board. And we're watching the draft. We're on here screaming and yelling at the TV that we're going to get an elite defensive talent. And what does Howie do? Draft offensive tackle. And I think I went with Latham. Correct me if I'm wrong there.
It was like the first week of February. I remember when we did that, right around the Super Bowl. It was crazy.
Yeah, and then Daniel Jeremiah's latest mock had Fuaga going to the Birds after moving up to 12.
We have some disputing here from the chat about T'Vondre Sweat being related to Josh Sweat. And I mean, I can't say for certain, but there's headlines from NFL.com and Sports Illustrated that mention it. So it's not just a Wikipedia article. I'm assuming they're sourced correctly. But
I thought I had heard it on like a Texas game last year, to be quite honest. So yeah, I don't know.
Question for the panel: with Roger Goodell's spine surgery, will he give the draftees his typical bro hug? Wow, are you surprised he had a spine to begin with? That's kind of sad. I don't know. I did not know that. Did anybody know that?
Yeah, I just heard about that like 30 minutes ago.
Man,
he's sitting in a chair here with Greeny. He's fine. Yeah, he's not in a back brace or anything. He's bending. He reached over to do a handshake. He's fine.
X3 says that Terrion suit makes me think Fuaga has potential to be an all-pro guard. It's not about Fuaga, man. I like Fuaga. But
Fuaga has played 0 snaps at guard in his collegiate career.
Yeah.
Like, people take for granted how easy switching positions is.
Kempski, I thought Jimmy Kempski put it great when he said, if you draft a tackle to play guard and he's great at guard, you're not going to want to move him because he's really good at guard. And if he's not good at guard, you're not going to want to move him to tackle because he stunk at playing guard.
Right.
See Landon Dickerson, drafted to be Jason Kelsey's replacement, and he was good at guards. They left him and drafted another replacement.
Yeah.
Here's the breakdown. Jackson Powers Johnson leads the pack, like first round offensive lineman, 491 snaps at right guard. JC Latham is next up, number 2, 137. Next up, Troy Fountainu, Taliese Fuaga, Amarius Mims, Graham Barton, Tyler Guyton, all have 0 snaps during their college careers at right guard. I fully agree with you. It's not just a magical thing. You just click your fingers and you're now a right guard.
I mean, offensive linemen can't switch from left to right and from right to left. So what are you thinking? Another position's going to work?
At least Dillard couldn't. But Balldinger came out today and said Lane could play 4 to 5 more years. And Lane said he wants to finish out his contract. It would be a gross waste of a draft pick, in my opinion, if they went tackle tonight. That would be a waste of resources.
Exactly. That's 2 more years at least. at least.
Get a tackle later. Get Kieran Amaji or whatever his name is, or get Roger Rosengarten or Matt Powell. I mean, there's guys to get, but
yeah. I saw a comment that rolled in talking about trading down instead of trading up. I think it's in the last 3 years the Eagles have traded up in all 3 drafts. Coincidentally, 3 years ago was the first live draft show we did. The year before that, I think, is the year they traded out of the first round, or maybe that was 2 years before that. But
I think I thought we did 2020.
Yeah,
no, we didn't. No, 2021 was the first. Okay.
Yeah, so we have yet to have a draft show where we get to the end of the night and the Eagles trade out of the first round entirely. So maybe that's it. Maybe we hit a first year.
That'd be awesome.
Yep.
I certainly hope not. But
Yeah.
It depends on the situation.
No.
There's scenarios where I would not hate trading down to 33, 34 if you pick up enough in the second and third round. Is it my preferred scenario? No, but there's definitely some scenarios I wouldn't mind trading back.
There are 0 scenarios for me. None. I want to move up.
Yeah, I do too.
I definitely would rather.
That's where the success rate comes in. We know Howie is so successful in like the early to mid teens, 20s, not at all.
Everybody in the league is. Your percentage of hitting on a player is so much higher the more you move up. I mean, it just precipitously drops every single pick.
Especially at the positions of need, cornerback and edge. Like
absolutely,
at those 2 positions, there's the cream of the crop in this draft. When you get past in the second round and third round, that's when you get into some guys with red flags, whether that's size, whether that's their abilities like coverage versus run defense. But like Jared Verse, Dallas Turner, Laiatu Latu, those are the premier edge rushers in this draft. And then after Quinyon Mitchell and Terrion Arnold and I guess Kool-Aid McKinstry at the top of like second round, like I think there is a drop off, and that's where they need to make their money, where Howie needs to make his money in this draft. Let's get some comments. Then we're going to get to trivia, and then we'll open it up because trivia is going to be really fun. John says Zach Zinter in the 5th. Alex says, I believe Fuaga can play guard. Not worried about it. Let's go to what if they trade for Greg Newsome? Is there any rumors out there about Greg Newsome?
I haven't
seen that. Great player.
I loved Greg Newsome in his draft, though.
Yeah.
Rob says, I'm already emotionally hedged with a bet the Eagles will take O-line. All right, let's get into some NFL draft trivia. Guys, what we're going to do here is I'm going to throw a question to Mark. Will lead us off because he's the host. And Mark will get his first chance. And if he gets it wrong, I'm going to throw it to the audience for about 10 seconds. So, guys, when I give Mark the question, please do not give the answer to this if you know it. So, that being said, let's get to our first question of the night. All right, Mark, here you go, man. Good luck.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to be keeping score throughout the night here.
Uh-oh.
Yellow.
All right. Oh, this is easy. What school did Sean Bradley attend prior to being drafted by the Eagles? Is it Villanova, Delaware, LaSalle, or Temple?
Temple.
Temple is correct.
That's like the only one of these I will know all night.
I was going to say.
When I read Sean Bradley at first, I thought we were talking Sixers. I was like,
let's do one more to Shane. Shane,
I think Dibes, you closed it instead of removing that one, I think. So it's still in there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Guess that round. What round was Dak Prescott selected?
He was day 3, I think. 4th round.
4th round is correct. Good job, Shane. All right, that is a case of
He's so proud of himself.
I know. I'm so happy. That was.
I really didn't think I would get it one of these all night, so I'm happy. I'm 1 for 1 right now.
1 for 1. Same with Mark. All right, Mark, lead us off, man. Where do we go next?
Yeah, I think we can just start, I guess, with the top of the draft. And it seems like the top 3 picks are going to be quarterbacks. It seems like the more and more we look at the gambling market, it seems like it's settling in on obviously Caleb Williams 1. We knew that to Chicago. Jaden Daniels 2 to Washington, which I feel like we've known for a bit now at this point. And it seems like at this point, Drake May is going number 3 to New England. There's some reports out there that Minnesota is really mad at New England because I guess New England was part of why they went and got pick 23 and made that trade for the second first round pick. And there's some rumors that New England is kind of going back on what they said, I guess, to Minnesota. I don't know the particulars of that, obviously, but so it seems like New England is sticking there at 3, taking Drake May. And then the draft kind of starts there at 4. I guess I'll ask you guys, anyone can chime in that wants to. Does Arizona stay at 4 and take Marvin Harrison Jr.? Do they make a slight trade down to 6 to New York, where New York trades up to 4? Then maybe Arizona can swap with LA if they want to from 6 to 5. I saw Jeremiah talking about that even on Twitter. What do you guys think happens where the draft kind of starts here at 4?
I think they stay and take Marvin Harrison Jr. They know the value of having somebody like Larry Fitzgerald. They had him for a decade. He was a difference maker for the franchise. This is another guy who can be the face of your franchise. I think they stay and take it.
Yeah, I think they need to walk away with Marvin Harrison Jr. If they, if you have the deals in place where you can move to 6 and then move up to 5, seems risky to me, though. I would stay there at 4 and take Marvin. And maybe Monty Ossenfort can pull it off again and get his guy moving around the top 10, and maybe it'll work out. But I think no matter what, Marvin Harrison Jr. will end up being a Cardinal.
I think they need to add premier talent, man. There would be a criminal to not add Marvin Harrison to that roster. It's got to be Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah, I don't think we see a trade in the top 5. I think they will stick and pick Marvin Harrison. I think the Chargers are going to stick and pick JC Latham. And I think that's going to be your top 5. And then it gets interesting with the Giants at 6. And would they take a JJ McCarthy? Are the Vikings going to be able to trade up? Because if the Vikings aren't trading up to get a quarterback, then they egregiously overpaid for pick 23. And that's the danger in doing that. And the more time that has elapsed and the closer we get, and now it's draft night, it starts to feel like they may not be able to pull off the trade up for the quarterback, in which case you traded a lot of future value to get into that second first round pick. And so the Vikings are a team that I'm really interested to see what they walk out of day 1 with. And, do they get one of these quarterbacks, Michael Penix, Bo Nix, at that pick 23 if they're unable to trade up? Because it seems like a shame to walk out of 2 first-round picks without a quarterback.
I think the Chargers could be where they move up, to be honest with you. I think that could be in play. They move up with San Diego, or LA now, to get JJ McCarthy.
If the Chargers stick and pick JC Latham at 5, as Shane has been hinting at the last couple of days, and as Daniel Jeremiah put in his mock, he's really been pumping it out. That will be the first kind of crazy reaction we get on this show, because I don't know if Shane has my what drop ready that he likes to play on chalk, but that'll be my what? I will not be able to wrap my head around staying at 5 and taking JC Latham. It would be a massive reach at a position that I don't think is top 5 on the list of needs for the LA Chargers. You already have a premier talent in Rashawn Slater at tackle, and the other tackle across from him, I think he graded something like 45th out of the 80 offensive tackles last year, somewhere middle of the pack. Is he great? No. You literally don't have a receiver on roster who's good at all. I just don't want to hear the excuses in 3 months from the Justin Herbert truthers that they don't have enough weapons for him. When they had the 5th pick, they have all these weapons in this historically loaded draft class at pass catcher. You're going to take JC Latham at 5? I don't get it.
Yeah, that's crazy. And what I think is, if they go with Latham, my next thing is to immediately look at the Bears at 9. Do they luck into Joe Alt and combine Joe Alt and Caleb Williams as a 1-2 for the next 10, 15 years? I mean, that could be crazy.
I don't think I can't see him getting by Tennessee. at 7 because Tennessee needs a tackle so bad, and
They need everything.
They do need a lot. They do need a lot, but I feel like they've needed a tackle for 10 years. I feel like Tennessee, every year you could pop up the team needs an offensive tackle since Taylor Lewan got drafted there, like before he retired, 10 years ago. It seems like they just had that need forever. But the thing with the Chargers at 5, would I like them taking Joe Alt? No, for all the reasons I gave. And I know Alex is chiming in saying that the problem with the Chargers right tackle, I think his name's Salyer or Slayer, something like that. Salyer, yeah. He isn't good in gap man blocking, which Harbaugh utilizes a lot. I get it. Quentin Johnston's your number 1 receiver right now, and he was terrible last season. Are we going to say that, a guy who graded out average last year can't play in a certain scheme? Or are we going to say that there's no one on the Chargers wide receiver roster who can play any scheme? It might be Pipkins. I might be mixing up.
Salyer's the right guard. Pipkins is the right tackle.
Yeah, I'm definitely going off of, PFF grades when it comes to NFL offensive linemen. I'm not sitting around scouting the Chargers with their offensive line on a weekly basis, but I did see that he graded out average in terms of the starting offensive tackles last year. I think that we're in a situation where the Chargers have an obvious need to go get Neighbors, Odunze, even a Bowers if you wanted to trade down and get him. But if they're dead set on Latham, trade back and get him.
Who's the team that you think would most likely trade up to 5?
Minnesota.
Minnesota. Without a question.
I will say, I guess you could throw Vegas in the conversation. Vegas is an interesting one to throw in. Something someone said, I don't know where I heard this, so I can't give proper credit to it. But someone said you can always tell who's going to move up in the draft based on who doesn't think they're going to be there next year. Whereas the Raiders have a new GM. He knows he's going to be there. He doesn't want to trade the picks he knows he's going to take. The Vikings might not be as willing to trade a future first. Quezzy's new GM there. He knows he's going to be there. Sean Payton, who's making the decisions, he knows he's going to be there. There's teams out there like the Giants, who I feel like are somehow in the weeds a little bit here. Would it be the craziest thing if the Giants made sure that they moved up to 4 or moved up to 5 to get a quarterback?
It'd be a little crazy considering all the money they just gave to their quarterback, but
they can get out after this year, though.
They can, but so it's a lot of dead money. I would try to get Neighbors if I was them, but that's just me.
Yeah, they need a number 1 wide receiver bad. That's got to be the route. I like Rome Odunze to the Giants. That's just me.
The funny thing I said this on The Gambler yesterday. I was on Sean Brace's show, and he asked me what the Giants were going to do. He was asking me about the NFC East teams. Weirdly enough, any pick the Giants make, I feel like I could justify. If they wanted to take a quarterback, even if it wasn't the quarterback I wanted, I'd say, you know what? Way to get out of the Daniel Jones thing. If they took one of the receivers, they desperately need a receiver. Those guys are top-end talents. They took Bowers. The Waller thing kind of fell on its face. I'd totally get it. They took Alt. You replace Evan Neal. Unless they go totally off the board, it seems like no matter what, you can kind of understand where they'd be coming from.
They just have no firepower to compete in that division. Every other team's got 2 number 1 receivers. They have nothing. I mean, it's pretty bad. And they lost Saquon too. I mean, they just are inept on offense right now.
And the problem is they only have 6 picks this year. They have pick number 6. They have number 47. They have number 70 and 107. Could it be like a Jalen Hurts situation where they maybe look at day 2 for a quarterback in like a Bo Nix or maybe swing for the fences with a Joe Milton? There's not a lot at quarterback this year. So I think that's why a lot of teams are going to be trading up. If we don't get one in round 1, it's not pretty.
I think you could see Joe Shane as a guy, the Giants GM, that falls on that paradigm of I need to go make a move because we're entering year 3 and who's the best player on the Giants roster? It's not good. And I know they weren't in a great situation when he took over, but you're coming into your 3rd draft now, and you could be seen as on the hot seat. Maybe that's a team. Maybe that motivates you to go rob from the future, to trade up and get a quarterback this year, because having a rookie quarterback sort of alleviates the pressure a little bit. Well, he's a rookie. It was the 4th QB off the board, so we need a year or 2, and it can kind of extend that window for you. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the Giants take that approach, since you mentioned, the keep the job aspect of being a GM.
Another team oh yeah. Go ahead.
Just one last thing. Like, speaking of the NFC East, like, are the Washington Commanders making a mistake by taking Jaden Daniels over Drake May?
Yes.
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 We can dive more into that. I think Al has got something to say here.
All right, guys, thank you. You're listening to this great draft show with some of the greatest minds in the draft right here. But a guy just messaged there right here, said he's coming in from Brazil. But guess what? You can go to Brazil with PhillySportsTrips.com. That's right. First game of the week in the NFL for the Eagles will be on a Friday trip to Brazil. But you can take a whole week down there in Rio de Janeiro and Sao Paulo to Brazil with PhillySportsTrips.com. And, of course, they'll have all the other away games lined up for you very shortly. As soon as they release that schedule, they'll release their schedule. They also have Phillies and other international trips as well as bus trips. So you have fits all budgets. Go to PhillySportsTrips.com. Check it out. And don't forget the whole Edge of Philly Sports lineup. Still more to come. If you don't get enough Shane tonight, you get a little more Shane tomorrow on Trending in the AM. Shane's going to go to bed late and wake up early and break down his first round of the draft on Trending in the AM, the newest morning show here at Edge of Philly Sports. All right, guys, back to the important guys.
Thanks, Al. That's awesome. We got guys chiming in from Brazil. It's awesome that the Eagles are going there, even if it robbed us of a home game. Whatever. I won't get into mine.
And Philly Sports Trips, I went with a couple of their games last year. Those guys do a great job, man. That's an awesome company. It's a really good time. If you want to go to a game, man, they have everything set up, man. Tailgate parties. It's fantastic.
Yeah, man. Can't wait. And it's the Packers, man. Like, that's a huge game, man, for a week one. That's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And a fun comment here that I wanted to throw out there, because we will have time to talk about Washington's pick, obviously, when it comes up here at number 2. And I think we all have some pretty strong opinions when it comes to the Drake May versus Jaden Daniels thing. But I think I clicked the wrong one here. But Alex had a question for us. I'm curious which prospect each of you is hoping isn't the pick at 22. And let's keep it in the realistic guys we've seen mocked there, or guys maybe that visited us, or whatever the case may be. What is a potential route that the Eagles could take in round 1 that you would be, tearing your hair out here?
For me, it's any offensive tackle. Like, I'm not interested in a first-round offensive tackle. I think it is such a deep draft at offensive line. You can get an offensive tackle later. I know, like, the years that the Eagles have tanked under Howie Roseman, it's been offensive line related, and they lose some backup pieces that were important for depth. You don't need a depth tackle in the first round, like we alluded to earlier. You don't need a tackle to play guard in the first round. So I would be fine if they take an interior offensive lineman at 22. It wouldn't be my ideal pick, but I'd be fine with a Jackson Powers Johnson, a Graham Barton. I'm not interested in trying to draft a future Lane Johnson replacement, even if you think he can play right guard in the first round.
I'll even take defensive tackle over offensive tackle. Like, a guy, if Byron Murphy somehow slips, some people think he's going to go in the top 10. Or what about Johnny Newton, an elite pass rusher that would be a nice counter to Jordan Davis. Johnny Newton was a guy who was double teamed, triple teamed all last year, and it didn't matter. The dude was consistent every single week, just throwing guys into that rotation. And Johnny Newton's a guy that I would, would I be like thrilled? Probably not, but I still want a corner. I still want an edge rusher, one of those top guys. But even defensive tackle is better than offensive tackle.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And if you look at their top 30 visits, usually Howie stays pretty true to that. And, outside of the 2 offensive linemen that they did visit with, the other person that I'm a little worried about is Chop Robinson. I don't want to see the Eagles anywhere near this guy. It is Nolan Smith times 100. It's not going to be pretty for the Eagles, and I don't want to see them anywhere near him.
My guy would be Tyler Guyton, and he was on the top 30 visits list. And obviously, I'm with Shane kind of in general on the point with offensive linemen as a whole in this draft class. In terms of the first round, I don't want that to be how you invest a premium asset when there are so many holes and you're in a win now situation. That's such we discussed it already. I hate it in general. But If it's Fuaga, if it's, let's say Fashanu or Fountaino, I can excuse that a little bit more because at least I love those guys as prospects in a vacuum. Whereas with Tyler Guyton, I am nowhere near as sold on Tyler Guyton compared to those guys. So not only would you be drafting a position that I don't think is a position of need, you'd also be drafting a guy that I think there are kind of glaring concerns with compared to some of the other top tackles in the class. So I tweeted out today, I've got nightmares of Tyler Guyton blocking in my head.
But like, that's exactly why I don't want to tackle, because you have, Jeff Stoutland, the best in the game. Yep. And you have all these, like, offensive line is arguably the most deep class in this draft, right there with wide receiver. And there's so many toolsy guys that should be available on day 2. I'm not saying no to offensive tackle, just not in the first round. That's just my take. And you got a guy in Stoutland that has a huge resume, known to develop guys. That's when I would target a position like that.
Yeah, I got a comment here from Alex. Thanks for answering the question. Absolutely. And you guys keep your questions and your comments rolling here. So we want to talk about the things you guys want us to talk about. We want to answer the questions you have. So be sure you drop those out there. Like we said, promoting this show earlier, you guys could go watch ESPN, but Mel Kiper and Todd McShay are not going to read your comments. We're going to put them up on the screen. So come hang out with us. What?
AJ Brown, 3 years, $96 million.
Let's go, baby.
Wow.
How are you doing? Howie things. All right. Can you say those numbers one more time?
3 years, $96 million, the highest for any wide receiver in NFL history. He's now under contract through 2029 with $84 million guaranteed.
Also, it's like front loaded.
It's basically the whole thing. I mean, yeah, it's basically the whole thing. It's $12 million. I'm sure it's $12 million off the third year. I would say is non-guaranteed, and it'll probably become vesting June 1 of the second year. That's my prediction.
What's your take on the wide receiver position? Because, we only got like 15 minutes left. But like, you got Devontae locked in. You got AJ Brown locked in. Does that make wide receiver more of a need or less of a need? And I think it makes it more of a need.
You could
because
make
now you have less you have so much assets into the wide receiver position. Why not get a guy like day 2 and have him under team control for the foreseeable future? Any thoughts on the wide receiver spot?
You could make that argument. You could definitely make that argument. But I could also hear the other argument where it's like, there's not enough targets to justify a high asset. But I think it's like pick 120, or maybe if you traded down from 50 or 53 into the third, like I think that's where I would be taking a look at potentially a slot guy to bring in.
Yeah, this is fantastic news. Honestly, think about what Howie's just done this offseason and how amazing, now as some of these other wide receivers are starting to get signed. When Justin Jefferson, when Jamar Chase and a couple others have to get re-signed, this contract's going to look like nothing. So Howie's, again, before the big market. And even though he's giving away a lot of money right now, and it seems like a lot for a wide receiver, when you go ahead and pay, 2-3 others, it's going to look even better.
You want to know how it's a lot of money and how he knows it's a lot of money? This is the news dump of the century. Like he sent it. This contract got leaked out as the Sixers playoff game tipped off, and as the NFL draft is like 15 minutes away from tipping off itself. Like that is an all-time news dump by the
tinfoil hat. Hat.
This probably was signed about 3 days ago.
Howie announced this now, so when he drafts a receiver in the first round, WIP doesn't start that. Are they going to trade AJ Brown? So, per Jason at Over the Cap, which you guys can go follow him at Jason_OTC on Twitter. He's got great contract stuff. He tweeted out this afternoon. So this is pre-AJ Brown contract. Said heading into the draft, no team spends more money per player than the Eagles at $4.68 million per year per player. The only other teams above 4 are the Browns, Ravens, Bengals, Lions, Saints, and 49ers. The NFL average is $3.65 million per year. So The Eagles were they were like 30% over average, and that was before that A.J. Brown contract. So there you go.
We have Justin in the house. What's going on, Justin? Billy says that's good. Now the league can leave A.J. Brown alone. Now
the league would like A.J. Brown to leave them alone.
Exactly. And William says, need a versatile guy who can play inside and out. Maybe an Xavier Legette in day 2. We'll see. That would be one of those dudes that can grow under A.J. Brown. Maybe as they move on from him in a couple years from now. All right. Let's do one more round of trivia before we get on to the evening here. Ryan, you are up next, man. Good luck.
Oh no.
I forgot to do the intro. Oh, well.
Next time. There's a lot of pressure right now. The first 2 questions.
Come on, man.
Second round. Get out of here. I literally dove into all of Howie's draft picks since 2010, not including 2015, obviously, and literally like broke down the next contract, like whether or not they got an extension or second contract. And obviously I broke it down by position, by round, by what conference you went to. You name it. I did it. I was so bored today. So
that was easy. I swear, these are a lot harder than they've started.
That one doesn't count because you forgot the intro. So,
hey, wait a minute.
All right, David, you're up, man. Here you go, David. All right, next question is: Andy Reid had 14 drafts as head coach of the Eagles. What position group did he draft the most in the first round during his tenure? Was it defensive tackle, offensive tackle, cornerback, or edge rusher?
In the first round. Yeah,
in the first round. What position did he draft the most in the first round during Andy Reid's career? Guys, if you're watching this live, do not answer that question until it is your turn. Wait till see if David gets it wrong.
So it was McNabb, Corey Simon, Eddie Mitchell.
It's literally going through.
Lito Shepard. Let me go through this.
Do we have a time clock?
Oh, no, I'll say defensive tackle, but I'm not very confident about that.
Is that your final guess?
Yeah, I don't have a lifeline, so yeah, that's it.
Defensive tackle is correct. Good job, man.
Oh, come on. He pulled that one out of nowhere.
Well done, man. Next time
Jerome McDougal, Corey Simon. I was going through it, man. I was like, Fletcher Cox. Come on.
McDougs. Let's go.
All right, Mark, you're on deck, man. We'll do another one when the draft goes to like a commercial.
We're 4 for 4, right?
I believe so. That's impressive. Well, trust me, they get hard.
We know.
Like it looks like 60-40 general to Eagles questions, maybe even 70-30. So I'm surprised we're getting all the Eagles ones out of the way. So that's kind of cool. Some comments here. Top 25, 26-year-old receiver, 5 more years from today on. Let's go. Thanks for joining. William says Howie is a mad scientist. Tyler says Amon-Ra St. Brown was the highest paid wide receiver for one whole day. How many Super Bowl wins would you like to see one during an extension? I'll just take one.
One.
I mean, how many years are they both under contract? Because that's how many I would like to see.
I hate that question. I'm sorry, Billy. I gotta be honest. One. The answer is always one.
I remember back, so I live in Oklahoma, and back in the Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, James Harden days, I remember listening to Oklahoma sports talk radio, and one of the hosts was adamant that, like, if I told you I could guarantee you one NBA championship while that group is together, but you won't win anymore, would you take that deal? And everybody was like, absolutely not. And then they never even got one. And I remember that being a whole thing. That was his whole bit for like 3 years on the show, and everybody kept saying no. So yeah, I mean, winning a Super Bowl is really hard unless you have Patrick Mahomes.
Yes, I was going to say all of this is a moot point if you're a Kansas City Chiefs fan. But
we have Matty B chiming in, says, "Don't discuss character issues with AJ." Come on.
Jeez.
Stop.
I'm not diving into that. I'm not eating.
Stop trolling. Stop trolling. I like this comment. Outsider Max says Jerry is waiting too long to pay Lamb.
Yep.
What are the Cowboys doing, man? I don't.
They're going all in. I don't know.
All in. Let's go.
The Cowboys routinely do this. They wait too long. They never try to get ahead of the market. And Jarrett, I think I saw the other day, the Cowboys have been 32nd in cash spending, which is this is what the Eagles do, right? We talk about Howie Roseman and the competitive edge he gives the Eagles. Jeffrey Lurie deserves a lot of credit too, because getting these deals done early, all that guaranteed money has to be set aside in escrow now. It's Lurie's willingness to spend now that allows Howie to structure these deals that way. That's something Jerry Jones is not willing to do. They're dead last, and they're the most valuable franchise in America, and they're dead last in cash spending over like the last 5 years.
I just wanted to shout this out because I did not even consider this as a possibility at 9. There was a quote from Caleb Williams. They're going around on ESPN to reporters for different teams, and they showed a Bears reporter, and it said Caleb Williams said that Fashanu would like give his life to protect him. What a weird quote, first of all.
They were high school teammates.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I did not know that.
They asked him, "Hey, if you were the Bears GM, who would you take at 9?"
Wow.
And he was like, "Oh, I'm taking Oli. Like we were high school teammates. That dude would give his life for me. Like we're boys. Like down."
Wow.
I was like, "Cool." Like,
that is a cool quote. No, that's an awesome quote. I did not know that they were together. Makes it a lot more normal than just reading it on the screen with no volume.
Right.
And I was like, oh, okay. I didn't know. I wonder if that would actually influence Chicago to go that way, but they don't need a tackle, so I can't imagine that would be.
I feel like Oli slipped a bit too.
Yeah.
It would be.
The Patriots beat writer is reporting that the Patriots and the 49ers are working on a deal for Brandon Ayuk.
Wow, the Patriots. Interesting.
Oh, don't tell me it's for it couldn't be for the 3, right?
Nah,
that'd be so dumb, right?
That would be a massive overpay. But
I would imagine Ayuk is probably worth a pick in the mid to late teens.
Yeah. They'll probably trade down and then trade that for Ayuk.
The Jags should trade 17 for Ayuk. I fully believe that because there's rumors they're going to trade up for Bowers, and I like Bowers a lot. I would rather they already have Engram at tight end. I know he's not like a Bowers type; he's more of a receiver. But I would much rather trade 17 for Ayuk than moving up for Bowers, to be quite honest. But I'm really high on Ayuk.
We got like 2 minutes before the actual draft, right? I'm going to get a drink.
Do it, man. Do it,
Perfect.
man. Just as a reminder, this is our prop bet sheet. We'll be following along. We did this on Birds of the Round Table last Tuesday night. And we also got some over-unders and things like that. We'll be following along. So, again, thank you, everyone, for watching. If you're watching this live, please be sure to keep commenting your thoughts on the selections. Grade them.
Can we change our picks now? Is it
no,
too late?
Absolutely not. No.
Because I decided I should have really just said it with my chest that JC Latham was going to be the first offensive lineman instead of putting him second.
We've got Timothy in the house. What's going on, man? Thanks for joining. I like Jalen Polk to Philly. Definitely probably more like day 2, but Jalen Polk is a very underrated wide receiver that would probably go much higher in previous drafts. Matty B says it's not trolling, it's being objective about A.J. Brown and his toxic personality. Stop. Timothy says, what pick are we? We're still waiting for pick 1. We've got 2 minutes until the draft opens here with the Chicago Bears. I love this comment. And of course, David left. But please draft.
Throw it back on the screen when he comes back.
I will. Don't allow me. Probably day 3. But without question, or maybe it is up for debate, but one of the better receiver threats at the running back position. We have scouting reports on all these guys, Anthony. We'll be putting them up as the draft progresses. Nobody watching the basketball team tonight. I got it on right here.
My basketball team plays tomorrow.
Thunder.
I
I have the Sixers on this one.
The Sixers are tied. Looks like Kyle Lowry is beating
Mark, you
up.
mentioned the Bears not needing a tackle. You don't think they would take a left tackle to replace Braxton Jones?
What? Replace him for what? What was?
What do they do?
Like to upgrade. I mean, they took Darnell Wright last year. He's the right tackle, but I could definitely see them taking a left tackle.
Isn't Braxton? I mean, Braxton Jones is pretty good. Am I wrong?
I think so.
Maybe I am wrong.
I don't think he played very well this year.
I knew he was really good his rookie year. 68.8. He was probably graded out pretty average. 75.4 in 2022. Maybe I'm wrong here. Yeah, I know I'm looking into either. There's an article here. Should they continue to lean on Braxton? Yeah, I thought it. I didn't know that was like a hot button issue, to be quite honest. What I do know about the Bears is they have one guy on their roster returning from last year who had more than 2.5 sacks. So yeah. I think edge rusher and just pass rusher in general is a desperate need. So everyone's focused on receiver there, and they have Keenan Allen and DJ Moore. You have Cole Kmet, you have DeAndre Swift. Like I know that you want to support Caleb Williams and maybe add a younger piece to stay with him for a long time. But and even the O-line point, maybe I'm overrating Braxton Jones and some of the other pieces. I mean, I think Darnell Wright stinks, but it seems early to give up on that. But I think it would be the best decision possible for the Bears to go get a pass rusher with that second first rounder.
I mean, if only they had kept their original pick last year, they could have just taken Jalen Carter.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
We got.
Are we all in agreement that the Bears are taking Caleb and Washington is taking Jaden?
Yeah, it's a done deal. Yeah, that's a done deal.
Can I tell you what the Carolina Panthers should do?
Sit at home and cry.
The Carolina Panthers should absolutely, when the first pick is announced, they should tweet like their draft shot last year of Bryce Young and say that with the Carolina Panthers 2024 first round draft selection.
I like it.
Poor Carolina.
Marshawn says, I'm convinced Matty B is not fun in any social setting.
Sounds about right.
Timothy says, I have Hulu, so I can only watch the draft right now. We'll do some Sixers updates here and there. Right now it's tied halfway through the first quarter. Quentin is watching the EOP draft. He's watching the Sixers. He's watching the NFL draft. And he's watching Mitch's watch party.
How many screens do you have?
That's
Joel apparently got a flagrant on like a very normal basketball play, so the Knicks are at it again. So there you go.
Yep. All right. So outside Max's top 4 picks seems like locks. So we're not going to get the back-to-back quarterbacks. Highly unlikely. Joey says, how's this ever happened when they traded the first pick the previous year? What are we talking about there? I'm not
sure. The Panthers traded a first into one overall.
Future number 1. I don't think so. I think they've done the second and the third, but I don't think it's ever been the first pick.
Yep. And we have this 22nd pick, guys. The draft is about to get started. I think we all agree that the draft really is not going to start until pick 5, but it's still going to be fun.
Maybe
we're still going to grade on maybe 4. We'll see if maybe Arizona shocks some people. We'll be following along with our prop bets right now. Just looking at it, we all are in agreement that the second quarterback drafted will be Jaden Daniels after Caleb Williams. Number 3, only David has JJ McCarthy going as the third quarterback selected, and then we'll go from there.
The last time a team traded a future first that turned into 1 overall was 1983 when the Tampa Bay Buccaneers did it.
Oh wow.
And the number 1 pick that year ended up being Irving Fryer.
Oh wow.
Not bad.
The same thing happened 5 years earlier when San Francisco traded the pick that turned out to be number 1 overall to Buffalo for O.J. Simpson.
Oh, that's right. I actually did know that.
Over under time it takes for the Bears to pick. You know they're going to take the entire clock.
Like a bunch of jerks. Like, come on. We all know who you're taking. Go up there 50 minutes and let's hurry this thing along, you know?
Can I just say that sports used to be insane? That I'm reading this article here, and it says that number 1 pick that was traded for O.J. Simpson, Buffalo used the pick on Tom Cousineau, who went to Canada instead of signing with Buffalo, and then later was traded to Cleveland when he returned to the NFL. Like, what? They spent the number 1 overall pick on a guy who dodged the draft, NFL draft, and went to Canada?
Oh my God. Joel's going to get tossed out of the game. I'm sorry for chiming in on the Sixers aspect of things. He had a flagrant 2 minutes ago. Now he's going to fight. He's going to get thrown out of the game 8 minutes in. The Sixers going to be down 3-0. So shout out to the
God. That would be so Sixers to have.
He's getting thrown out. There's no way he's not getting thrown out. He just did something pretty dirty, to be quite honest with you. Sorry, Shane. I won't talk much Sixers tonight, but that's a pretty insane way for the game to start out 8 minutes in. Joel's got to be smarter than that. And I love Joel. I never
grab somebody's legs. What are you doing, man?
That's really
he doesn't got it, man. He doesn't have it. That's shit.
I love how DiVincenzo gets in his face. Get out of here.
Apparently Lowry had the flagrant. Anyway, but let's keep it rolling. We'll do like scouting reports when they, I guess, teams make their selections, because I know we have a lot to say about Caleb Williams and Drake May and Jaden Daniels and so forth. But let's do final guesses. Who's the team that makes the first trade up? Mark.
Minnesota. It's got to be Minnesota.
David.
Minnesota with San Diego at 5.
Shane.
Or LA, god dang it.
Yeah, same. I think it's got to be Minnesota. If it's not Minnesota, this draft's a disaster for them already.
Yeah.
Ryan?
Well, I guess to be different, I'm going to say the Giants.
Oh, man. Matty B says, so the AJ deal has nothing to do with the Smith deal. This deal was made to keep AJ from crying and stomping around the field.
Stop showing his comments. I'm done with that guy's comments, to be honest.
Matty, stick to WIP, man. Just stick to WIP. Coyle says Lowry and Embiid have flagrants as the Knicks are shooting at the free throw line.
Yeah, him not getting ejected there is a miracle. He should have been ejected, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah.
I'm not going to talk much about it.
You got to be smarter than that, man. You just got to be smart.
But I think the draft is about to start. It's such a lie. Like the whole
I know, right?
they had on there that was like 4 minutes, 10 minutes ago.
Yeah,
but
exactly. It's like when it officially clock starts.
Detroit looks crazy, man. I mean, that place is mobbed, man. That
people are saying it's insane.
Wild.
Yeah,
it is wild. I was at the one in Philly, and it was pretty crowded.
Yeah.
But this looks crazy right here.
They were saying
the one in Philly was insane. I actually got lucky enough to be in the dome when people were drafting. I was actually sitting right next to Mike Mayock, and during the red carpet, I'm there as well, like in the front row. It was so much fun. But yeah, it was insanity.
They did a great job with that. They rotated people in there. I got to go in there too. They let you go in there for a pick and then come out. It was a really well done draft. It was awesome.
Apparently the Nashville crowd was the craziest crowd. The people that were there are saying that the Detroit one's even crazier. Yeah, they're playing some Goodell intro. He's talking to Aiden Hutchinson, Barry Sanders. So I'm sure once this little intro is done.
Man, I hope he's able to give the hugs, man. I love that part of the draft, man. That's like the welcoming, like the moment that a lot of prospects look forward to. There's tradition there, and I'm big on that. So Timothy says it's about to open. We're going to talk a lot about Caleb Williams very soon, the highs and the lows.
I don't think there's many lows to be.
I don't either, but there's a lot of people that have them. Do a trivia question while we wait.
Yeah,
let's do it.
That's a lot of people there.
Get ready, Mark. You're going to be on the clock. All right, Mark, this is your question. Get ready, audience. If he gets it wrong, you are up and you guys get a point. Mark, your question of NFL draft trivia is another Guess That Round one. Wow. Here we go. Jerry Rice.
Oh,
This is about 50, I think probably 15 plus years before I was born. I don't know. I'll say second round.
Is that your final answer?
Yes, I have no idea.
That is incorrect.
Yeah.
All right. And the audience has 10.
Yeah. I'm not good on NFL history.
yeah, Shane.
I'm not good on NFL history before me. I'm not good.
All right.
Remember the draft.
That's a very narcissistic view of NFL history, Mark.
I know what I've watched, like what I've been alive for.
That's like saying
baseball and basketball.
movies.
Baseball and basketball, I've got a pretty rich knowledge of the history of the game.
That's
the
tough.
NFL, it's kind of what I know is what I've kind of watched and taught myself.
All right, audience, you have 10 seconds to guess that round. Jerry Rice, what round was he selected?
And remember, the draft back then used to be more than just 7 rounds.
7,
Yeah.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, nobody knows. So
I can answer it. Can I?
Oh, wait, we have a late entrance.
Rodney says 10th round, and that is incorrect.
It was the first round.
Yeah, he was a first, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
Jerry
the
Rice
first
was
round
taken
pick.
in the first round. Well done. All right, so
Sorry,
nobody
I was watching Eminem on the draft. Sorry.
Yeah, and Barry Sanders and then anybody
Eminem's hyping up the crowd out there. It's pretty wild.
Anybody who's ever set foot in Detroit apparently is on the stage.
Wow. All right, might as well go, Shane.
It's all the Lions.
Ready. Shane, here's your question.
Okay. Another guess that round.
Yeah. Travis Kelce.
Travis Kelce. He fell because of I've listened to this on New Heights. I know he fell some because of some character concerns. I don't think he
May or
was
may not have been smoking a substance that's legal in many states now.
Yeah. I can't remember if he was day 3 or third round. I'm going to say third round. I think he went off the board before day 3. Third round.
Is that your final answer?
Unless it shouldn't be. Final answer. Lock it in.
Third round is correct. Well
Nice.
done, sir.
Nice done.
Let's go.
All right, guys, it's draft time, man. Let's freaking go.
Calvin Johnson's on the stage. Like, good Lord. Let's start the clock.
Calvin Johnson should come on the stage and be like, yeah, you know, it was really a shame for my career that I was drafted here, but and then that's it. Yeah. That's just be it. Like, no one remembers me really outside of this, even though I was the best receiver to ever play. And the only time I ever get brought up, it's like, oh, remember that guy? He was pretty good. Like,
Yeah.
it's like ruined Calvin Johnson.
It is a little crazy that the Lions had both the best receiver to ever play the game and the best running back to ever play the game, and they both retired early because they were in Detroit.
Yeah.
And I lied. Randy Moss is probably my GOAT when it comes to receivers. Even above, I know that the Jerry Rice people will come after me about that. I think playing with Joe Montana and Steve Young and the longevity of him is fantastic. But I think the peak of Randy Moss was better than anybody. I think Calvin's number 2 for me in terms of peak in my lifetime.
All right, guys, we are officially open with the 2024 NFL Draft. The Chicago Bears have 9 minutes and 51 seconds remaining. Man, this is it, man. Here we go.
So yeah, I mean, I guess we can start it off here. The Bears decided, they're going with Caleb Williams here, and they had Justin Fields last year. There was a debate from some towards the end of the year that maybe they should keep Fields, trade the pick, and they should go ahead. I think someone's ringer is going off on the stream if that's possible to get rid of. But the Bears decided to go ahead and draft Caleb Williams. They traded Justin Fields for next to nothing, which kind of made that argument that people spent a lot of time on towards the end of the year look a little ridiculous. But here we are, and they're drafting Caleb Williams, the pick trading down last year, even though they didn't get a good player. And even though I think they probably should have gotten an extra pick instead of DJ Moore, ended up working out because the team they traded with gave him the first pick. And so I'll throw it over to Shane if Shane wants to kick us off with his thoughts on Caleb to the Bears here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Caleb Williams, I'm not going to throw around the word generational because I did that with Trevor Lawrence. And I really just don't think you should be throwing generational around that frequently. But I saw Caleb Williams start his career at Oklahoma. And, in 2021, he got put in over Spencer Rattler in the OU Texas game down 35-17. And he led them back, come from behind and win. And there were really high expectations for Caleb Williams at Oklahoma. Unfortunately, his career didn't play out there, and Lincoln Riley left for USC. Caleb Williams followed him. But I hate to put comps up here using crazy words, but he's just Mahomesian in terms of his creativity. His ability to turn negative plays into positive outcomes is unparalleled. He's a fantastic he's so much like Mahomes, and I'm not saying that's going to be who he is in the league, but I wouldn't say he's like an explosive athlete. But as a scrambler, he's just a little faster than the guy chasing him, sort of like Mahomes, and he throws from different arm slots really well. And he's got some sloppy mechanics, and that was certainly a thing with Patrick Mahomes as well. But that's not really a problem until it's a problem. And I will say the negative for Caleb Williams, and if we're sitting on this draft show next year and we're talking about, in the lead up to the draft, why didn't Caleb Williams work out? Why do the Bears still have a top 5 pick? It's going to be because he's so prone to big play hunting. He had a ridiculously long time to throw this year, 3.16 seconds, which was the 6th longest among all quarterbacks. And he had a 22% pressure to sack rate. And those things are concerning, especially if you're a Bears fan coming from Justin Fields, who held the ball and took sacks. But I don't think it's a struggling to process thing for Williams. I think it was more of a pressing and knowing that his defense was so bad, he was just going to have to score every time they had the ball this year. So it's something to watch. I don't think it's truly the biggest concern going to the NFL, but Bears fans may get a little bit of PTSD at times when they see Caleb Williams do those same sorts of things.
Yeah, I don't want to throw generational out there too often, but in my opinion, he's one of the very best quarterback prospects of the last decade. He's one of the 2 to 4, and people hear that and they're like, he's not better than Josh Allen, or he's not better than this guy. And we're talking about pre-draft, and Josh Allen's a guy who didn't go number 1, obviously, and there's plenty of guys who turned out to be better than what Caleb Williams might end up turning out to be potentially, but they weren't better prospects pre-draft. And I just think people really nitpicked Caleb Williams over the last year or two in a way that you rarely see with prospects, because he's been the top guy, the assumed top guy for so long. And I think Shane hit the nail on the head with some of the big play hunting criticisms that people have thrown out there. He had an historically terrible defense last year, going up against some of the most high-powered offenses in football. I mean, you had Washington putting up crazy numbers. You had Oregon putting up crazy numbers. Oregon State was running the ball like crazy. You had all these Pac-12 teams putting up 40 a game, and USC had to try to keep up in those games. And I do think, maybe he went big game hunting a little bit too often. The numbers still didn't end up looking too different than they did the year before, when he was the unanimous Heisman, basically, with Jordan Addison on the field, and he lost a guy who went to the NFL, was an incredible receiver at the next level as a rookie, and Brendan Rice was his top receiver last year, but didn't have top talent at wideout like we saw with Jaden Daniels, who had Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas both might go top 15 tonight, or maybe even earlier. You had Caleb Williams throw into guys who are not first-round picks. So I think Caleb Williams is a surefire, top-notch talent. I think he's right there with Trevor and Burrow among the best quarterback prospects of recent memory.
Yeah, he's right there. Trevor Lawrence, Joe Burrow. That's where this guy is. And you guys nailed it. Like, this is the tale of there's too much tape on this dude. You look at his strengths. He's got just amazing arm talent, top tier arm talent, man. He's incredibly fun to watch off script. The way he makes plays out of the pocket is ridiculous. His footwork is good. He's got amazing body control and strength. He's got great touch when he's out of structure. He's competitive, man. This is a guy who honestly looks like he's playing in the backyard with his boys. The way he can make defenders miss and get big yards, big chunks of yards. He's got to get better, with his progressions. He's got to get better, kind of not necessarily looking for the biggest throw, maybe instead make the best throw. That fearlessness he has, while it's a huge positive, especially when it comes to making big throws, it's also going to lead him to holding the ball too long. And that's going to be problems in the NFL. And we want to see less big-time throws in structure. I don't think that's not due to a lack of ability, but I think this guy at the next level needs to play a little more contained within an offense, and I think he will. And I think in the right system, this guy has superstar written all over him. Just like Mark said, the best quarterback prospect I've seen since Joe Burrow and Trevor Lawrence. And I think all this hate that we have seen over this towards this guy over the last 6 months have been unjustified. This guy is by far, in my opinion, the best prospect in this draft.
Do you think the Bears are the correct place to go for him to build his offensive fortitude there? Do you think that you got to pick?
We'll go to that in a second.
I wonder who it's going to be.
Chicago Bears select quarterback Caleb Williams, Southern California. Yeah, I do. And, people are going to say they've never had a 4,000-yard passer. They've never had this. Or there's a lot of teams that never had things before guys got there. The Buffalo Bills were, a joke for years. They've had
quarterbacks, though. I mean, they've had Jim Kelly. They've had people. The Bears have been around 100 years and have had nothing.
They had a 20-year gap between Jim Kelly and
but they've been able to do it. I mean, who is there with Chicago that you think is going to teach and lead him to do this next season?
Nobody that was there with Jim Kelly in Buffalo was involved with Josh Allen in Buffalo, so there's absolutely no correlation.
The infrastructure that's in Chicago right now, who is there that you believe is going to lead him to that success, to temper him from searching for the big plays and waiting so long to make the throws and things of that nature? Who do you think's there to teach him that? Who is there that has taught anybody that?
I mean, I think you could say that about pretty much 80% of the situations in the NFL, though, to be quite honest about the current situation. I just don't think the 80-year history has any impact on whether or not this Bears regime.
I think it does, because some of it is the weather. There's a lot of factors there that cause that's never been successful.
I mean, Shane Waldron is the OC there, and he had a lot of success with Geno Smith in Seattle, a guy that hadn't really had success anywhere before either. So I think the Bears have done the right thing putting the infrastructure there. They have DJ Moore. Their offensive line is better. It's better than anything they ever gave Justin Fields. And I think they've got a good offensive coordinator there in Waldron now. So I think he steps into a good position. And to be honest, I think there's a good chance he becomes the single season passing leader for the Bears this season.
Yeah, that wouldn't be that hard to do, but yeah.
Let me introduce a quick guest here. It is Al Thompson. This is our Eagles media member. He's at the link for the draft. What's going on, man? Thanks for joining.
Hey, thanks for having me. Can you hear me?
A little bit. It's a little chalky, but it's all right.
All right. Well, yeah, I'm out here, and it's kind of loud. And that's the story of this game. The Sixers are trailing right now, 32-27, and as the second quarter gets started. But there are a lot of Knicks fans here. I would say almost 30% of the building is Knicks fans. So it's hard to tell. If you go to the bathroom, you usually can listen to the crowd on who scored, who's doing well. Now you can't tell at all. Yeah. But it's really just more of the same. Sixers shooting themselves in the foot, making stupid mistakes. Martin Steen is the center for the Knicks, and now playing Joel Embiid, and Joel Embiid playing on one leg. So we'll see if they can make a run here. But it's tough. And then I'll be across the street for the Eagles. So I'll leave you guys go. It's probably really noisy here, but guys having a great show. I'm kind of checking out what's going on. But right now, Sixers are going to have to play better than they are right now, especially on the boards. And I don't know how they're going to do it. I think they had to bring D-Ball Paul and Joel Embiid at the same time. We'll see if it does. So anyway, thanks, guys.
See you, man.
Appreciate it, Al. Thank you.
All right. I was actually at the Sixers game, covering the Sixers.
I guess he's going later to the link.
Yeah, it must be.
The draft
All
party.
right. We'll probably bring him on here. Let's continue that Caleb Williams talk here. Well, should we talk Caleb or should we move on to the Commanders?
No, I think we can continue with Caleb until the Commanders pick gets announced.
Do you think they're going to take a wide receiver at 9 for him to build and grow with?
I think that's the most likely situation for me.
I don't think they should. I think they desperately need an edge rusher. They just have one guy on the roster from last year who has over 2.5 sacks, and I think it was a huge problem before last year. And like Ryan said, I think they should have taken Jalen Carter. But I think they have to go and address that, whether that be Dallas Turner, Laiatu Latu. I know Byron Murphy, I think, is actually the gambling favorite for them at number 9.
Wow.
I wouldn't love that as much as you guys. I think you guys are a bit higher on Murphy than I am. But hey, if he pans out into being a dominant pass rushing threat, then that would be a great pick as well for them. But the receiver, to me, I think that's where they should look maybe later on in the draft. But they don't have a ton of picks, so they're also a candidate maybe to move down from 9 because I think they only have. Correct me if I'm wrong. If anyone's taking a look, I think they only have like 4 picks.
4. I think it's 4.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see what Waldron does with them because a lot of his success could have been due to playing with Sean McVay and his system. I know you mentioned Geno Smith, but he had playmakers there too. You know, you had receivers, you had running backs. And one thing I will say that works in Caleb's favor with working with Waldron is Waldron definitely is a big play offensive coordinator. He seeks big plays just like Caleb likes to have them. So that definitely will play in his favor.
But he was able to temper Geno down, though. In 2022, Geno didn't turn the ball over at all. And Caleb, not that Caleb's had an issue turning the ball over. His interception rates have been fantastic. So he's been able to hunt that big play while not killing you, turning the ball over, which I think is why when that criticism gets levied, I'm kind of like, where's the danger happening there if it's not turning in? He had 2 or 3 games where the Notre Dame game, I could tell you as a Notre Dame fan that he had struggles with turnovers in that game, but when it comes outside of that, it's not like he had a ton of those. So I look at the
wasn't Waldron Notre Dame too?
I'm sorry,
wasn't Waldron work with Notre Dame also?
If so, I don't think he was a coordinator there. Not recently, though. I know he was in Seattle the last 2 years, I know. I don't know about too much before that. I
think he was a coach there. Like, I think that's where he started his coaching career.
He was a graduate assistant at Notre Dame from 2005 to 2007.
Good call. He went there, yeah.
Let's make an announcement.
Oh, the pick is in. The Washington Commanders select quarterback Jaden Daniels from LSU.
Who wants to take Jaden Daniels?
I am thrilled about this.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Anybody, any thoughts on Jaden Daniels?
I think a lot of people, I'm a big comp guy, so a lot of people like to talk about Lamar Jackson as a potential comparison for Jaden Daniels. Go find me one time that Lamar Jackson got squared up and hit in college the way that I could give you a top 25 of times that Jaden Daniels got hit where he looked like a Looney Tunes character in college, as opposed to Lamar, who just, you can't catch him and square him up generally. So a lot of people like to make that comp. I think it's a lot more Justin Fields than he is Lamar Jackson. And I do think there's a lot of upside with Jaden Daniels. Obviously, he had an incredible season his last year at LSU. I do think it has to be mentioned that, Malik Neighbors is going to be drafted pretty soon, as is Brian Thomas Jr. And once they lost 2 games last year, LSU basically devoted their season to winning him the Heisman. So I think that allowed him to pad some stats a little bit against some of the worst teams in the conference, and that he played out of conference. But Jaden Daniels, I still have him 6th overall. I still understand the upside. Obviously, with his athletic tools, it's hard not to understand the upside and understand why he'd be tantalizing. Usually I'm the guy falling in love with the uber mobile prospect. This year, I'm shocked that Jaden Daniels turned out to be the guy that the NFL draft industry almost in a consensus, not this podcast and not these people, but almost at a consensus, had Jaden over Drake May. Todd McShay said he didn't talk to a single general manager that had Drake May over Jaden Daniels. It's just shocking. And I saw someone tweet out, like, how did Justin Fields go after guys like Zach Wilson just a couple of years ago? And then Jaden Daniels goes over a guy like Drake May. Like, what happened over the last couple of years, I guess, to lead to this kind of decision where, I think they're making a mistake. And as an Eagles fan, I can't say that I'm too upset about it.
The biggest thing with Jaden Daniels for me is he only threw a pass from the pocket when pressured 36% of the time this season. That's a remarkably low rate. He's scrambling. He's taking a sack. He does not stand and deliver against pressure. And that's concerning because you're not always going to be the most athletic guy on the field. He reportedly ran a 4.5 40. There's edge rushers running 4.5 40s these days. And so you can't rely on that. You have to, at some point, be able to stand in the pocket and deliver, slide in the pocket to create space to deliver. And that's just not an element of Jaden Daniels' game. And so, he's remarkably accurate deep downfield. When I compare him to Drake May, I just look at it and I think, Drake May might have been putting up stats like that and winning the Heisman too if he was a fifth-year starter playing with 2 first-round picks at wide receiver instead of a second-year starter playing with maybe a day 2 pick in Tez Walker. So I would have much preferred Drake May there. Jaden Daniels is going to be exciting for Commanders fans early on. It's just there's projection. He's going to have to develop as a passer, especially under pressure.
And clean up his throwing motion. His throwing motion is really odd. He'll definitely have to clean that up.
Yeah, I would love to get David's thought on Jaden Daniels because we all have here tickers of our top 30 players available. I'll be updating it as the draft progresses. David, you didn't have Jaden Daniels in the top 30.
I didn't. No, I probably didn't. He had a really strange throwing motion when I watched him, and when I do my rankings, I try not to look at anybody else's before I do them. Like you see things and hear things, but I try not to compare it like that. He struggled working from the pocket. He wasn't able to make all the throws. I don't want, he had a very inconsistent throwing motion. He had weird ball placement. I don't know. He had a lot of issues that to me were kind of red flags for somebody this high up. I'm not saying he's not a great quarterback, but if you're putting all of your stock into something in the top 5 picks, you need a home run. You need guys who have all of the attributes. And to me, he just wasn't that guy.
The Patriots have made their pick, so they're not trading out.
The New England Patriots have selected Drake May, quarterback from North Carolina. And to be quite honest, and just to wrap up my one final thing on Jaden Daniels, I'm actually the throwing motion. I've heard a lot of people bring it up. I'm actually not worried about anything regarding throwing and making the throws in the pocket. I'm really just worried about him taking sacks, and I'm worried about him getting hurt. I'm worried about him taking hits outside of the pocket. That's really that's what I keep coming back to when I keep coming back to Jaden Daniels in terms of my biggest fear. But New England went ahead and took the guy that I think we all think Washington should have taken above Jaden Daniels, and that's Drake May from North Carolina. But what I will say is this is where, we can make all of the evaluations we want. We can rank all we want pre-draft before we see what team a guy goes to. Besides Carolina this last year with Bryce Young, I'd be hard-pressed to find a situation much tougher in recent memory than the one Drake May will be walking into there in New England. Just not a lot of talent around him at all. They really have a lot to build up there in these next couple days in the draft. They should, there's those famous drafts where teams go all offense or all defense. Like they should legitimately take like 3 receivers, 2 tight ends, 2 running backs, a bunch of O-linemen. Like they should just go all offense because, man, now that they got Drake May, I think they made the right decision. But I hope that the roster will allow the decision to be right.
I like Drake May a lot. He should have went number 2 to the Commanders if they were smart. This guy is just lethal inside the pocket, 6'4", 220 pounds ish. This is a guy who just has an effortless release. He's a very solid athlete for his size. He can, he needs to learn how to adjust to the blitz. You look at where he's going, man. Teams' defenses are going to crowd the line of scrimmage and make him beat them with his arm under pressure, and it's just not there yet. You look at positives for this guy. He looks light on his feet. He has a nice flick of the wrist with really good velocity. I think he definitely has escapability. He can make the first or second defender miss if needed. He is excellent at attacking the middle of the field. And when it comes to weaknesses, man, it's the fundamentals, man. He just needs to clean up his mechanics. Sometimes he just misses throws. He just looks off. And because of those mechanics, and just being able to go through his progressions and being able to read the entire field is kind of where I want to see Drake May take that next step. But this is a terrific prospect, and they got themselves a good one here.
So this is only the 4th time in NFL history that quarterbacks have gone off the board 1, 2, 3. Does anyone know when the last time it happened was?
Lance, was it Trevor Wilson Lance?
Yeah, 2021, it was Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance. So it's worth remarking.
All 3 of those worked out.
Yeah, it's worth remarking that as much as we all like Caleb Williams and Drake May, and not as much Jaden Daniels, but the last time this happened, only one of those guys worked out. And so, we'll see how these guys go here. It's also worth mentioning that quarterbacks have never gone 1, 2, 3, 4. And with Arizona on the clock now, they're not going to take a quarterback. But if they trade down, particularly with the Giants or the Vikings, we could see an NFL first year.
I will say that was the first year we did the stream, right? This feels a lot less ridiculous in real time. Am I wrong? Like, we were all pretty critical of the Zach Wilson, Trey Lance decisions.
Yes, very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this doesn't feel ridiculous in live time. Even if we don't like Jaden Daniels as much as Drake May, if you would have just switched May and Daniels at 2 and 3, I wouldn't have said anything. So
if Drake May was not in this draft class, I would probably say the Commanders made the right pick.
Totally agree. That's a great way to word it. I totally agree with that. So yeah, Arizona's letting the board tick here. It is. I'm sure they're taking calls. Monty Austin for. Don't know if anybody got a chance to see Arizona. They put out like a lot of the draft videos from last year, more than I've ever seen a team put out. Obviously, one of my favorite things the days after the draft is these teams putting out the inside the war room videos and trades that went down, and calling the players is always fun. But the Cardinals put out like a full, like all access show about inside the war room. So there were a lot of clips coming out about it. Really interesting to kind of see it, in real time.
Is there any chance Arizona goes defense? This is one of the worst defenses in the NFL last year. No chance at defense.
No, they got 27 and 35 for that. You address that later.
Yeah, if you're not taking Marvin Harrison here, you're trading back. Like, there's no way you reach for defense here.
I think
the Cardinals pick is in, so it will not be quarterbacks 1, 2, 3, 4. Presumably will be Marvin Harrison Jr., but we'll wait to see.
Can chime in if that might have been what he was coming in to say, but the Arizona Cardinals have selected wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. from Ohio State. The Ohio State. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
That's the dumbest thing ever.
The Chalk Talk podcast, the Edge of Philly Sports first round watch party, is announcing that Marvin Harrison of the Ohio State goes to the Arizona Cardinals. By the way, I don't know how many fantasy guys we got on the stream here with me. I don't know if you guys are big fantasy. I know Ryan's a big fantasy football guy. Shane's a hater. Dives isn't a hater, but I don't think I don't know if I'd call him a big fantasy guy.
I think he tails off towards the middle of the season.
Yeah, but he doesn't have disdain for it like Shane does. What I'll say is Marvin Harrison Jr., I think, will be the highest average drafted rookie wide receiver of all time in fantasy drafts, because he's going to step in and be wide receiver 1 from day one. I know Shane on our one pod read off the receivers on the Cardinals roster Not a lot there. I know Michael Wilson is a guy that they recently drafted, actually popped a little bit for them, and they have Zach Pascal. Not a lot there.
Greg Dortch, isn't he still there?
Greg Dortch, yeah, he's still there as well. Not
Chris Moore, Zach Pascal.
Yeah. So he's going to step in. He's going to get 130 targets. Like I think he's a guy who's going to step in and get 80 plus catches, 1,200 plus yards year one. And that might sound crazy, but I mean, more recently, we've seen these receivers step into the league and produce from day one.
Yeah, arguably the best prospect we've seen since Calvin Johnson at the wide receiver spot. Just 6'4", 200 plus pounds, can create separation, make it look easy, man. This guy is just an elite catcher of the football, excellent hands. His ability to go up one-on-one against defensive backs is bar none, just maybe his bread and butter. He's got elite measurables and production to match. His release off the line of scrimmage against press is excellent. Again, just one of the top pound-for-pound prospects in this draft. No one can deny that.
He just became the highest drafted wide receiver since 2015. Does anybody know who the highest drafted receiver was in 2015?
2015,
9 years ago.
It's later than I thought. I thought you were going to go back to either AJ Green or Julio, so it's later.
Beckham?
I was going to say Larry. But
it was Amari Cooper, 4th overall in 2015.
Amari Cooper.
You could have given me 15 guesses. I wouldn't have gotten that.
Here's the far easier one. When was the last time the Cardinals drafted a receiver in the top 5?
Larry Fitzgerald. Come on.
Yep, Larry Fitzgerald.
There you go.
All right, so where are we going with trades? Could someone possibly move up here for a JJ McCarthy?
Well,
Minnesota.
This is the inflection point. And Dibes, you were right. I apologize before the draft. You said that the draft starts at 5. I said, well, maybe 4. We'll see. You were right. It starts at 5. The top 4 went as expected. If you go and take JC Latham here, when you have Odunze, Neighbors, Bowers, you have all those guys on the board. If you go, and you have McCarthy with the apple to trade out of the pick. Like, if you just go ahead and stick at 5 and take JC Latham, I don't know. I don't know what you're doing as an organization. The funniest thing about it is I thought JC Latham had a tough game against Michigan in the college football playoff. Like I was searching my Twitter and I had multiple tweets from that game. Like, man, that's a brutal rep from Latham. But for some reason, Harbaugh watched it against his own team and he's like, I'm in. I liked it. It was a good game. I don't know. I don't know what that's about. Maybe Harbaugh's not the one making the decisions. Maybe it is that Joe Ortiz guy. I can't imagine that you'd hire a coach from, that was so successful in college and then not use his expertise on the recent players that he played against and scouted and recruited and all that. But man, I'd be shocked to see Latham go off the board, but maybe I shouldn't be. It's what everyone's telling me is going to happen.
Can I list every receiver on the Chargers roster for you?
Yep.
Okay, Quentin Johnston, Joshua Palmer, Darius Davis, and Simi Fehoko.
Nope.
That's it. They have 4 receivers.
I've heard of 2 of them.
Yeah. I'm going to look up their combined yardage, but it can't be much.
Well, at least they have Austin Eckler, right? Oh no, wait, he's bad now and gone. Well, at least they have a good tight end, right? No, they don't. It's what do they have? They have a pretty good offensive line. They had a pretty good offensive line last year in terms of how the unit was graded as a whole. Why, if you were a bad team, why would you go and it just doesn't make any sense.
Here's our prop bet chart. 4th quarterback drafted is JJ McCarthy, except for David. David's going for Drake May, and that's going to be incorrect.
I just had Minnesota trading to 3.
You're also wrong in your JJ McCarthy over under as well, and David not doing good so far.
Yeah, I actually meant to bring that up, and I think we got sidetracked at some point. But a ton of money, and we'll find out right now if there's a trade or not. But a ton of money poured in on the gambling market, at 6 or the draft started at 8 rather at 750. A ton of bets on the Action Network pouring in on over 5.5. for JJ McCarthy. So I don't know if people had inside info or, sometimes the gambling market gets tipped off early when it comes to the draft stuff. I kind of think a lot of it's hard to read, but a ton of people bet McCarthy over 5.5 right before the draft started. So we'll find out right now.
Everyone on the Chargers receiving depth chart right now has a combined total of 2,233 career receiving yards. Like I would, if Minnesota is calling, I'm trading back for 11 and 23. If they're not, it's got to be your choice of Rome Odunze or Malik Neighbors here because you can get tackles later. And I know they could use a right tackle. They need a receiver more. And so to me, it's a no-brainer to go. It's Rome Odunze for me, but whoever you have higher as a wide receiver, that should be the pick. And you could go get an offensive tackle in the second round.
But it's also like extremely deep at the wide receiver class. This is a team that's $34.8 million over the salary cap next year. Like, could they look to maybe continue to restock and get more kind of guys under team control?
That's what I would do. I'd be trading this pick back if I'm them.
Chargers are sticking at 5, according to Schefter. No trade.
Wow. And of all the talk about
Trade. Right.
Nothing yet.
Nothing yet.
So there's a report that Minnesota and New York were furiously trying to move up to 3 for May. New England did not budge. Apparently, they were not interested in moving up to 4 or 5.
Meanwhile, Kevin Costner's on the other line saying, "Say it with me now,
David Putney.
You get Bo. You get Bo."
This isn't the time. I think it's more of a day 2 conversation where we can really break down the 2012 classic draft day. I guess that year. I don't know what year it was. But the movie 14. Draft Day, I truly believe it's one of the 5 to 10 worst movies I've ever sat through.
Wow.
So we can talk about that. I think the love connection between Kevin Costner and Jennifer Garner is the worst in cinema history. I think there's less.
Listen, if you're watching Draft Day to Jennifer Garner and Kevin Costner make out in a closet,
I mean, hey,
got other problems, right?
Draft Day is really a rom-com when it comes down.
I think you have the wrong genre for this movie. It's like, I have.
Here comes the right tackle.
Wow. So the Chargers go and take offensive tackle Joe Alt from Notre Dame. As a Notre Dame fan, I'm happy to have a Golden Domer going in the top 5 here. At least, here's what I'll say. They should have taken a receiver. Or Bowers. They should have went and gotten a playmaker. I think they made a mistake. At least they took a guy who they can argue is potentially going to be elite at the position. And maybe they can make the argument he's one of the best offensive tackle prospects they've graded, yada, yada, yada. You're going for an absolute blue chipper if that's what they're doing. If this is JC Latham, my reaction's much different. Did they make the right pick? No. Did they take the right position? Absolutely not. At least he's the best one, though.
Yeah, he's pound for pound one of the most talented players in this draft. I mean, he's one of the biggest winners of the draft process, especially with Olu Fashanu kind of getting hurt during the combine. 6'8", just elite size, that length, his awareness as a blocker, his football IQ, his hands, his athleticism, just awareness. Like, he's got a finisher's mentality in the run game. This guy is as elite as it gets. He's a blue chipper through and through. I'm shocked they went this direction, but at the end of the day, they're adding a potential Pro Bowler in Joe Alt. Can't hate on it.
No, it's a great pick, and honestly, I think that was the best thing for them to come out here and get a bookend. I mean, you need to protect your star quarterback and go from there. If he's that good, he'll make things work, but he can't do anything if he can't get protected.
I do struggle with a little bit of the Jim Harbaugh is going to come back and turn the NFL into 2012 thing, where it's like, are we really just focused on running the ball 40 times and throwing it 22 when we have Justin Herbert? It feels a little bit counterintuitive to taking the Chargers job. But yeah, I don't know. If Jim Harbaugh really stood on business, he would have traded Justin Herbert for the first pick and drafted JJ McCarthy with all that mess he was talking about JJ McCarthy being the best quarterback prospect in years and all that nonsense. But he's a fraud. So
it's an interesting fit for them because they have Rashawn Slater, who is their left tackle. And Joe Alt has only played left tackle, close to 2,200 snaps at left tackle. I mean, presumably one of those guys is going to move to right tackle next year. Surely you're not going to sit Joe Alt. So assuming Alt's going to switch sides here, which is where a lot of the smoke of Latham was coming from, that he was a right tackle. So I'm assuming that's what's going to happen, but that would involve Joe Alt switching sides. So I'm sure he can do that. It's just a different. Everything's backwards.
I do know DJ said with Joe Alt, he's specifically not as worried about it, partially because of his length and technique, but also because he was a tight end 3 years ago and turned into a left tackle. He's like, this guy turned into the best offensive tackle I've graded in like 3 years after only 3 years of being a tackle. He's like, I think he'll be just fine. So when he said it like that, and DJ, I hold a lot of stock in what he says when it comes to stuff like that. So when he said it like that, I was like, you know what? Maybe I am thinking a little bit too much about this.
Yeah, Joe Alt gained 70 pounds between his junior year of high school and his freshman year of college as he transitioned from tight end to offensive lineman.
That's a lot of South Bend Big Macs. You know, I'm sure like the McDonald's and the Wendy's in South Bend, Indiana. I'm sure he's like Norm walking into like the old Cheers bar. It's like, oh, hey, Joe. Like,
Got to be Neighbors here, right? Is that what y'all think?
This is where I am legit panicking, Mark, because Rome Odunze is one of my favorite prospects in this draft. And if the Giants go Odunze, it's going to be a bittersweet.
They're going to take Neighbors.
Please be JJ. Please be JJ.
Apparently, Odunze was telling people he thought the Giants were definitely taking him, like for the last month. So that could be nothing. But I think it's going to be one of JJ, Neighbors, or Odunze. And honestly,
Neighbors.
I really hope they take JJ. I mean, I think it would be incredible content for
it would be amazing. It would be amazing.
I don't think Giants fans will riot if they take JJ. I think they're probably done with Daniel Jones. I think it's probably one of the situations where it's like, are they desperate for JJ McCarthy? Probably not, but you're always going to get excited about the shiny new object.
All right, should we make that sound?
I don't see it. Am I wrong?
It said on my screen, it says the pick is in.
Oh, I don't see that.
Well, they beat Schefter. Yeah, I see the pick is in as well. I'm not seeing the.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Al's saying it. Wide receiver Malik Neighbors from LSU here to the Giants. I don't know. Maybe my phone's messing up here. Maybe I'm not getting notifications here anymore. I didn't get the Schefter or the rap tweet, but Malik Neighbors goes here at 6. I got to be honest with you guys. I'm not the biggest Malik Neighbors guy. I think that some of the buzz that I heard with him, where he got pushed into being a potential, is he as good as Marvin Harrison Jr. conversations? I thought that was insane because I think the gap between wide receiver 2 to 3 for me, between Odunze to Neighbors, is bigger than the gap between wide receiver 1 to whoever you want to say between Odunze and Neighbors. So I am not. I think Malik Neighbors, there's people comparing him to Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson. I have some of these relative athletic score comparison charts that I was messing around with on RAS Football's website. And I think Malik Neighbors is much more of a Chris Olave type. And they're a pretty exact size comp. Neighbors ran a 4.38. Olave ran a 4.39. I don't think that he has the true top 5 receiver upside of a Jamar Chase or a Justin Jefferson. I think he's more likely to be, in that 15th to 25th best receiver in football range. He's a really dangerous yak guy. I just don't think he's this next level guy who's going to transform your offense entirely. But I have him 15th overall, so still a prospect I really like. Just nowhere near consensus. It seems like this guy's a consensus top 5, top 6 guy. He's not quite there for me. I'm not quite as in love with Neighbors as everybody else is.
Yeah, I agree. I had Odunze over Malik Neighbors. Wow, the Knicks just hit like a half-court shot or something. Anyway, yeah, I mean, what you want out of this guy. This guy's a legit deep threat. That's what this guy brings. Neighbors, has unbelievable run after catch ability for his size. This is a guy with unbelievable change of direction ability. He can stop on a dime. He's like a 40-yard dash guy. Just that short area explosiveness is really kind of the main take. His footwork is lightning quick. He's excellent at creating separation. But yeah, I would have went Odunze here. I think Odunze, and I could be completely wrong on this, but I like Odunze's potential as more of a wide receiver one at the NFL level. But that's just me.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm high on Odunze over Neighbors, but yeah, I think. Listen, either way, the Giants needed to get some type of weapon. I mean, they have nobody. I mean, honestly, I mean, who's their number one wide receiver right now?
John Hyatt, probably.
Neighbors.
Yeah,
Wow.
now it's Neighbors.
Neighbors. Is it Isaiah Rodgers or whatever his name was? I'm probably thinking of the Eagles corner, but yeah, it's just they needed to get somebody. Waller seems to be on the way out, so yeah, it's pretty brutal over there, and they can get a quarterback later in the draft.
And
I have Neighbors above Odunze, but they're really close. It just depends on what type of player that you wanted there. I mean, they're both really good prospects.
They are definitely. And if Rome Odunze goes off the board next, we will all be getting points for third wide receiver drafted. So looking good there.
I don't think we'll go 7. I don't think Tennessee takes a receiver.
So y'all all pick Neighbors to go ahead of him, but liked Odunze more?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, guys, real quick, just keeping an eye on things. Just remind you guys that this part of the show is brought to you by Sherry'sTickets.com. That's right, Sherry's Tickets, family owned and operated since 1946. Forget the others. Stick with Sherry's Tickets because guess what? The price you see on the screen is the price you'll pay. No hidden fees, and you save an additional 10% off using that great promo code EOP10. That's right, EOP10 will save you 10% off at Sherry'sTickets.com. Sports, concerts, theaters, you name it, they got it. Sherry'sTickets.com. I don't care where you live. Go to Sherry'sTickets.com and save now by using EOP10 to save 10% off at Sherry'sTickets.com. And don't forget, guys, our pre and post game show will be back at the Streetlight Kitchen and Bar, 5400 Fern Boulevard in Drexel Hill, PA, at the Holiday Inn and Suites at the Drexel Brook Event Center on May 11th, starting at 2:30. That's right, Streetlight Kitchen and Bar, the Fightins Finals. Great sponsor. And we'll be giving away 2 free tickets to June 28th, Phillies versus Miami. And all you have to do is be there. Be there and get a chance to win those tickets. So come on out to the Streetlight Kitchen and Bar in Drexel Hill, 5400 Fern Boulevard at the Holiday Inn and Suites at the Drexel Brook Event Center. And for more Phillies action, go to Dolan's Bar on Saturday, May 25th at 24 East Sellers Avenue, Ridley Park. John Kruk and Mickey Morandini will be there to play wiffle ball with you. I've done it with them all the last few years. Mickey takes his wiffle ball seriously. So, guys, be there or you're going to miss out on a chance to play wiffle ball with some of your favorite Phillies heroes. So, guys, that is it, guys. Back to the real guys. I'm out.
Loving these sponsors. I used Sherry's Tickets in the 90s before I had Eagles season tickets. I like all these sponsors a lot. These are great. So, who did Titans take? Latham? They got to take Latham if Holt's gone, right?
Oh, pick is in.
It's got to be Latham.
By the way, Schefter was forced to not leak the picks.
Good. I love that.
I hate it. I know you guys love it. I want the picks as fast as possible. I want them on my phone. But it's JC Latham going number 7 to the Tennessee Titans. And I hate this pick. I really don't like this pick. He's my number 21 overall player. I think he's my number 7 offensive lineman. And he goes second here among offensive linemen. And David was asking earlier, Neighbors, he says, so you guys like Odunze more than Neighbors, but you predicted Neighbors to go before him. When I'm making my rankings, I'm not predicting what the NFL is going to do. I'm just ranking what I'm going to do. The NFL gets things wrong all the time, as do I. But I'm going to go ahead and criticize based on my opinion here because I think JC Latham going 7th is absurd.
Yeah, and I'll throw it to our prop bet sheet. All of us got it wrong. All of us had Fashanu or Fuaga off the board as the second offensive lineman. drafted, but you're looking at the size, just he's a supersized offensive tackle at 6'6", 360 pounds. He definitely moves better than you would imagine for a player that size. He's got natural athleticism. His footwork is balanced. He's a coordinated athlete, and he's got great arm length. And he's got the power to be a people mover. For weaknesses, like for someone that big, I don't know if he plays with as much strength as you would think. His anchor ability is solid, but he does get punched back a bit sometimes against, college edges. And, he can get it over aggressive at times, which can open up himself to some inside moves. I am shocked at this. This was not where I thought they would go in this area of the draft.
I figured they'd go tackle, but I was thinking they probably wish it was Joe Alt. But
yeah, you're probably right.
Who's next?
I have Latham higher than you guys do. So he was number 12 on my board and my third ranked offensive lineman. So I still prefer Fashanu, but I don't have a problem with the Latham pick here, especially for a team that I thought was pretty well pigeonholed into taking an offensive lineman. Over the last 2 years, Latham has allowed only 1 sack and 20 pressures on 869 pass blocking snaps. I think the biggest issue for Latham is he is prone to penalties. He's had 17 penalties called on him in the last 2 years. He has a tendency to just really lock on to guys, gets called for a lot of holding penalties. So that's something that he's going to have to work on, but he's got powerful hands, generates a lot of displacement in the running game, and he's a fluid mover for his size. I mean, the guy's 342 pounds, 95th percentile, and he doesn't have a relative athletic score. He didn't do all the testing, but I think he's a really good mover. So I don't hate this pick for the Titans. I would have taken Fashanu, but Latham would be my next tackle off the board.
Yeah, I agree with you on that too. I had him third or fourth as well. I mean, you knew that they were going to take one. He's as good as anybody up there.
What's your best guess why Fashanu is dropping?
I don't think he's dropping yet. But I think I don't know why Latham is getting pushed up while others did not get pushed up. I think it's more he got pushed up than others dropping.
Okay.
That would be my take on it, though. I'm not sure.
Man, I know. Maybe I was too high on Fashanu this season. But I thought he was terrific as I'm updating some best available. The Titans pick is in. Should we?
The only thing negative I ever heard about Olu was just his run blocking needed some work. But other than that, I never read or heard anything bad about him. I think he'll probably be one of the next ones gone. He's a very solid tackle.
Yeah. How about we do some trivia? Are we good with that?
Do it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, it's been a minute. All right, let's do some NFL draft trivia. All right, Ryan, I believe you are on deck here with our next question of NFL draft trivia. Good luck, sir. Again, guys, if you're watching this live, do not comment the answer here. Let Ryan go first if he gets it wrong. And then, Ryan, you're muted, by the way. Oh, man. Got 2 layups.
Which team drafted O.J. Simpson? Which one was it? Obviously, it was the Buffalo Bills. Come on. 2 layups from me. I love it.
That is ridiculous. All right.
2-0.
Let's do that. David, you're up. Your question is? Here we go. Which team has picked number 1 overall, a league high 4 times in the last 25 years?
Oh, I think I know.
Man. In the last 25 years?
Yep. Which team has picked number 1 overall, a league high 4 times the last 25 years? Any guesses?
Sure, I know one that has at least 3.
I don't know. I'll just say Cleveland Browns. I have no idea.
Yeah, that would be my
Is
guess.
that your final answer?
It is.
It is correct. That is
David pulls another one. Let's go.
That was impressive, man. Well done, sir.
That was desperation.
David's just pulling them out today. Let's go.
JC Latham got drafted there. Bill Callahan, I guess, is the offensive line coach.
Falcons just shocked everybody.
Wow.
What?
Wow.
Wait, before we announce the pick, I just got to say, if it's not a defensive player, this will be the first time in NFL history there has not been a defensive player in the top 8.
Well, it's the first time in NFL history.
Records. Let's go.
All right.
Nope.
I was going to say, I don't even know who that is.
Nobody even had this queued up yet.
Oh, my Lord. The Atlanta Falcons take quarterback Michael Penix from Washington.
No.
First Cousins has got to be like, what the hell?
Shane, throw up the tweet right now, man. Throw up the tweet right now.
That's the worst pick that'll happen tonight.
By the way, I literally, Shane had a tweet out today saying, what's your bold prediction? And I said, Michael Penix Jr. will be drafted before JJ McCarthy. I should have threw money on that one, man. That's hilarious.
Oh, man.
24, 2 ACLs. Oh, my gosh.
You just gave like 100 million to Kirk Cousins, 200 million, whatever you gave him.
The Falcons should fire their GM right now and not allow him to make any more picks.
Oh, my gosh, man.
Holy shnikes.
What are you doing, Terry Fontenot?
Wow, did not see that. Well, I mean, I'm a big Penix guy, but being real,
Terry Fontenot only thinks you can draft. It's like fantasy football. He doesn't think you can draft defensive players. His 4 first-round picks are now Kyle Pitts, Drake London, Bijan Robinson, and Michael Penix.
Yeah. He's a stationary pocket passer, great arm strength. The ball explodes out of his hand. There's a guy who can bomb it 60 yards down the football field with the.
Did you say he can vomit 60 yards? I swear that's what it sounded like you said.
No, but I'm sure most Atlanta Falcons fans are at this time. He's a guy that struggles against pressure. That was kind of the MO of him in the college football playoff, especially against that Michigan front 7. But yeah, I think his arm strength is NFL level. I think he's really good at giving his players, a really good chance with the deep ball. He's excellent at throwing the ball to the sidelines. And most of his production at Washington has come from throwing outside the numbers. Weaknesses wise, that it's the accuracy, that completion percentage needs to be better. His ball placement has been inconsistent. Sometimes that arm strength leads to kind of too much heat on his throws at times. But man, I wish I put money on Michael Penix being drafted over JJ McCarthy because I nailed that one.
Michael Penix Jr. will be 27 years old in the first season where Kirk Cousins doesn't have guaranteed money per Brad Spielberger on Twitter.
But most importantly, this is a guy you root for, man. I'm biased, obviously.
I'm rooting for him too.
I watched him at Washington. He's the first one on the sideline, bawling his eyes out in a big moment. He puts his heart on his sleeve. I'm rooting for him.
Could we go a whole top 10 with no defensive players? Is that even possible?
We started the show. I said this first round belongs to the offense. This is just going to be loaded with offensive players, man.
Bears are definitely going defense.
I will say, Dibes hit on, I absolutely hate this pick, but I do not as a prospect I would have taken here, but I love Michael Penix Jr. He's a guy who faced tremendous adversity in college. He put Washington football on the map. I mean, who would have thought a couple of years ago Washington would be playing in a national championship game? And so I love Michael Penix. I love listening to him talk. Some of his interviews where he's breaking down tape and stuff. I will be rooting for the kid. But I think the Falcons made an egregious mistake.
So real quick, just let me know that all 25 Falcons fans, about 17 of them are very upset with that pick. So I guess the booze rang loud down in Detroit. So or up in Detroit, wherever you're coming from at this point. So
Al coming for the Falcons' neck there.
I hate the Falcons and I hate Kirk Cousins. Just point it out.
Oh, wow. Somebody clip that and retweet that.
Let's go to some comments real quick. Coyle says, do you guys ever go back and see where your rankings were?
Always.
We do that a lot.
Shane and I always love to kick around certain guys when they come up on Chalk Talk. We do a weekly review of all the games. When certain players come up, me and Shane always love to be like, where'd we have that guy? And going back and diving into it. We should actually make that like a full-on like weekly segment. We should try to do that with a single player every week.
Especially gushing over everyone I wanted the Eagles to draft and watching them ball out during the playoffs. Yeah, that happens all the time.
By the way, hold on. If you go to our draft board, there are links to our 2023 and 2022 big boards as well. So you can go see where I don't think Ryan's are in 2022, but at least for Mark Dibes and I, we're in all of those, and David and Ryan's are at least in there for 2023 as well. So you can go check out where we were at on previous guys as well.
Odunze or Turner? Which one is it?
It is wide receiver Rome Odunze to the Chicago Bears. And boy, oh boy.
What I say? They have to go defense, huh, David?
Boy, oh boy.
You did not nail this.
Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams has an embarrassment of riches.
Yeah. I mean, well, listen, let's be honest. Keenan Allen is old as hell.
He was incredible last year, though.
He was. He always is.
He was unreal. He might have his best year.
For like 5 or 6 games, and then he balls out. If he could ever put a full season together, my God. But yeah.
You want your quarterback to succeed. This is the pick, though. I mean, this was a smart move.
Oh, yeah. I love him. I am so high on this guy. The fact that Washington just went back to back, I friggin' love it.
Yeah, I think. Go ahead, Mark. Go ahead.
No, I hear the argument for you want your young quarterback to succeed. You give him all the potential tools possible. I get that. I think I would almost make the argument that using such a high pick on Caleb and hoping that he's such a generational prospect, you'd almost hope that you wouldn't have to put an embarrassment of riches around him, and you could go and shore up that defense. Right. And not that, again, he's not Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes is the greatest player of all time. But the Kansas City Chiefs are able to go ahead and not, devote a ton of resources to the wide receiver position because of the advantages he gives them. I think anytime you're drafting a high quarterback, you're hoping to get some of those advantages. So Odunze, I love. He's my number 4 player. But
Patrick Mahomes started his career with Tyreek Hill, and then once he gets acclimated, they trade Tyreek Hill away for an embarrassment of riches. So I do think there's a lot to be said for just build the offense, and you can go out score guys and let Caleb get acclimated. So I don't hate that at all.
I definitely don't hate it. Definitely don't hate it.
Yeah, I love Rome Odunze. We'll talk about him in a second, but I got to say, this draft is going very well for Eagles so far. So knock on wood, if you're a guy looking for defense. As the defense players fall, because you got Minnesota, who's looking really good right now.
Yeah,
in a couple of picks, they're kind of falling in their laps a little bit here.
We've got ourselves a trade.
Trade?
I was about to ask if anybody knew when the last time there wasn't a top 10 trade was.
Wow. The Minnesota Vikings traded up
JJ McCarthy, anybody?
Number 10 pick, and I guess they're going to get their guy all the way down at number 10.
I was going to say, I mean, obviously, see, I don't wait. Didn't Minnesota have 11?
Yeah, they traded up one spot. So I guess they were worried about maybe Denver or Vegas trading up to go and get JJ. I'll throw this up here. The rash charts here. We had Neighbors earlier. Rome Odunze, it sounded like I was a little critical there. Rome Odunze is my number 4 overall player. I love Rome Odunze. I think I'm the highest. I'm not looking at it right this second. Yeah, I'm the highest in terms of overall grade. Shane has him 5th, Dive 6th, David 8th, Ryan 6th. I have him all the way up there at 4th. I love Odunze. I think I said earlier, Marvin Harrison Jr. is the best receiver I've ever evaluated in the last 5 years that I've really taken this seriously in terms of evaluation. Rome Odunze is second. Just for a little bit of an idea in terms of the draft grade that I've given receivers. I love Odunze. And I like Odunze so much more than Latu and Turner that I think I'm willing to hear the argument that they made the right pick. I'm just scared that they're going to have absolutely no pass rush again this year. But, hey, it's not just about this year. Rome Odunze gives Caleb Williams a guy that you can pair for the next, decade.
By the way, going through all of our top 30 prospects overall in these tickers that are on the bottom, not one of us had Michael Penix Jr.
Nope.
You didn't? I'm surprised you didn't.
I'll look it up where I had him. Give me a sec.
I know you were high on him for sure.
So Rome Odunze, per our draft spreadsheet, which again, you can go grab a copy of this. You can follow along with us. Rome Odunze is the best surplus value pick so far, going at 9 overall. When our average draft slot for him was 5.8. So that's a surplus value of 3.2, which is only the second guy with a surplus value so far, the other being Marvin Harrison Jr. So there you go. Great pick there by the Bears. In my opinion, hey, the Bears have never had a 4,000-yard passer in the history of their franchise. Caleb Williams might throw for 4,500 as a rookie. Just putting it out there.
I mean, with the weapons he has, and don't sleep on Cole Kmet either. I love him as a tight end, as a fifth option, really, at this point.
I had Michael Penix as my number 31 prospect on the NFL Draft Guide, which is really funny.
It is JJ McCarthy.
Is it JJ? What? David?
David.
No,
right.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, no, we all do.
Was waiting for confirmation, but apparently David said, "Screw that."
I didn't get it, so I was just waiting for that. Yeah, the Minnesota Vikings take quarterback JJ McCarthy from Michigan, and none of us. I don't think any of us are huge on JJ. I'd have to look at the draft guide, but at least they didn't give up a ton of assets to go and get him. At least they were able to stay.
Couple fifth-round picks.
Yeah, is that? Do we know?
They traded on picks 129 and 157.
And they got 10 and 203. Yeah, a fourth and a fifth, and they got back at the sixth or whatever. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you're just making sure you get the guy. That's totally fine. So Vikings, at least they handled it correctly. Now we can debate whether or not it was a good pick. What I will say is, for JJ McCarthy haters like myself who don't necessarily want to see him be successful, I'm a Michigan hater, so I'm biased there. Pretty bad situation for me because, man, guy gets to go and play with Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison.
Yeah, that probably was the highest on him because I figured he was going to Minnesota, and I just liked the situation. I don't know where I have him ranked. I definitely have him in the top 25, I know. But
you have him number 22. I had him at 33. Dibes 48. Mark had him at 49, and Ryan had him at 61.
Yeah. Hey, Ryan, you were lower on JJ McCarthy than I was?
Let's go.
That's hilarious. I had no idea. But
I love it.
I have JJ McCarthy as arguably the biggest boomer bust prospect in this draft. You got to give him credit for operating Michigan's offense with high efficiency, but none of those concepts you saw project to the NFL. He's got good quickness. He's got some mobility. Doesn't have a lot of size, but the list of negatives is why this guy's my top boomer bust prospect. He's inconsistent as a processor and decision maker with the football. And one of the biggest concerns with JJ McCarthy is how he operates under pressure, man. In those situations, this guy hesitates. He drops his eyes. It gets him into consistent trouble. His footwork is horrible. His arm talent straight up makes up for it more than half of the time. But he's got easily some of the worst footwork of any of the top quarterbacks we're going to be talking about tonight. And that's why you see a lot of, at least a couple of throws. I watched a lot of Michigan last year, and there are times when he would let go of the ball, and it's nowhere near the target. I thought day 2 was more of a better kind of landing spot for JJ McCarthy, but I'm not surprised he's a day 1 selection, but he's the sort of kind of quarterback prospect that I think could get a general manager fired by taking him too early. I don't like this pick whatsoever by the Minnesota Vikings because it's a clear need for the Vikings, but at the end of the day, McCarthy is making a lot of money based on everything we saw from Brock Purdy this past season. And I don't like this pick whatsoever.
Yeah. Now, apparently, according to Albert Breer via Big Al, 5 quarterbacks in the top 10. First time that's ever happened. And no defensive players in the top 10. First time that's ever happened. Crazy.
Y'all all liked him more than Michael Penix Jr. though, right?
No.
Wow.
I like them about the same. You had JJ ranked higher than Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
That's shocking to me. I'll be quite honest.
That is crazy.
Yeah. We can revisit that next year too.
We can, yeah. I mean, hey, he got Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison. Yeah, I had Caleb first, and I had JJ McCarthy 49. So
he's got a dome. He's got JJ. He's got a sound infrastructure. Yeah, I like it. I like the situation for him. I don't know how well he'll do, but I do like his situation.
Yeah, I definitely didn't make my rankings based on the situation they'd be going to. So I just but. Yeah, I think Penix and him are equal as prospects. I think Penix obviously makes all the throws. The concerns with Penix are all injury related, and the athleticism profile is a lot. I mean, he ran really fast at the 40, which was shocking, but didn't really use that athleticism in any way in college. So I'm not that big on Penix or JJ to be quite.
I think almost 2/3 of the players in this draft, it depends on where they end up and determining how successful they are. And I think almost every NFL player you ever speak to will tell you the same thing. There are very few players who are not scheme dependent on where they end up.
I think there's a difference when it's like elite talent compared to non-elite talent, though.
Real quick, guys, I had a couple of questions coming over via the website. The biggest one they say with this quarterback plethora, 5 going already, and no defensive players. How does this look for the Eagles getting some players that maybe you guys didn't think were on any chance of them getting without having to jump up pretty
extremely well?
Yeah, this is great. This is the best possible thing for Eagles fans. I mean, none of the corners have been taken. None of the edges have been taken. So let one of them fall into our laps. Absolutely.
So let's on JJ McCarthy. I think he's going to do fine in Minnesota. I think Minnesota played it perfectly. I mean, I mentioned earlier I was worried about how this was going to play out. Maybe they got lucky. Maybe they had a really good read on how this was going to shake out. But only having to go from 11 to 10 to get your guy, still having picked 23, I think that's really good from them. But let's turn the page and talk about the Jets here. Bowers is still on the board. You've got only 2 offensive tackles taken. To me, this has got to be an offensive tackle for the Jets. You've got Aaron Rodgers coming off the injury, right? You've got Morgan Moses and Tyron Smith as your offensive tackles. Tyron Smith hasn't played a full season since 2015. Morgan Moses is 33 years old. To me, this has to be an offensive tackle for the Jets. What do you guys think about that?
I think it's Brock Bowers.
I mean, yes, I know a lot of people were saying Brock, which, again, give Aaron another weapon, one last ride kind of thing. But what's that going to matter if he's going to, get hurt 3 plays in again? You got to protect him. Protection is a lot more important than weapons, in my opinion, especially for a quarterback like Aaron Rodgers.
Especially making a win-now move for like a Hassan Reddick. This is, absolutely all about keeping Aaron Rodgers' jersey clean, and it's got to be offensive tackle. And where are we looking at, guys? Are you thinking like Fashanu?
They should get new turf if they want to keep Aaron Rodgers healthy, because that's a bigger issue.
Well, that's another story. But yeah, I mean, you would think it would be Fashanu, right? I mean, he can't fall. Not that he's falling necessarily, but he couldn't possibly fall to 4th or 5th overall tackle, could he?
Let me throw this up. So our 3rd offensive lineman drafted during our prop bets, JPJ for Mark, JC Latham for Shane, Fuaga for David, Latham for Ryan, and Fashanu for me. So we can make these red. And then looks like
I had to guess. I'm going Olu for tackle if they pick a tackle.
I think it's going to be Brock Bowers. That's my gut feeling.
It is Olu Fashanu to the New York Jets.
Good pick.
A great pick.
And still no defensive player. This is crazy.
This is crazy. How is this happening? How is this real life?
This is definitely setting up really well for the Birds. I mean, especially with the rumors that they could move up with the Seattle Seahawks at pick number 16. I mean, as we're sitting now at pick 12, and the Denver Broncos probably going offense, like there's going to be a good one sitting there, whether it's one of the edges in Jared Verse or Dallas Turner or Laiatu Latu over the corners in Mitchell or Arnold. I don't know. This could be a prime area for Howie to pounce. All right, Olu Fashanu. Anybody have any thoughts on Olu Fashanu? I mean, I was one of his biggest fans coming into the season. Initially, prior to the draft process, I was higher on Fashanu than I was with Joe Alt, but like Joe Alt just completely destroyed the entire combine, and you just can't deny what we saw. But first up, like this guy is a smooth mover, man. He's an excellent pass protector in the same vein of like a Tyron Smith or Joe Thomas, man. He could improve in the run game, but he's got really flexible hips, really good knees, does a really good job dropping his hips into blocks. And he's an elite athlete. He didn't test as well as I thought because he did get hurt at that combine, but he's always been a top 10 pick in my opinion. Again, great athlete, great foot speed, great balance. He's got the ability to anchor that left side. He's got Pro Bowl upside. And when he gets his hands on you, man, he never lets the opposition counter him. When it comes to weaknesses, he can improve his mechanics. And I think I would like to see a little more nastiness in his game, but then compared to some of the other offensive linemen we're going to be talking about a little bit later on. But Olu Fashanu has got Pro Bowl upside, and this was a really good pick.
Al's chiming in the group chat saying the rumors are that Howie's trying to move up. This is one of the spots that people have kind of tabbed for the Eagles to look into. So
Laiatu Latu, folks.
I don't like that I can see in the background. Al
was making an announcement.
I don't like that in the background, backstage, I can see Al has the Tyler Guyton graphic queued up.
Oh my God, get it out of there.
But on Fashanu, he's got a 9.58 relative athletic score. So he's a really elite guy. He's played left tackle, actually played, I think we mentioned this earlier, but he played high school football with Caleb Williams, which is kind of a cool connection there. But I think he's an incredibly good pass blocker, like really nuanced pass blocker, high level processor. I think that he struggles a little more in the running game. He loses his balance at times. He doesn't have that mean streak, but I really like that pick for the Jets. It's one of my favorite matches in the draft so far. It's also the third pick that we have with plus value from our cumulative board at plus 1.4. So per our value charts, it's the third best value so far in the draft.
It's funny. Daniel Jeremiah does that draft where he brings people on and they just draft offensive players for 32 picks. They just draft defensive players for 32 picks. Someone tweeted, "When's the defensive draft?" It's tonight, the offensive episode, and then this is crazy.
Yeah. I don't recall this ever happening before, right? Like
it hasn't.
It's never. I think it's never happened past 8.
Yeah.
11.
And by the way, 11 offensive players off the board. Brock Bowers not off the board.
Right. We're also crazy.
Yeah.
I'll take him. If you trade up, you take him. I'll be happy. Love me some tight end.
Sixers taking 9-point lead. No big deal. I won't mention it again. As the Knicks streak down the paint and dunk it like the second after I said it. Like
no more out of you.
Shouldn't have said it at all.
So the Broncos are
pick is in. Whoa.
Okay.
Play the music.
Play the music, Ryan.
They're going quarterback.
We're back to the quarterback. conversation.
No.
6 quarterbacks in the top 12. Quarterback Bo
No.
Nix from Oregon.
Oh,
Yowza.
you've got to be kidding me.
I don't know. Like, I'm starting to think that's worse than the Michael Penix pick. That
It is.
100%.
At least Denver's desperate for a quarterback, though. Like,
Well,
it's
have you
worse
seen their
player.
quarterback room?
Yeah, it's true.
They got nobody. They got Zach Wilson. They got Jared Stidham, and they got I don't know, some other bum that used to probably play in the Canadian Football League. Like, it's awful.
I was the highest on Bo Nix out of our group, and I had him at 59 overall.
I thought I'd be really low. I think I'm at like 60.
Like, I would rather trade back and take Spencer Rattler in the back end of the first round than take Bo Nix at 12.
This is horrible. This is way worse than Michael Penix.
I'm about to get ratioed on my tweet where I said the Falcons just made the dumbest move that you'll see tonight.
All right.
This is a dumb question. I actually hate this question that I'm going to ask, and I wish I didn't start this sentence. But is this like a sign of things to come? Like, is this the NFL saying, like, this is just how valuable quarterback is? Like, where if we don't have one, we're basically going to spend a top-notch asset to get one, even if we're not sure of it, because if we're not, we can just go get another one in 2 years and nothing matters unless we figure it out. Like, I'm trying to rationalize it and figure it out. Like, it makes no sense to me, to be quite honest, but
I agree with that.
It's just the mindset. It's completely changed. I mean, think about Geno Smith, who was clearly the best quarterback that year, and he fell, and no quarterback got selected in the first round. So, like, I think right now people are realizing that it's an offensive league, it's a passing league. You absolutely need somebody that can sling the football, and if you don't have weapons for them, you know, again, you're going to need them to do stuff. So it better take a chance on the first than have, you know, a missed opportunity in the second and the third, I guess.
And there's nothing better than a quarterback on a rookie deal. You can build and spend on everything else on your team. The Eagles won that way. They almost did twice when they had Jalen Hurts in 2022.
Yeah.
The Houston Texans are doing it right now by buying everything around their quarterback.
Right? Smart.
Trey Lance is younger than Bo Nix.
wow,
He got
that's
picked
nasty
2 years
work.
ago. Oh my God!
I don't like this pick one bit.
Wow,
man.
this is
his
definitely
arm strength is average at best. He has like above average mobility. It's not elite by any measure. He has okay feel of like pocket and pressure and stuff, but it's kind of tough to gauge with that Oregon offense. He does a good job avoiding negative throws and not taking sacks. You can see that he's got really high football IQ, but there's a lot of weaknesses, man. His footwork's awful. You know, sometimes his feet isn't always matched with his upper body. He loves the quick pass offense. So hopefully wherever he's going matches that, because that's what he kind of gives you. And I would like to see him climb the pocket more. I would like to see him avoid. I don't know. I just don't like this selection one bit because, I think everyone agrees he was probably more of a round 3 guy than anything.
In before the Raiders take Spencer Rattler at pick 13.
Michael Pratt.
Like, I will say,
I think Spencer Rattler has more upside and has shown you more like NFL qualities and tools than Bo Nix.
I'll put the positive spin on Bo Nix here. So I had him at 59 overall. I think it's a terrible pick, but if you're a Denver fan trying to talk yourself into this, I will say Bo Nix dramatically improved his pocket presence over his college career. His pressure to sack rate dropped every season. His freshman year, it was 16%. It was 6% as a like 8th year senior or whatever he was. But he's not like an elite scrambler, but he's a plus athlete. He excels operating out of empty sets, doing quick game stuff, which is probably good because Denver doesn't have much in the way of offensive line. I think he doesn't have like a great arm, but he's got an adequate NFL arm. And I'm doing my best here trying to sell people on this, but I'm using words like adequate to describe 12th overall.
He's a great leader, and his teammates love him too. I mean, he comes with the pretty big reputation from where he played there in Oregon. I mean, he's very beloved. So he's definitely got some qualities. His teammates fight for him.
Yeah, the biggest thing is he doesn't have elite arm talent, and he was never asked to do much post snap. He ran a real simple offense at Oregon, and so this is not. Yeah, but this isn't a Drew Brees type guy that's running a West Coast offense, reading out the full field. Like, he's a one read RPO, type of guy, and
that's a good point.
They're gonna have to. He's gonna have to develop that, and it's not to mean he can't. It just he wasn't asked to. And typically, it's the same thing with like JJ McCarthy. He wasn't asked to do much. Is that because he can't, or is it because it's not what his coach wanted to do? We don't know for sure. But we tend to think that if you're a quarterback that's going to go in the top 12, your college coach would recognize that and use you accordingly.
Yeah. Here's something I'll say, and I'm low on JJ and I'm low on Nix, but what I'll say is if these guys don't work out, that means they really suck. Because JJ has Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison with a guy who I think is one of the most underrated head coaches I can ever remember in Kevin O'Connell. I think he is so underrated. What he's done there in his short time there, especially this year with all those backup quarterbacks. I think he's awesome. And then you have Bo Nix going to Denver, which not as good of a situation. Like, not the weapons are nowhere near what they are in Minnesota. And whatever you want to say about Sean Payton, I'm still of the belief that he's an offensive genius. And I think you saw that last year, even with Russell Wilson being pretty diminished, put up pretty good numbers, and Denver remained competitive at least in most of their games. So I think Bo Nix and JJ might make us look dumb just based on the situations they're in. But I obviously don't like the pick.
I actually only had Spencer Rattler ranked 3 spots below Bo Nix.
Sixers up 13.
Yeah.
So according to Big Al, this is the first time in the first round that we have had 6 quarterbacks since 1980. That's crazy.
There's a pick that makes me sad. The number 13 pick. Play the music.
Play the music.
The Las Vegas Raiders select tight end Brock Bowers from Georgia. And you guys are thinking it makes me sad because the Eagles don't have a chance to get Bowers. What makes me sad is they're giving up on Michael Mayer after 1 year. They drafted a tight end last year in the second round. My guy's a backup now. My Notre Dame brother is going to be Brock Bowers' backup. But I do understand the pick. Brock Bowers, just so good. Such a solid tight end prospect. The best tight end prospect, at least since Kyle Pitts. More well-rounded than Pitts. Wasn't nearly the receiver that Pitts was. Some of that has to do with system, but a much, much better blocker, obviously, than Pitts. So hard to compare, but one of the better tight end prospects, no matter how you slice it, of recent memory. This is not where I expected Bowers to go at all, though, to be quite honest. I thought, the Jets made a lot of sense. People were saying Indy was really interested, even trying to move up. People were saying the Rams were trying to move up. Honestly, didn't think for more than a second about the Raiders as a potential option.
I just can't believe we're doing this during this historic 13 offensive player run. I mean, this is just absolutely crazy.
It's insane. I can't believe it.
Who's up now? The Saints?
Yeah, and they desperately need a tackle.
Yes.
Because the tackle they gave up a future first-round pick and a second-round pick to go get 2 years ago with the Eagles, Trevor Penning stinks.
He stinks out loud. So, this is crazy. I would wager to say that they are going to take a tackle here. Like, I think it's probably a Fuaga, Fashanu, something like that. So, I think we're going to get to the 15th pick before we see a defensive player come off the board.
Brock Bowers is now the best surplus value according to our draft board, taken at 13 when he was 6.6 on our average board, which gives him a surplus value of 6.4. So he is the best value of the first round so far, according to our rankings.
People are saying they're going to use Michael Mayer as the inline tight end and use Bauer as like the full on move guy. I don't really know. Like, you're going to move Bowers a ton. Obviously, he's very versatile. But part of his value is his blocking. So I think that kind of stinks for just allocation purposes, I get like there's just a guy that's so good you have to go get the best player available sometimes when it's just he's that much better than the next guy. But you use the second round pick on a tight end last year. It's a lot of resources to allocate to tight end.
Jameson says, give me Quinyon Mitchell. Right. Let's get to a quick trivia segment before we get on to the New Orleans Saints. All right, Mark, this question goes to you, sir. Wait, where did Mark go? Mark left. All right, we're going to give this one to Shane.
I'm not emotionally prepared for this.
All right, guess that round, Shane.
Yes,
Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry.
He was the second rounder.
Is that your final guess?
Final answer. Lock that one in.
Derrick Henry was, drum roll, a second rounder. That is correct. Well done, sir.
As long as we stay in the more modern draft history, I might be okay at this.
For the most part, I did.
I was thinking when I was talking about how bad I was going to be at this, I really thought we were going to be like 1990s Eagles picks, stuff like that. I have no clue.
Ryan, this is going to you.
Okay. According to Al, the Saints are listening to offers currently.
All right. Which two programs, college programs, are tied for the most number one picks in the NFL draft?
What? Like ever?
Uh-huh.
That's a lot.
Only 100-year history, Ryan. Come on.
Yeah,
man.
exactly. Yeah, right. Exactly. My God. I had to name both.
How about one? Give me one.
Let's see. I'm gonna say USC.
Is that your final guess?
Sure.
That's a great guess.
USC is correct.
Oh, let's go.
All right, David, coming at you.
The other one or a new topic?
New question.
Oh, okay. Well, it was two of them.
That was Georgia. Georgia and USC.
I was thinking of that.
I would have thought Notre Dame.
Yeah, Notre Dame's up there. Guess that round. George Kittle.
Oh, man. It was not high. I know that. I'm going to guess. It was the fourth or fifth. I'll say fifth.
Is that your final guess?
That's my final guess.
That is correct. Good job, man.
Nice.
Damn.
Well done, man. You guys are rocking it, man.
Pulling things out of you know what. Love it.
I thought I would have missed that one for sure. I thought Kittle was I thought he went into day 2.
Coyle's dancing when the trivia music comes on.
Where did he play? Iowa?
That's
where Kittle came from, right?
That is the greatest intro music ever.
Wait, when did the draft go from 2 days to 3 days?
It was
I
a
have no
Saturday. Well, no. When it went from 1 day to 2 day was a sad day.
It used to be 20 picks. They did that in 1 day. Good God. That was terrible.
I don't know. Jameson says this might be the best possible scenario for the Eagles.
No doubt.
Man, this is an unbelievable first round, man. I've never seen anything like this. I don't know. Does this make Howie more motivated to move up or not, or kind of let things play out? I don't know.
If he really likes both corners, if he likes Quinyon and Terrion the same, you don't got to move until one of them come off the board. I mean,
I think you stay on the clock, and at 22, you trade down with somebody that wants to trade up and trade 3 first-round picks to come get Spencer Rattler. I mean, come on.
I like that.
Getting outside Max says getting a top defensive player without giving up a second is the best outcome. I don't know. The more I love, I entered tonight wanting Terrion Arnold, and I love the idea of him being on this roster. But I agree with outside Max. Like, there's going to be 3 edge guys available. I kind of slow play this right now. I kind of see how things play out.
Yeah.
And at this point,
And Saints are taking a tackle. I mean, Saints are definitely taking a tackle.
I could see the Saints taking Byron Murphy potentially. They could use interior. I mean, he's a defensive tackle, but I mean, pretty much to me, the needs for the Saints are offensive tackle and defensive tackle. So I could see them going one of those ways. I would imagine the Colts at 15 are going to be your first defensive back off the board. I don't know whether they like Mitchell or Arnold more, but unless they make the move for Brian Thomas Jr. But that's how I kind of see those next two picks playing out. But yeah, I mean, if you're the Eagles and you're thinking, how many guys are you okay taking? If you've cleared Laiatu Latu, Dallas Turner, I can promise you that they like Johnny Newton. There's options here. And if you were already kind of locked into
Dallas Turner.
All right. Who wants to make the announcement?
I don't know.
So the Saints are in, and they have taken offensive tackle from Oregon State, Taliese Fuaga.
Good selection.
Great pick.
Yeah, this is a really good pick. Really good value here at 14. Taliese Fuaga is arguably the best run blocker in this draft, man. A lot of Eagles fans thought he could possibly be that right guard before Lane Johnson retires. But Fuaga, what do you guys think? I think I misspelled his name on the graphic.
Yeah,
I think he's a great pick.
Yeah,
we all had him at this level, right? I don't have the board in front of me.
Sure. I thought he was the first offensive tackle taken after Fashanu.
He was my 7th ranked offensive lineman.
Did we have him like 14th, 15th?
But he was still 21 overall on my big board. Like I think
me and Shane basically had Fuaga and Latham like flipped.
Yeah.
Where I have Fuaga as my number 3 O lineman, and I have him, I think 13th overall without looking, maybe 14th.
Mark, you nailed it. You were 14th overall on your big board.
I was honest. I had him at 12.
You had him at 12. David had it at 13. I had him at 15. So we were all like, except for Shane, we were all right there.
Yeah, I think, and this isn't. I just wonder with Fuaga. I think maybe he kicks inside to guard. I know there was a lot of talk about that specifically Eagles related, but he hasn't ever really played there. But he's a tremendous run blocker. He was PFF's number 1 rated run blocker. I think he's got some problems as a pass blocker at times. He gets manipulated out of position by speed rushers, which isn't something you want from a guy who's so athletic. You shouldn't be overreacting to speed threats on the edge. He's got a lot of problems with cross chops. I like him. I mean, again, he's 21 overall on my big board. So I think it's a good pick here for the Saints. There's some tackles I would have taken ahead of him, but he's an elite athlete. And, the only other tackle I think that I have ahead of him is Amarius Mims, who only has 8 starts. And so the last thing you want to do is chase the bust that was Trevor Penning with another bust in Amarius Mims. So I do think Fuaga is a safer pick than that. It's probably the right pick here for the Saints.
So are we getting our first defensive player next?
Yeah, it's going to be – I think it's going to be Quinyon Mitchell. That's my best guess.
Oh, listen, we have 7 picks to go until the Eagles are up. And if you think about it, you have the 2 corners. You have the 3 edge. You have, again, if you want to put, the 2 D tackles in the mix, you have Cooper DeJean. So, I honestly think I would prefer them to not trade up. Stay where you are. Let the ball continue to fall and go where it may. And you grab a great player at 22 and somebody that you were already high on that'll fall right to you.
Or do you give Anthony Richardson someone like Brian Thomas Jr. here, who has wide receiver 1 upside?
Even better.
Give your biggest piece of your offense a new best friend to grow and give him the best opportunity possible.
It's not impossible. They were in on Ayuk and Bowers, apparently.
Yeah. Bowers was this was the latest part of where I thought Bowers would go if he was going to slip a little. It would be Indianapolis to 15.
Shane definitely wanted to get in. Not Shane half. Shane Steichen definitely wants to get a wide receiver.
Shane
Yeah.
Steichen, my favorite Shane. I don't know any other.
I don't know who Shane is. We all know him as Sean right there.
Yeah, I know it's Sean, right? I know
I know
Sean.
Sean.
Yeah, Sean's a great guy.
I still call him NyQuil. I'm never letting that one go.
It was Robitussin.
Yeah, okay. That was the funnest night we had all year.
Mark, we're not going to be allowed to watch the Sixers in Game 4. That's how.
Believe me, I've watched. It's I'm doing a great job of not mentioning it, but I'm dying.
I'm barely watching. The Sixers are playing really well.
Are they winning?
Yeah, they're up 9 right now.
Hey.
With 7 to go.
Can I read an Adam Schefter tweet to you guys?
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Quote, Sean Payton wanted and intended to draft Patrick Mahomes in the 2017 draft when he held the 11th overall pick. He was ready to turn in the card. But before he could, the Chiefs traded up to the Bills spot at number 10. I totally forgot, by the way, that the Bills traded that pick to the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And took Mahomes one spot before Peyton got him, leaving the Saints to draft Ohio State cornerback Marshawn Lattimore. Peyton feels as strongly about Bo Nix now as he did about Mahomes then.
Wow.
That sounds like Danny Ainge-esque level
It
tweet.
does, yeah.
That's called saving your ass.
That's why we put our big boards out publicly. Like last year, I crushed the Mozzie Smith pick by the Cowboys in the first round. Spoiler alert, I was right. And Cowboys fans came at me like, you would have said anybody the Cowboys drafted sucked. And I was like, nope, here's my video where I said he was like the number 80 player on my big board, and I had a 3rd round grade on him that I put out before the draft. But yeah, I love the leaks that come out from GMs and head coaches like, oh, well, I wanted that guy.
You'll like this, Shane. That's a classic. Doc Rivers, when he was the coach of the Clippers, they actually traded Shai Gilgeous-Alexander
This is the best.
For Paul George. It's a longer story. Kawhi Leonard wanted to sign there, but he was making them sign Paul George for him to sign there. So them trading SGA was really stupid. They gave up way too many assets, but they kind of had to do it, so I get it. The thing about it is Doc Rivers was benching SGA for Avery Bradley, who was out of the league a year later, and then went on a podcast this summer and was like, yeah, I tried to tell them that they couldn't trade SGA. And it's like, dude, you were benching him in the playoffs. You did not try to tell them not to trade him. So it's one of those situations.
Amazing. I love it.
Benjamin Solak just tweeted, the Falcons are the first team in NFL history to give a quarterback $45 million a year and then draft a different quarterback at 8 overall and not even bother to tell the first guy about the second guy.
Oh, did they not tell Cousins? Did that come out?
Yeah, apparently.
Oh, wow.
Diana Rossini just said the Falcons called Kirk Cousins when they were on the clock to let him know they were taking a quarterback. From what I learned,
furious.
Cousins understood a quarterback would be considered, but he did not believe his successor would be taken in the first round. I'm told he is stunned.
Wow.
He was doing all that stuff about how he wanted to retire there, and that's why he stayed instead of going to Minnesota for the same amount of money or whatever the case was. Wow.
So who'd the Colts grab?
It's gotta be Quinyon.
Make the sound. Make the sound.
It's in.
Oh, it's in? Oh, wow.
With the 15th pick, the Indianapolis Colts select Laiatu Latu, edge rusher, UCLA. And I am pissed off.
Yeah, that hurts.
Well, I guess any pick they would have made would have upset us, right? Quinyon, Terrion, Latu, Turner. At this point, they're all
Brian Thomas Jr. wouldn't have upset me.
No, that would have been great. Another tackle would have been cool.
Well, yeah, I just meant within their
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Laiatu Latu, that's a great pick. Obviously, there's the medical concerns with him retiring from football and then coming back. But we talked about on our draft shows with 2 complete seasons behind him. Is that really a concern? But he led the country this last season in pass rush win rate in true pass set situations at 40.7%. He's a tremendous pass rusher. I think he's the most complete pass rusher in this year's draft class. He's a fluid mover. He's got a lot of power or counter moves. He's got a speed to power move. He's a high motor player. He had 21 and a half tackles for loss to go with 13 sacks this season. So fun fact about Laiatu Latu. He played rugby in high school, not football. And he said that if the money was same, he would play rugby instead of football. So you never know. Maybe he just doesn't love the game of football. I don't know. Maybe that's why
he also wants to be a fireman, which is a big red flag to all Eagles fans.
Big red flag for Eagles fans.
Fireman Danny, you don't miss Fireman.
It's
Danny?
okay to want to be a fireman. It's not okay to secretly be a fireman while also being an NFL player.
Yeah, that might be more specific.
Right, the fire truck tipped him off, I guess.
I just want to throw this out there too to the universe. I took so much shit from our YouTube comments saying this was the best defensive player in the class, and everyone said Dallas Turner. It was Dallas Turner. It was Dallas Turner. Laiatu Latu. First.
How's our prop? Yeah.
I still think it's Terrion Arnold, by the way.
By the way,
I
I mean, we need to kind of talk about this because holy cow, do the Eagles move up to the Seattle Seahawks pick and look at Terrion Arnold here as they have been rumored? Because now it's getting real. We are just a few picks away from the Philadelphia Eagles selection.
Yeah.
And my anxiety is through the roof right now.
Just get me any of the corners, man. I'm not being picky. I'm not being choosy.
Did our stream start over? It's still showing that it's concurrent for me that we've been live for 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Same
Yeah,
here.
mine too.
Yeah, and also, guys, just so you know, you passed the 2,000 mark, too. You got 2,000 sets of eyes looking at you. Guys doing an amazing job. A lot of people are feeling a little cheated out there with the picks from their teams. So I would tell them to call David Archerry at cherryinjurylaw.com. That's right. Workers' comp, motor vehicle, personal injury, criminal law. David Cherry's the man with the plan to fight for your rights. Call him at 610-565-0300. Go to cherryinjurylaw.com. Again, workers' comp, motor vehicle, personal injury, criminal law. Call Dave Cherry at 610-565-0300 or simply go to cherryinjurylaw.com. Other than that, guys, nothing new on the home front. I'll keep you guys up to date, and I'm going to get my ugly mug.
By the way, I will just throw this up there. I've been slacking on these. There's definitely a ton that I just haven't showed. But Laiatu Latu, he's basically a third Bosa brother. If you look at some of the measurables, you look at some of the traits and the stats on tape, and there's a lot to love when it comes to Laiatu Latu. Obviously, on the field, not a lot of questions to be had. A lot of the questions are stuff that we can't answer. It's medicals, it's stuff like that. So if he stays healthy and whatever was an issue for him at Washington isn't an issue going forward, he should be an absolute stud.
Yeah, I agree. Great pick, especially at this part of the draft. I'm shocked. I have Terrion as the number one defensive player. I think you do too, Mark. I have him one. I had Latu too as the second player. This is just falling perfectly for the teams that need defense. This is outstanding.
Yeah.
And I do think corner was a bigger need for the Colts there.
I agree. Yeah.
So I would have went Arnold if I was them, but it's hard for me to be too critical of someone taking my number 9 player at 15, even if I think there was a better one available.
Yeah, great.
So the Seattle Seahawks are on the board now. This is kind of it's not the best draft class matchup for the Seahawks because it's deep at receiver, deep at cornerback, and they don't need either one of those necessarily.
Hey, did I get that right? Yes. Sorry, Shane.
I could see them going for the offensive line here, though, or they could also go for an edge rusher. Assuming they cleared Latu, they're probably upset he's off the board. But Dallas Turner pick here. I could see this being a spot for Amarius Mims, maybe a spot for if they want to go interior. You look at like a Graham Barton or a Jackson Powers Johnson. What direction do you guys think the Seahawks are going to head here?
I think you nailed it. I think it's going to be Barton or Powers Johnson, or maybe they think Fountaino's an interior O lineman. They think they can move him inside. My prediction is it's one of those guys.
Yeah, I think I had Barton when I did my 32 team. I think I picked Barton here, so I'll stick with that.
All right. And just a reminder, those of you guys that are watching us live right now, all 2,262, we really appreciate you guys tuning into the show. Drop us comments wherever you are watching this, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. Drop your comments, drop your questions. Does not have to be related to the Eagles whatsoever, but we want to talk about what you guys want to talk about. So keep those rolling here, and we'll keep talking picks as they come in.
There's a post out there now that said that Falcons GM Terry Fontenot had to explain to owner Arthur Blank why he selected Michael Penix Jr. after he made the selection.
Oh boy.
I'm really not loving the way you pronounce his last name.
I know. I was just about to say.
Actually, I'm loving it. Keep it up, Dave.
I was this close.
I love how Al had to chime in there. That was great.
I was disappointed with myself because it was that close.
It sounds like it every time.
That's the Desmond Howard, the big Penix energy.
Joey on Facebook asked if Laiatu Latu didn't have the injury question, where would he be drafted? I think if Latu had no medical red flags whatsoever, I don't think we would have got out of the top 8 without a edge rusher pick. I think he would have come off the board at 8 to the Falcons.
I fully agree, man.
I think Terry Fontenot probably wouldn't be having to make an apology tour.
Right.
If we, if we could just go back in time an hour, I think Laiatu Latu would come off the board at 8.
I think Terry Fontenot is right now saying, maybe I should have just taken Laiatu Latu as he's on the phone with the owner who's yelling at him.
He actually went into the war room. I'm actually watching the video.
That's bizarre.
Wow. John says the closer we get to the corners, the more heartbreaking it will be if we miss it. Here we go.
Surprising here for me. I guess it shouldn't be. It's a need. Seattle Seahawks with the 16th pick select Byron Murphy, defensive tackle.
There it is. I nailed that one. Definitely thought so.
Good call. I for some reason, I have defensive tackle written as a need here. For some reason, didn't even cross my mind that they could take Murphy for some reason. I don't know why, but
yeah, just elite play strength, elite power, excellent pass rusher on the interior. I think he's got 3-down upside. I know, David, you were really high on Byron Murphy, right?
Yeah, I think I have him like 14th or 15th overall. Yeah, I love this game so much, man. He's just a freak athlete.
Yep. What do you guys think of Byron Murphy?
You had him 15th. Dives, you had him 17th. I was 18th. Shane 23, and of course Mark 29.
Yeah, I wasn't quite as high on Murphy as others. He just didn't jump off the page to me. I think he's going to be a solid pro at the next level. I just don't know if he's got that upside to really be a huge difference maker. I think he's a guy you can plug in and you can probably rely on to be a starter and get to a second contract. No doubt about that. I mean, I still have him ranked 29, so I'm not saying I'm that low on him, but. Kind of the same thing with. I think I like Jozon Newton a little bit more. I was a little bit more impressed by the tape, even if the measurables aren't quite as good as Murphy's. But I even still with Newton have him down there at 28th. Neither defensive lineman on the interior jumped off the page to me in the way that a lot of them have in the last couple of years.
He was on Bruce Feldman's freak list, and he'd been clocked at 18 miles an hour on the GPS, which is just incredible for somebody his size. He had a team best 455-pound front squat and clean sweep 375 pounds. Everybody on the team said he's the strongest person they've ever played with at any level. So he definitely brings strength to the team.
I do think something that's interesting to bring up with Murphy, I do think he was helped a ton by having Tavondre Sweat eating up all that space right next to him there on that Texas defensive line. There's I can't remember who. Dibes might know better than me. Pretty sure there's another guy on that Texas defensive line who is a pretty big time prospect next year. I could be off on that. I thought I heard someone making reference to that recently that
they have
another guy.
They have an offensive lineman in Calvin Beggs Jr., who's a left tackle, who's elite. I don't know about anybody on the defensive line. I could be wrong, but their entire front seven with Jalen Ford and they were loaded, man. That is a ridiculous defense. Sully says Terrion Arnold looking better and better. Hopefully Howie pulls the trigger. Howie's doing cartwheels. Man, if you're an Eagles fan watching us, guys, make sure you like this video, but also comment your thoughts on the draft so far because we are getting close to the number 22 pick.
And these comments are so good about 50 and 53. the fact that they haven't moved up, this is why I didn't want to move up, especially above where they're at now. I want to keep those 2 second-round picks to make some moves, and they have enough needs that I didn't really want to cash all the chips in to get one specific player. I love where we're sitting.
Exactly.
So the Jaguars are on the clock now. The Jaguars, I wonder if this is Brian Thomas Jr. They traded for Calvin Ridley. He had to sit out the suspension for a year. And then it's like they had a handshake agreement with him, but then he ended up signing somewhere else in free agency anyways. And I think they were shocked by that. And they gave Gabe Davis a ridiculous contract. So they've got Gabe Davis, Christian Kirk, Zay Jones as their pass catchers. That's not an inspiring group.
No.
But also their cornerbacks aren't very inspiring. They've got Tyson Campbell, Ronald Darby is still around. So
somehow
I could see this being a defensive back, their favorite flavor, Terrion Arnold, Quinyon Mitchell. I could see this being Brian Thomas Jr. I think one of those 3 guys comes off the board here.
Hey, guys, quick thing here. At EOPsports.com, there's another question. Do you guys think it's a likelihood that the Eagles pick at 22, or do you guys feel that there might be even a chance with still a bunch of the studs on the board that they want, that the Eagles could even trade back a few spots and gain a couple extra draft picks or some sort of player comp?
I am just gonna drink my lemonade and put my feet up and just watch this thing play out, because it couldn't have gone any better for Howie Roseman. Depending on this pick for how we did, we're making the selection. Did we announce the selection? No, it's Byron Murphy, right?
Yeah.
It's Byron Murphy.
All right, sorry, I thought it was a different team.
I'd
Anyway,
be surprised if they traded him.
Yeah, I would chill. I would wait and wait and wait, because there's still 2 more edge rushers on the board that would fit really well. You've got Quinyon Mitchell, you've got Terrion Arnold, and you're only 6 picks away. Let's wait.
We've got ourselves a trade.
Hold up. What do we got?
Oh, I thought I thought you were playing the music. I was waiting for the music, but even though there isn't, it's no pick.
Yeah, there's no pick. But sorry, that's wait, hold on, I got it.
What? That's me. Yeah, there you go.
That'll be the trade.
Jags. So moving up from 23 to 17. What are the Vikings cooking? Brian Thomas Jr.
The Vikings?
Vikings.
Yeah, they're going wide receiver. They're gonna get Justin Jefferson some help.
2 stud receivers. I don't get that, but I'm trying to think like who would you be moving up for?
Do they need offensive line?
If you're trying to hop the Bengals, you're thinking O-line or maybe not receiver. You're thinking O-line or maybe they're going O-line.
How about Jackson Powers Johnson here? They needed center.
The pick's in.
Make it.
Dallas Turner from Alabama is the pick to the Minnesota Vikings.
All right, so Howie, get ready, man. I hope you did your homework, because the run has begun, I think, on defensive players.
What was the trade? What did they pay to move up?
I haven't seen it yet.
They would have had to have given up, I would assume, a decent amount. I mean, they went up, 6 slots, 7 slots? 6
Said
slots?
that they only paid pick 167.
Critically, though, the Jaguars, who need a cornerback, are now 1 spot behind the Eagles when it comes to draft spots. So even though Dallas Turner comes off the board here, it keeps a cornerback team behind the Eagles.
23 and 167 for 17.
Oh my God, Howie, trade up right now.
Yeah, move up now.
Right now.
There's no way that can be right.
We got 161, 170, 171. You do 2s, whatever. I don't care. Give them 2 of them. Good Lord, move up.
No, it was more than that. They also gave up a 3rd and a 4th round pick next year.
Yeah, the 5th, the 3rd, and the 4th for next year. So
for next year.
Yeah.
I think one of the bigger developments here is this was widely considered arguably the best wide receiver class of all time, and there's only been 3 receivers taken in the top 17. I'm a little shocked by that.
That's one thing contingency we did talk about on the draft show was sometimes a position being deep means there's a run on these guys, and sometimes it means they slide down the board because everybody thinks I can get one later.
I was never as high on. I think there's a lot of depth, and I think the top 3 was great. My wide receiver 4, I was Xavier Legette, and I had him 23rd or 24th, something like that. So I wasn't that high on a 4th receiver to go that high. I thought Brian Thomas Jr. would, because it seemed like that was the buzz, but I didn't think he should. So it doesn't surprise me at all, to be quite honest. Outside of just the buzz about Thomas, I guess, was fake.
Yeah, I think they were the top 3 and everybody else. So it doesn't really surprise me a whole ton of either.
Yeah,
That's true.
Agreed.
So I guess we didn't really talk about Dallas Turner very much, but Dallas Turner had an 8.86 relative athletic score. He's got a really good pass rush arsenal. He's probably one of the best pure pass rushers in this class, in my opinion. Great athleticism. He can run with running backs. He can spy on quarterbacks. I will say Alabama kind of kept him on the sideline at times on running downs. And so there's some questions about him as a run defender at times. He could add some more size or some more strength there, I think would be helpful. But overall, he's a player that, I had him at 14. He's a surplus value on our consensus board. So I think that's a good pick for the Vikings there, especially considering all they had to give up this year was that 5th. Obviously, the 3rd and 4th next year. And I forget what they gave up. I think they gave up future picks to get that pick 23 as well. So the Vikings are probably remarkably thin on draft capital next year.
The pick is in.
Oh, we're moving fast now.
Yeah, I approve, by the way. I approve of the fast moving. Cincinnati Bengals with the 18th pick select offensive tackle Amarius Mims from Georgia. Very good pick, by the way.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Love that.
Really like
very high upside, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, it's just the upside is tantalizing. Obviously, when you have the frame that Amarius Mims does, didn't start a ton of games at Georgia, but when he did play, I think the tape is up there with anybody in the class. So I just wish there was more of it there, so you could kind of have more volume of tape to go off of. But Amarius Mims seems to me to have all the skills that you'd want, all the traits that you'd want. And I like what I've seen, albeit extremely limited.
Rob is chiming in here. Ryan and Dibes co-host on Party on Broad. He says, I hate my life. So there you have it. Rob wanted Amarius Mims to the Eagles.
No.
I'm just kidding. He said that back when Dallas Turner came off the board.
Oh, okay. Well, that's understandable.
All right.
Yeah,
So what are the
Mims
Rams?
is the. Oh, go ahead, Ryan.
No, I was just going to say, what do the Rams need here? Don't they need a tackle or more D-line help?
Yeah, it was rumored they wanted Murphy.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure they could go with Newton.
That's what they should take.
They can kind of do anything on defense. They don't have a ton of guys on defense that you'd point to and be like, they're definitely a building block for the future. Obviously, Donald retired. Kobe Turner was pretty solid. Byron Young was pretty solid, but they have a ton of needs all over the defense.
Their beat writer said Tyler Guyton was there.
Wow. I mean, yeah, tackles in need as well. Tackles in need as well. I would not like that pick.
No. They're 2 beat writers for the Athletic. One picked Dallas Turner, one picked Tyler Guyton.
I wouldn't hate Guyton for them.
You're higher on Guyton than me, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate Guyton for them. I would rather see them look to the defensive side of the ball here, though. They could use a defensive back. Man, Johnny Newton makes so much sense to me, especially with Aaron Donald retiring. And I know you've got Kobe Turner and Byron Young, but I would love to see them add that.
We're all freaking out about Terrion Arnold and all these players, and I think this is actually what's happening in Howie's mind. That's the thing I'm scared about. I think he's like, Troy Fountainow and Tyler Guyton falling right into my laps.
No, don't say that.
I think that's
not funny, Mark.
right now.
Not
So
funny,
maybe I'll be a negative, but
well, hey, at least the Sixers are going to win, right?
that was way too early to say that, Ryan. Knock on every piece
Ryan,
of
get out.
Abdul Nabi.
There's 50 seconds.
Yeah, okay, Allah.
The MVP is going off. He's got 47 points or something.
We're good.
I did not like anything about what Ryan just said after the way we lost last game.
That would be the worst scenario. That comment would be the worst scenario for me tonight.
Yeah, same.
Q says that we should mute Ryan.
Never Q.
What was the comment that would be the worst for you?
Troy OT.
Yeah, I like Fountain a lot. I hate that. We've talked about it on here. We don't.
No, I like the player. Yeah.
Dives.
I think it's time for some trivia.
That's why, real quick before, so I don't lose the thought. That's why I would really hate the Guyton pick, because at least Fountain, I like the player a lot more. I think I have him like 20, Guyton like 34. It'd be harder for me to rationalize Guyton.
Yeah.
Get ready, Mark. Mark, you're on deck. All right, Mark. We missed you last round. Here we go. Your question is, guys, this will also be carrying over into day 2 tomorrow night. So let's do this. Guess that round, Mark. Tyreek Hill.
I think it's I know it's day 3. It's South Alabama. I'm so
via Oklahoma State.
Huh?
He started at Oklahoma State and then went to South Alabama.
Yeah, I don't think if you would have made me guess where did he transfer from, I think I wouldn't have gotten it in 30 guesses. But I did know that now that you said it. It's 5th or 6th. I know it's not 7th, and I feel like I know that. I'll say 5th, but I'll say 5th.
Is that your final guess?
Yeah.
5th round is correct, man. Well done, man.
Killing it tonight.
All right, Shane, you're up. All right, Shane, your question of the night is...
it's not a round.
Which team was Brett Favre drafted by?
That's easy.
You should have left that blank. You shouldn't have put the teams.
Yeah, you shouldn't have put the teams there.
I appreciate you putting the teams. He was drafted by the Falcons. Final answer.
The Falcons is correct. Well done, sir.
I have a Falcons rookie card. A Brett Favre Falcons rookie card.
Real quick, just to chime in, Mel Kiper's best available right now is Fountain, then DeJean, then Thomas, then Worthy, then Barton. Where are Arnold and Mitchell? He just doesn't have them up there.
Good.
Al, did you have news to break?
No, I was just wondering if the Falcons told that the other quarterback when they drafted Favre. Trying to find out.
Yeah, Kirk Cousins. I like it.
The guy that they had was like, nope, trade him now. So they did. That's what Kirk's about to do. He's like, look, you brought me here to play. Get rid of this Penix guy.
Yeah. All right, guys. If you're watching the Sixers game, there will be a Sixers post-game show going down momentarily. It looks like, I will say it, the Sixers are going to get the W here almost.
Oh, my 10. God. You people are killing me right now.
It looks like a lot. Left. Ryan, your question is Ohio State and which other team are tied for the most wide receivers selected in the first round of the NFL draft with 11? Is it Bama, Miami, Tennessee, or USC?
I mean, I would have. Damn, you gave me you said the easy one. I knew I was going to say Ohio State. Jeez, I feel like Alabama's had so many recently, but. Yeah, I'll just guess Alabama. I'm probably wrong here.
Is that your final answer?
Final answer.
That is incorrect. We're going to throw it to the crowd for the first time in a while. All right, guys, watching Ohio State and which other team are tied for the most wide receivers selected in the NFL draft in the first round? Is it Alabama, Miami, Tennessee, or USC? It is. Which one did you guess? Alabama?
Sure.
Is not Alabama. Coyle guesses Miami. That is incorrect. The correct answer is Tennessee.
Wow. I have a funny tweet I want to share real quick. Let me The Rams haven't picked in a long time, so they did. It's been 84 years.
Oh, they did it to themselves. That was so good.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
That is fantastic. I love that.
That's the winner of the day.
This is
right
what
there.
I was saying that the Panthers should have done when Caleb Williams got picked. It's been like the Panthers 2024 first round draft selection is Bryce Young again.
Man, Embiid just got 50. That's insane. Mark, we're officially banned from watching Game 4. That's just.
Well, I've watched the whole game. I just can't watch with sound. I think the sound needs to be.
Yeah. There you go.
So Embiid went from ejected to 50 points.
Yeah. Honestly, I'll be quite honest and upfront about it. If someone did the Joel Embiid what Joel Embiid did to Mitchell Robinson, I would have wanted the NBA to launch like a full investigation. I would have been really upset. I think he probably should have been ejected.
It's official, Mark. They won.
Is it actually officially official?
Yeah,
they won.
They won.
Because I'm behind.
Yeah.
Embiid goes off for 50, man. That's an epic Embiid moment right there.
Well, I guess the Rams haven't been on the clock for so long. They just wanted to milk it for all it's worth.
I was literally about to say the same thing.
This draft was going so fast, and I swear they put the Rams on the clock, and there hasn't been a pick in forever now.
Yeah.
It's been
feels
at least
longer than 10
25
minutes.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
We're not dead yet. We're not dead yet.
Comments coming in here. It's like the NFL is daring Howie to draft a cornerback in round 1.
Yeah.
Did you guys know it's been a couple of years since Howie has drafted a cornerback in the first round? I think it's been like, what is it, 5 years, Mark? Is that right?
It's been
A little more than that.
A little bit more.
it's been never for him ever.
Yeah.
That's fair.
It's been 2004, was it?
Oh man,
I believe.
I love this comment. Sully says, "Sounds like fate to me." Has it?
We got a pick.
Well, we do.
We got a pick.
By the way, before we announce it, I mentioned this earlier, but the Vikings only have 3 picks in next year's draft now with all their trades, a first and 2 fifths. So I finally found the answer to that. So, okay, go ahead.
Who's the announcement? I don't have it.
David?
With the 19th pick in the NFL 2024 NFL draft, Los Angeles Rams, right? Yeah, they're not St. Louis anymore. Select Jared Verse.
No!
I didn't see it.
Oh, here we go. Now I'm starting to panic.
I didn't want Jared Verse.
Me neither.
I
mean,
him.
great player, just didn't want him for the Eagles.
I didn't think he fit with the Eagles.
Agreed.
I think he's an even front defensive end.
I want to know who David's plug is. David, who's your plug over there? You got someone on the inside?
Jordan Schultz is putting out stuff
okay.
faster
I don't have
than anybody
notifications on for Jordan Schultz.
I don't know who Jordan Schultz is either.
Oh, okay.
Well, there you go.
I thought Breer was the fastest tonight, but you're getting
So
good.
the Eagles are not going to trade up because you got Quinyon Mitchell and Terrion Arnold on the board.
You got 2
And
picks.
they're going to sit and just take whatever falls into their lap. Correct?
Yeah, I mean, think about it. The Pittsburgh's on the clock now. They could use offensive line. They could use wide receiver. There's kind of an outside shot. They could use corner as well. But you look at the Dolphins. They need offensive line, defensive line. They could use tight end. So I don't think both of them go here. So Howie, just sit tight. Let it come to you, baby.
This is bizarre, and no one should care about this but myself. But I just went to follow Jordan Schultz and put notifications on, and he follows me, which is
He follows me too.
that's a bizarre. I didn't expect to I didn't expect to click follow back.
I'm
He's,
getting the
don't
pick.
worry, he follows like 70,000 people. So
Weird flex, guys. Thanks.
yeah.
I'm
He
getting
probably
the
follows
pick
you too,
from
Ryan.
The
Does he?
Athletic.
Yeah, he's
The Athletic
he's
beat writers is where I'm getting the pick. It's not from one
Yeah.
person. I'm following the different beat writers.
Nice.
So let's talk Jared Verse for a second. Jared Verse has a cool path to becoming an NFL first-round selection. He was actually unranked as a recruit coming out of high school. So he started his career at Albany, spending 3 seasons there before he transferred to Florida State. He had 62 pressures in 2023, which was 5th most among edge rushers, has a 9.6 relative athletic score. He's a really powerful player, and he converts speed to power really well. I don't think he's got the best developed counter moves. He's prone to guessing in the running game at times, and he's going to be 24 years old as a rookie. So, I mean, he's an older prospect, obviously, with that route he took to the NFL. But I mentioned that I was glad that that's not going to end up being the Eagles pick. It's not because I don't like the player. Jared Verse was number 13 on my board. It's because I think he's going to be an even front defensive end. So I think it's a really good pick there. I'm also glad it's not a pick that the Eagles are going to make.
I agree. I totally agree with everything Shane just said there.
Me too. So Steelers.
Is John making an announcement here?
No, I think he's just saying.
I think they're taking OL also.
I think the Steelers are absolutely going offensive line.
Yeah, they should. They should.
I think the Steelers could go a lot of ways, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
JP, Barton, any of them.
They kind of don't have a corner outside of Joey Porter Jr.
They could also go wide receiver. They could be a Brian Thomas Jr. landing spot.
Yeah, I think it's wide receiver, corner, or offensive line. So
yeah, my team needs were wide receiver, corner, interior O-line, offensive tackle for the Steelers. So it really
even Miami. I think Miami is loving this draft right now for Jackson Powers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they could easily do it too. Yeah,
this would be a good Jackson Powers Johnson spot.
Both of these would, Pittsburgh and Miami. Yeah.
Question for everybody here is: do we see a grown man, this guy, cry openly when Jackson Powers Johnson gets drafted?
If it's by the Cowboys,
I think the Cowboys have to do something flashy. I think the Cowboys try to do something sexy tonight.
Brian Thomas Jr. to the Cowboys.
Yeah, I like
that'd be
something
terrific.
like that.
That would be funny. I'd love that.
I'm shocked at the lack of wide receivers, man.
I'm not.
I am. I'm big time shocked.
I do think Dallas needs a second receiver for CD. It feels like they haven't had a legitimate second guy in a while now since Cooper left.
Where are we at on
since
our
they drafted him
now? How are those?
They drafted Lamb and got rid of Cooper. Yeah. Did they have a year together?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I loved that move. Then I thought that was a really smart pick. But
yeah,
the Steelers beat writer has him taking Xavier Worthy.
Wow, they need a receiver. They do, and it would make sense with Pickens. You get a speed guy to kind of go with your X. Like there's some logic to that. It's not crazy.
Yeah, no, definitely.
It's not the pick I would make. I would take one. Honestly, I think I'd take one of the corners. If you could look in a really if you could get Terrion Arnold here.
Please don't say that, man. Don't throw that into existence. Stop.
Yeah, I would hate to see it, but if I was a Steelers fan, I would want to put another corner on the other side of Porter Jr. and just
we got
our guys for the next.
I love the fact that Rob is most likely having a panic attack while watching this with us.
I
called it right as I said it.
I love it.
I love this
think too. Dallas sucks, baby.
I do think that, Mark, you've sold me on it. If I'm the Steelers, I think I would take my pick of cornerback here to go opposite Joey Porter Jr.
They've got nothing else.
Interior O-line is a big need for you, but Zach Frazier is probably going to be there in the second round when you're up at 51. You could go that route. I just think that corner probably makes a bigger impact than Jackson Powers Johnson does for them. And as for wide receiver, I like Brian Thomas Jr., but there's a lot of wide receivers that you could get later on. So I'm with you. I would take one of the corners here, I think, if I'm the Steelers.
Yeah,
I think they'll still go OL, but we'll see in a minute or two.
Yeah, let's hope. I mean, they certainly are taking their sweet time, although it does say the pick is in on my TV.
It does. I got that too.
William asks, what are the odds Mitchell is on the clock and how he takes an offensive tackle?
Pain.
Very good. Very good.
Very high.
I think the murder percentage goes way up in Philadelphia.
That's why we've been talking about during this draft watch party is that like this is going really well. Like offensive linemen are coming off the board.
Steelers pick is in.
All right. Who wants to announce it? Do we have
I got this one. Play my music. Pittsburgh Steelers select Troy Fashanu.
Yeah, baby, we're getting a corner. Let's go.
I'm taking an option out of how he's taking a bullet out of how he's going.
Mark. That's what I'm saying, brother, because I low-key thought that was a Howie pick, too. Because he plays with a nastiness that I really like, Troy Fashanu. And I swear, I'm not this biased towards Washington. Maybe I am. But I thought Fashanu is just a dog. This guy is an elite finisher. When he's out there, man, he is nasty. And he was really fun to watch at Washington.
They really just did take a bullet out of Howie's gun there. Because every time you hear they're going to take the tackle and they're going to move him inside and play offensive tackle once Lane left. Every time I heard that, people were talking about all these offensive linemen that it could be. And I kept coming back to like, that's Troy Fashanu. Like they're talking about one guy when they're saying that. And I think it's Fashanu. So I'm very, very happy that Pittsburgh took an option away from Howie.
Yeah. Oh, thank God. Now again.
Now you sit. And just say, we're good, baby. We're good. We're going to get one of the top defensive backs in the draft. And
Tyler Guyton.
That's the thing. This sets up for say if Miami goes and whatever, grabs whoever they want. And we have both corners on the board, say, and Howie goes ahead and does something else. Like that might be worse. I hate he was on the board, we should have drafted him type, move where we go somewhere else, That's worse for me.
That's why this guy scared me, Troy Fashanu, because like the way he plays on the interior, he doesn't have a lot of arm length, but like the way he can get to the second level, the way he can finish blocks, the way he can like be a Pro Bowl caliber player at right guard, I thought this guy had Howie written all over him. So I think we're all doing backflips right now that Fashanu is off the board and just another guy that we can kind of take a deep breath that is not available for the Eagles.
Yeah, Fashanu is a guy that I wrote in my scouting report of him that I think it might be iffy if he can play offensive tackle and that he is a really good fit for offensive guard. He just never played there. So there's some projection there, but he's an elite athlete. He's a really good run blocker. He excels getting out on the move. Like I said, like you said, I think he's a guy the Eagles would have loved. So I'm thrilled that he's off the board here. And, I think it's a great pick for the Steelers as well, who we talked about. They need offensive line help. I still think I would have gone cornerback here, but I don't hate this pick at all for them.
Really good pick. I'm a big fan of Troy Fashanu.
I'm a little worried here, but I think Johnny Newton has to be in play here for Miami.
Oh no,
the poor bunny.
I support it, Rufus.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah, agreed.
Don't do it on YouTube. They'll take your stream offline.
Yeah. Easter is coming around next year.
They might take our stream offline for reading that comment.
Hip hop out back.
This is Guyton, Chop, DeGene, we ride. I wouldn't hate.
Yeah,
I would love
DeGene. I mean,
I would love Cooper.
I like DeGene, but I would hate DeGene if Mitchell and Arnold are on the board.
No. I'm not going to do that. We need a corner. I'm not being picky.
I'm doing it.
Corner.
Yeah,
I don't like Quinyon like you guys do at all. I like DeGene much more than.
Well, the Falcons need a quarterback too. Apparently, I mean,
Rob.
I like DeGene more than Quinyon by a good bit. But if it's Quinyon, I'm celebrating. We need a corner. I'm fine with any of them. Give me Wiggins. I want Arnold. I want DeGene. I want Mitchell. I want Wiggins. I don't care. Just get me a corner.
No, I'd be pretty upset if they took DeGene over Arnold and Mitchell. I'm not pretty upset. I'm a little. I'll be like, because I still think Cooper DeGene is a very good prospect, but I think there's definitely a tier when it comes to Arnold and Mitchell and then DeGene. Because I don't think DeGene can hang on the boundary. That's just me.
We big time disagree on that for sure. That's our biggest disagreement this year, I think, me and Dives, because I think DeJean is every bit of an outside cornerback. I don't get the moving him around thing. I think he could be versatile, but I really think he can hang on the outside. But the DeJean thing, I'm not willing to be picky. We haven't drafted a corner since 2002.
So I'm thinking the Eagles, no matter what, shock the world. And just go ahead and do what we haven't done since 1979.
Yeah, I was waiting for Edgerrin Cooper to come.
Edgerrin Cooper, baby, let's go.
But here's what I'll say, and I know like we have these.
I would rather draft Spencer Rattler.
We have these value-based things cooked in our head of where guys are supposed to go. We're outside of the top 20, and Arnold and Mitchell are not there. So if they were to take DeJean over those guys, clearly those guys didn't go in the top 20. So the value that we thought that they had league-wide, they didn't have it. But sure. I'll just say, give me any of them. I want to make that clear. Anything outside of a corner, I'll take Kool-Aid at this point. I don't care. Anything outside a corner, I will be sad.
I'd be okay with Kool-Aid or DeJean or anybody. But
just want to let you guys know that you're over 3,000 views now, or eyes, sets of eyes watching you guys killing it the whole time. And you guys can get more of this tomorrow night for second round. Check it out. The same dais we have here. We'll be back kicking ass and taking names as they usually do. Shane's going to even be getting up earlier. He's going to be on Phil's show and Trending in the AM, talking about this first round and the craziness that we've already endured. You can check out the rest of the EOP Sports family coming up Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Plenty coming at you. So check it on out, guys. Keep up the great work.
Al, are you doing that thing where you're counting each person as 2 eyes? You're doubling your numbers here.
No, it's 3,000 plus sets of eyes. I promise.
Live viewers.
Well, that's a missed opportunity. You should say we got 6,000 eyes on us right now.
Yeah. Well, if somebody's like a lazy eye, it might be a little off on this count. So we'll go with that. Yeah.
So the Miami Dolphins are on the clock. John says their pick is in here.
Oh, there it is.
Oh,
we know it.
It'll make Ryan very happy. Miami. The Miami Dolphins are taking Edge Chop Robinson from Penn State.
Yes. Let's go.
This draft couldn't have not gone any better for me.
Seriously, so happy. Go.
Chop Robinson, what a reach. Oh my God.
Come on, Terrion Arnold.
Terrion Arnold is going to be a freaking Philadelphia Eagle, and we didn't have to trade up. Start the parade. Get the marching band. Let's go.
Whispers into the mic. I would trade
No.
back.
No. I don't want to hear it right now. We are on the clock officially. I don't want to
do not put that in.
I'd be willing to listen to Shane.
I'm muted. Yeah, we got to mute Shane right now. I don't want.
I'd be willing to trade back too, but I'll take Arnold too.
You're both gone.
Like,
you're booted.
If I'm the Eagles right now, I'm very comfortable taking 3 cornerbacks. And so I would definitely be looking to move back and nobody wants cornerbacks apparently. So I would be definitely open to that.
I don't know. I don't know if my heart could take that, Shane.
No.
There's not enough Tito's in my kitchen to handle that.
No.
The Texans are trying to move up to take the Eagles' spot.
There we go.
Are you serious?
Oh no, who's that from?
Where are the Texans at?
Dov Kleiman or something.
Yeah, but they're out of the first round.
He's an
right?
No, I don't like this at all. Take
Arnold.
Arnold's my best defensive player in this draft. Take him and just let's have a party.
Move on.
100% agree.
Don't overthink this.
Exactly.
They're overthinking it.
I'm not against trading back, but Arnold is also my number 1 defensive player, so I would be pretty hyped.
Let's
talk Chop Robinson.
Like Jalen Carter on the board, and you're like, maybe we'll trade back for a few spots.
Hey,
no.
Rob, you know what? Let's not talk Chop Robinson.
Rob says if they trade back, send me in the trade. The Houston Texans fans would love me in my film breakdowns. Just saying.
I thought he was saying send Rob. I thought Rob was offering up himself. I didn't get he was saying Shane.
Shane. Yeah.
But where Shane's head at is 1,000% where Howie Roseman's head is also
I know.
at. There's no doubt.
You guys drop comments here. We're approaching 3,500 of you guys watching the show. Drop your comments. Let us know what the Eagles should do here, and let's run through some of these. Jameson says, "Don't trade back. Take your guy." We've got it's going to be a lineman.
Don't do it.
No way they have all three corners rated the same. Don't get cute. Anthony says, "Take Arnold."
Yes.
I want Quinyon. He's going to be like Sauce. He says Quinyon's the best CB in the draft. Daniel says, "I love the chaos." It's crazy. This seems like such a chaotic draft. There's only been one trade, right?
Yeah.
Is it just one trade?
Wow, that's wild.
No. Wait, two trades, and the Vikings have done both of them, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's right. Wow, Vikings are crazy.
42 is where the Texans are. It says moving back to 42 would be bad, even if we got a first next year.
Yes.
This is coming from somebody who absolutely loves half of the second round right now. I don't want to do that.
Brandon from New Jersey says trade back.
Brandon from New Jersey is my guy. Shut up.
We got a BPA. We've got a great show, guys. You guys keep those comments coming. The Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock.
Rappaport needs to stop tweeting about the Chop Robinson pick. You're like just. It's
a bad pick. He was one of my most overrated prospects in the draft. This is a guy that is not a good run defender. You look at his skill set; it's all projection. His tools are incredible. His athleticism is absolutely elite. But at the end of the day, he's kind of like Nolan Smith in that it's going to take a couple years for him to put it together. And I think he could. And I think he could be one of the better edge rushers in the draft in a few years from now. But for me, this is such a reach. He's so far from a finished product, and his production against good competition was awful. I think he's a situational pass rusher at best. This is a huge reach.
Yeah, listen, the fact of the matter is that David was the highest on him at 25, and he goes to 21. So it just shows you that even according to us, this is a terrible, terrible pick. And James Franklin also needs to get off of my TV.
This makes me nervous, but there's reports that we were trying to move up in front of Pittsburgh. I can only imagine that's for Fauno.
It just stinks that didn't work out. I'm heartbroken.
All right, guys, are we ready? Are we ready for this?
That makes me nervous that this is Guyton still.
The Eagles are on the clock.
Why are you saying this?
3:31 remaining on the clock for the Philadelphia Eagles. If you're watching us live, let us know in the comment section. Who do you think it's going to be? David, real quick, who's it going to be?
Terrion Arnold.
Mark, who's it going to be?
Tyler Guyton, because I don't deserve nice things.
Saint, who's it going to be?
Johnny Newton.
Ryan, who's it going to be?
It's got to be Terrion Arnold. Let's go.
Oh my God.
Amadio's here to watch me collapse upon myself if this is Tyler Guyton.
Daniel's little finger. He's like, chaos is a ladder.
Ryan needs a Xanax.
We have got John in the house saying, give me Terrion Arnold, please. BR says trade back with the Cowboys so they get maybe Jackson Powers Johnson. I like that idea a lot.
It's the same idea as when they traded back to give you Devontae Smith, right? And they went back 2 spots from 10
Roger
to 12.
Goodell is on the stage, but the clock is still running.
Walking up.
Is there a trade?
Here's the thing about doing that is you would be trading behind Jacksonville, who is likely to take a cornerback. Although they did trade back when they could have had their pick.
Adam Schefter is now talking. What's going on right now?
Howie's on the phone doing something. What are you doing? Get off the phone, Howie.
I would say if you have both of those corners,
I've never
much the same.
He's just talking about the A.J. Brown trade while they're feeling tough.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I can't handle this.
I've never refreshed my feed this many times in my life.
And also, you guys jumped another 1,000 sets of eyes. You're up to 40.
Let's go.
Let's go.
We're over 40. Guys, if you're wherever you're watching,
400 eyes.
Please be sure to comment. Let us know your thoughts. The Eagles are on the clock. Minute and 36 remaining. Let's go.
There's my boy Jamie.
They're celebrating Howie's hype. It doesn't look like this isn't a trade, I don't think.
No.
He's probably calling the other GMs to say
This is Terrion Arnold, and they didn't have to move up to select Arnold.
Please cook, Howie. Please.
Steal.
Quinyon.
I'm going to be great with Quinyon Mitchell too. If they take Quinyon Mitchell,
I'll be great with any corner, corner of the 5. I don't care.
We're here. Jameson's saying Quinyon.
Well,
they're still on the clock on my end. I got them on the clock. I don't see what's happening.
They are under a minute on the clock.
I'm not even looking at the comments just in case.
Rob is saying he's calling Tyler Guyton.
The pick is in, but I don't see anybody announcing yet.
I see something that is like, it looks like a confirmation, but it's not a full-on confirmation, so I don't want to say it. Yeah, confirmation, the pick is in. The Eagles select cornerback Quinyon Mitchell from Toledo.
Let's go. God damn it.
It's not my guy in terms of the corners. Wouldn't have been my pick. He's my number 4 corner, and they took him 1. But like I said, I don't care. Get me a corner. Get him to me now for the next 10 years.
Yeah, my official statement on this pick I put out on Twitter 5 minutes ago when I said, give me Quinyon Mitchell or give me death.
Yes. Has anybody checked on Rob in the chat?
God, we have Rob is alive. We have
Rob's alive. All right.
We have Rob is alive. We have a lot of comments. Yes, the pick is in. Yes, it's Quinyon. Quinyon is a smooth athlete, man. Just unbelievable. Meteoric rise for Quinyon Mitchell throughout the draft process. Just dominated the Senior Bowl, made everyone look silly. At the Combine, he was one of the biggest stories with his measurables. Just an impressive 4-year career at Toledo. Field vision, anticipation, awareness, top-tier physical tools, man. When it comes to coverage, man, this guy, without a doubt, will be able to hang with some of the best receivers in football. He's more of a smooth athlete than he is, but I think this is just a home run selection, a draft selection by Howie Roseman. What do you guys think?
Love it. Everything you said, love it. I would have preferred Terrion Arnold, but Quinyon and Terrion were in the tier by themselves, in my opinion. I'm ecstatic, man. This is great.
Yeah. This is so good. This is so good. I was so absolutely worried that Howie was going to do something stupid and outsmart himself and take a tackle. And this is, I don't care about anything. I didn't want to tackle. He didn't give me a tackle, and that's fine. I love it. I'm in. I'm all the way in. Let's go. Let's get rid of James Trashberry. And
yes. That's it, right? Like, you don't have to rely on James Bradbury as CB2 next year. You got a legit CB1 upside prospect to grow, groom. Like, what's more fun than that? Before we get into some others, I got to say this. Like, there are some weaknesses. He can be over-aggressive at times, especially against double moves. He does have a little bit of a lack of experience, but overall, pound for pound, the Eagles have an unbelievable talent at cornerback that I think he will probably get more and more playing time as the season progresses, because I would imagine they're going to throw Bradbury and see what they got with Vic Fangio from the jump. What do you think, guys?
If Bradbury takes 1 snap over Quinyon Mitchell this year, the entire Eagles coaching staff should be launched to the moon. On Quinyon Mitchell, I think I was the highest on Quinyon Mitchell. He was my CB1. He was the top 10 player on my board.
Mine's is higher, actually.
Dang it. Shut up, Mark. He led FBS in forced incompletions over the last 2 seasons. Per PFF, he had the highest grade in man coverage and the 4th highest grade in zone coverage in 2023. He is extremely fast, 23.6 miles per hour on the GPS this season. He's physical. He has excellent click and close from off coverage. Now, he's inexperienced in press coverage. What do the Eagles never, ever, ever, ever do? They never press. I think I agree with Eagles Eric here. Mitchell's such a good scheme fit. He's so good from off coverage. He's so versatile. I know a lot of the trepidation comes from the fact that he played at Toledo, a team who we realized on our draft podcast Mark did not know the mascot of. You can check Twitter for that clip. But I love this pick, and I love even more that it's top 10 player on my board. I got to move my finger because we're in squares now. Top 10 player on my board, hit a huge position of need. You're not reaching for a need here. He's one of the best players available at a huge position of need, and you didn't have to trade up for it. That's a slam dunk A+ pick for me.
So I want to throw this out there to the universe. I was the highest on Quinyon Mitchell among all of us here. Go ahead, Mark.
I was much lower than all you guys on Quinyon. I had him 19th overall. But I did have Quinyon number 5 on my Eagles big board. As you guys know, I was extremely passionate about them getting a corner. So I am a little bit more concerned about the small school aspect than you guys are. The best receiver he played against this year would probably not have made the top 25 for Terrion Arnold's receivers that he played against this season. That is something that I think everyone's going to undersell it now because we made the pick. But the reason that I'm not overly concerned, the reason that I have him 19th and I still had him very solidly as a first-round pick is because he has that speed that I think is going to translate no matter what level he's playing against. And like Shane said, in this system, one of the big knocks on him, not a guy who's probably going to line up and play press, but we don't do that at all anyway. And in a Fangio defense, I think he makes an absolute ton of sense as a zone corner. He's got enough speed to handle it. So I love the pick. Would I have made it? I would have taken Arnold or DeJean, but it's absolutely something that I'll give it an A-. I'm ecstatic about it.
The Eagles should trade 50 and 53 for pick 23 and go get Terrion Arnold.
Someone said Sauce Gardner went to Cincinnati. School doesn't matter. There's a huge difference between the American Conference, where Sauce Gardner was on a team that made the playoffs and he played Notre Dame, and Quinyon Mitchell playing in the MAC. There's a massive difference there.
I'm just ecstatic that they got one of their guys, Quinyon Mitchell and Terrion Arnold, without moving up.
Yes, that's the biggest thing.
50 and 53. We still have picks 50 and 53. We have ammo still available to make a move if we need to. Day 2 to get the guy we need, linebacker, safety, you name it. But my God, or wide receiver, who knows what wide receivers will be available at the top of round 2, because they haven't really, that run hasn't happened yet at that position. But the fact that we didn't have to do anything, like my guy said up there, this draft could not have gone any better for the Philadelphia Eagles, man.
Yeah, no, this is absolutely a home run for Howie. There was talks all day, all week, all month about Howie on the phones, talking to this guy, talking to that guy. And yeah, listen, the fact of the matter is, wow. Yeah, this is such a home run pick. And honestly, I like Quinyon. He's a little bit faster than Terrion Arnold. And considering who we have in the division, I think that is going to bode well for opposite of Darius Slay.
I thought you were about to say he's a little bit faster than James Bradbury for some reason.
I'm faster than James Bradbury.
And I was going to say he's faster than James Bradbury running backwards.
No, his back pedal is legit. Like, this is what you want out of Quinyon Mitchell. Like, his back pedal, his athleticism, his coverage ability. That is the bread and butter of Quinyon Mitchell, man. That is what you're buying.
By the way, the Jags. Yeah. I think we could probably continue with the Eagles conversation, but the Jags did take Brian Thomas Jr.
Okay, that's our first wide receiver taken in quite some time.
Not draft related. Al sent it in the chat. Joel Embiid is being treated for a mild case of Bell's palsy this week. Why?
That must have been why his eye was doing that the other night.
Why are the Sixers the most cursed organization in the history of organizations or curses?
So people were saying about his eye, like in game 2.
I mean, that's insane.
Yeah.
My
It's like
friend
his
had
face
that.
freezes.
It was really bad. It was really bad.
That's part of the symptoms of that. Like, it freezes part of your face. It's like
Yeah, that's
stroke-like
nuts.
thing.
That seems like a awful side effect of whatever happened. It seems
Right.
terrible.
All right, let's
Headache,
get some.
drooping face, and yeah, that's terrible.
That's hard.
By the way, can I just say one more thing on the Quinyon Mitchell pick? We've been talking about our surplus value. Quinyon Mitchell clocks in as a surplus value of plus 10.6. which is almost double the second best value of the draft according to our big boards. So I can pop this up on the screen here. Quinyon Mitchell drafted at 22. On average, we had him at 11.4. By far the best value of the draft according to our boards, which were set before the draft. So if you're an Eagles fan who trusts our analysis, you should be thrilled here.
Yeah,
that's good.
People are going to come after me because I have him 19th, but I had him number 5 on my Eagles big board. I'm extremely happy, and the thing that Dives hit on that makes me the most happy about it, they have 50 and 53. Didn't have to move up. They stayed there. They got a corner. Now they got the obvious desperate need out of the way. I think linebacker is a desperate need as well. But besides that, now you can really kind of let Howie cook, and you can let Howie do whatever he wants to do. Best player available. Up and down a little bit. It really opens things up.
The idea that it's now legit possible that we could get one of my top 2 corners. Yeah, I wanted Arnold number 1, no doubt. But Arnold was my number 7 prospect on my big board. Quinyon Mitchell was number 8. And now I would have traded up for him. And now the fact that it's realistic that you could get Quinyon Mitchell and an Edgerrin Cooper or a Junior Colson on day 2, I'm starting to freak out a little bit, guys. The anxiety's just getting worse.
Tomorrow is going to be insanity with me. If we are even remotely on the board when Edgerrin Cooper is on the board, I don't think my pacing is going to cut it. I'm going to be chugging alcohol.
I don't think he gets drafted before 50. I think he'll be there.
Oh, God, help me if he is.
They're going to be able to get one of the top 7 or 8 wide receivers in this draft, too. I mean, if they wanted the wide receiver, I mean, it's unbelievable.
If you get Cooper and Legette, I'd be done.
No, that'd be insane.
I'm not even the biggest Worthy guy, but I'm just trying to think of the fit. Like, imagine you just put Worthy speed on the field with AJ and Devontae and Goddard. Hey, deal with that. Like,
I'd rather
it'd be crazy.
Another Texas receiver.
All right, let's go.
You'd rather Mitchell?
No. Well, not receiver, but pass catcher.
Oh, Jatavian.
We have the Cowboys on the clock. They're probably going to go Jackson Powers Johnson. This is going to be a home run selection.
David, do we have Kleenex?
I got crocodile tears ready to come. We're good.
Hey, guys, breaking news. Dallas sucks.
Thank you, Al, for that wonderful insight.
Coyle says Philly got 3 wins today. Phillies win 5-0. Sixers get a 50-piece from Joel Embiid and a W. Sixers still alive. And the Eagles have a home run, A+ first round. Kai says, anybody here going to Brazil? I will not be going to Brazil. I don't even trust myself.
I'm getting married this year. I can't be flying to Brazil as well.
There it is.
Yeah, Al,
there it is. There
Al,
it is.
Are you gonna
Al, we can't hear you, man.
Al, we can't hear you. I forgot that I should be plugging people going to Brazil.
Yeah.
Not the opposite.
Go to Brazil.
Go to Brazil.
What a wedding present this would be. Just tell all the people, register at phillysportstrips.com right now. Sign up for that Brazil trip. Sign up for them all. Go to phillysportstrips.com so you can watch Quinyon Mitchell play in Brazil in midnight. Oh, actually, probably won't be in midnight green because you're not allowed to wear green there. That's a whole other story for a whole different day.
Yeah.
Go to Brazil.
Go to Brazil,
Go to Brazil.
Go to Brazil.
Micah Parsons is crying about the Eagles pick on his.
Oh, of course he is. Shut up, dude.
Oh my God, dude.
Whiny little bitch. Shut up.
He just needs to come to Philadelphia already.
Did you guys see the clip?
Kid is a stud.
Did you guys see the clip of him and CJ Stroud on a podcast together where they were like drawing up a play or picking their lineup and then drawing up a play to convert a 4th and 3 against each other?
I didn't see it.
Okay, it was pretty funny. It was good content. I'll have to see if I can dig it up and send it to you guys again.
Yeah. All right, but anyway, the Cowboys have 2 minutes on the clock. Do they trade back? Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Cowboys should take Newton.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think
Najee Smith pick.
Man, this has been a wild draft, man. This is
Where are we at? Number 24?
one of the all-time drafts that I'll remember forever.
And again, there's only been 2 trades, and they were both the Vikings.
Yeah, that's so
crazy. And the fact of the matter is that the Vikings made the trade prior to the draft, and then they made 2 during the first round as well.
God, I low key love a scenario where Cooper DeJean falls out of the first round, and the Eagles trade up and like put him at like slot and safety and
whatever. Just go out.
Oh my God!
What?
So, is anyone on this stream a wrestling fan at all? I know Dives and Shane aren't. David, Ryan, are either of you wrestling fans?
I'm gonna quasi follow it.
No, I don't know if Al. I think Al might be.
Yes.
Tony Khan. I don't know if Al is aware of what happened to Tony Khan on Wednesday night. He runs the All Elite Wrestling, the other wrestling company other than WWE. And for the first time, he's owned the company for 3 or 4 years. First time he got involved in a TV angle, he got attacked, quote unquote. It's obviously a television show, but he got attacked. And they gave him a couple moves. They attacked him in the ring. They had his dad come out. They made a whole big deal of it. They just showed the Jags on NFL Network, and Tony Khan was in a neck brace. So he's selling the wrestling angle. I have to find the.
Is he the son of the Jags owner?
No, he is the Jags owner.
Oh, he is the Jags. Oh wait, that's the Jags owner.
And he also owns like Wimbledon and all that stuff.
We got to trade, man. We got to trade.
What, did Dallas trade out?
They did.
Nice.
Man, did I not say that?
The Lions are on the clock.
Ooh, wide receiver.
Ooh, what linebacker are the Lions taking this year?
The Edgerrin Cooper dream ends now, man.
David, don't you?
There's Tony Khan in his neck brace. That's what everyone.
Wait, who's that awesome.
His dad is actually the owner. That's Shad Khan behind him.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I was thinking.
His son is basically Richie Rich from the movie Richie Rich. He gets to play. He gets to play out his dreams of being an NFL GM and a wrestling owner. It's basically like the movie Little Big League. His dad's rich, so he gets to be the
Little
GM.
Big League. Underrated. Oh!
This is a lot better than him going to Dallas.
Sad news, but Terrion Arnold now to the Detroit Lions.
That's a
good selection. Now they got Terrion Arnold and Brian Branch in that secondary.
That's crazy.
That's awesome, man. Good for Detroit.
That's a
good
good
for
pick.
Detroit. Happy about that. I love Terrion Arnold, man.
The best pick of the night.
It might be. It's really solid. But yeah, this guy's nasty, man. Like excellent run supporter, physical tackler. He's not as elite in coverage as Quinyon Mitchell, but he's still amazing. This guy has played on the boundary in the slot. I think his tape was the most impressive tape I've watched of any defensive player in this draft. He was all over the place for Bama, playing at the highest level of the SEC. Man, I love Terrion Arnold, and Detroit made an amazing selection.
And he's 2 years younger almost than Quinyon is. And he's only played corner for 2 years of his entire football career, which is pretty crazy how acclimated he became so quickly. That was one of the reasons I had him so high on the board and a little higher than Quinyon because of his age and just you're gambling that he can continue to keep improving. He was a former safety and he plays like one. He hits like one. He plays in the box against the run like one. He's a fantastic selection by them. Did we see what they traded? What Dallas got?
I haven't seen it yet. No.
Hopefully, it's a bag of peanuts.
I don't know. Maybe we should hope it's a lot. I think the Lions are a bigger threat in the NFC than the Cowboys are.
All right. I am updating our prop bet sheet, and I'll have an update in a second.
Good. I can see.
Sorry, I'm doing a terrible job hosting now. The Eagles drafted, and I immediately moved into have to respond to a million tweets mode. I really do think that the Lions just stole the draft, though. I think that was the best pick of the draft. That was at their biggest position of need. They got my number, I think 7 or 8 player in the draft. I mean, wow. Yeah, great job here. By
Our surplus value agrees with that. It's a surplus value of 16.4, which is the new best value of the draft so far.
Sure is. Yeah. And Mark and Dodge, you had him at 7. David had him at 5. I was at 8, and Shane at 11.
Yeah, Quinyon's a beast, man. Let's talk prop bets and look at where we're sitting. I'm going to throw this up to our screen. So we all got it correct on Brian Thomas Jr. and Rome Odunze as the 3rd and 4th wide receiver. Me and David got Laiatu Latu as the first defensive player off the board. David also got Dallas Turner as the 2nd. 3rd offensive lineman drafted was me, Olu Fashanu, and then Shane and David getting cornerback for the Philadelphia Eagles in round 1. Very happy about that I was dead wrong. When it comes to over-unders, this is interesting. I'm the only one that went over on Graham Barton as we sit here at pick number 25. We also have Cooper DeJean still on the board. A lot of us got that wrong. And then another one was Michael Penix Jr. Of course, I had it under. I can't believe I had that. And then Quinyon Mitchell. 3 of us thought he would be under 13.5. And then, yeah, that looks pretty good. So I'll have an updated score on this one. But it looks like wide receivers drafted in round 1 could be under. We'll get there in a second.
Oh,
and that's that. I'll get a quick score in a second.
According to YouTube comments here, the Cowboys got 29 and 73 for 24 and a 2025 7th round pick. So
seems like pretty good.
I like that trade.
Basically, the Cowboys picked up a 3rd rounder to move back from 24 to 29.
But I love it for Detroit to go and get Arnold. I think that's absolutely worth it.
Yeah.
I think if you would have told Detroit before the draft that all they would have had to give up was that to get Terrion Arnold, they would have done it 10 times out of 10.
The Cowboys are clearly circling Jackson Powers Johnson and Graham Barton for that pick. So
Zach Frazier.
Yeah. Graham Barton is a guy that I think the Packers should be really interested in right here. The Packers don't really need anything, right? They had the youngest team in the NFL last year and made the playoffs. Picks in. Okay. Who did they take?
Offensive tackle Jordan Morgan.
Oh, your boy Mark.
I love Jordan Morgan. That's my guy. I love to see Jordan Morgan sneak it into the 1st round. A lot of people did not have him even close to where I kind of had him lined up. I think I had him at 26, I believe. But 6'5", 311, 9.0 relative athletic score, 3-year full-time starter, played 8 games and started 4 before that. So just a ton of snaps, only gave up 3 sacks and only gave up 3 quarterback hits over the last 2 years, an 87.3 pass blocking grade. I think he's one of the best pass blockers in this class at any position on the offensive line. So Jordan Morgan, just a guy that I'm surprised didn't get more buzz in the industry in general. And I'm surprised he didn't get kind of leveled up to that next tier of tackles. Because to be quite honest with you, I don't think he's that far off from guys I rank around him, like JC Latham, like Troy Fountaino. I think he's better than Tyler Guyton, who I guess he went before now. But I'm surprised he didn't get more buzz.
Do you have any concerns about him sticking at tackle versus having to move to the interior?
No, I really don't. I think he's big enough. Like, I mean, the relative athletic score tells you he's got all the athletic traits to stay on the outside. He played at a on a team in college that played somewhat of a pro style, at least in terms of throwing the ball an absolute ton. So he blocked for a ton of true pass block sets. Like, I believe in him to stick there. I'm kind of more bullish on guys sticking at the position when they're good at it in college. I try not to get too bogged down in certain things that get people tripped up that I don't even necessarily bear themselves out on tape. So, yeah, I love Morgan. If I didn't think he was a tackle, I probably wouldn't have him 26th.
That's where I had a little bit of concerns. He's 9th percentile arm length, and I think he's pretty heavy-footed, like in pass protection. So I wondered if he wouldn't be best like as a guard, so you don't have him on an island like that in pass protection. He like overwhelms guys as a run blocker. So I don't know. To me, he seemed like an interior guy, maybe, but he just didn't play there. And so that's why I was a little lower on him than you, which I still had him at 38 overall. So I'm fine with that pick there for the Packers. That's just a question that I have for him about him.
It's kind of funny. The guy that I compared him to and the size comp is Braxton Jones, who we had at the beginning of this show. A little bit of not a disagreement, but just I think he's probably an average offensive tackle in the NFL. If you took all the starters, I think Braxton Jones is probably right in the middle. I think Jordan Morgan profiles as like an average starter at offensive tackle. Maybe if you bounced him inside, maybe he would be a little better. But I do think he can play tackle, would be where I'd land.
Looks like the Lions gave up their 3rd round pick to move up.
Yeah. And they got a 7th back. I'm sorry, who took Arnold there?
The Lions?
Or, not
Lions.
Arnold. Who took Morgan?
The Packers took Jordan Morgan.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Nice.
Who do y'all think has the best pick of the night so far?
Arnold. I think Terrion Arnold. Yeah.
I think it's Eagles too, man. I think it's Eagles are up there as well. How do you not give today for getting one of the arguably the top corner in the draft without trading up and still having 2 picks in the top 53?
And don't forget about Denver getting Bo Nix at 12, man. That was awesome.
I was gonna say Minnesota because I love the Dallas Turner pick, but I guess they didn't have to give up anything to get JJ, but I don't love the JJ pick, obviously. So Turner, good one.
I think the team that is the most thrilled about how the first round has played out is the Vikings, because they walked into the night prepared to spend 2 first-round picks on JJ McCarthy, and they walked out with JJ McCarthy and Dallas Turner. So I think the Vikings are thrilled about how the first round played out so far.
I like the Colts selection of Laiatu Latu as well.
I like the Bears selection of Caleb Williams. I thought that was really smart. Thought they really, they took their time tonight. A lot of options on the board, but they got it done.
Yeah,
their Odunze pick was really good, though.
Is there any world where you're Howie Roseman and you trade 2 second rounders to get up, or not even 2 second rounders, but you trade up to get to the back end of like round 1 or top of round?
I don't think so. I think everyone's around the same now.
You just stay put?
Yeah, I mean, who's really available that's that much better than
Newton, maybe?
Yeah, Newton is a.
I was thinking Darius Robinson.
Yeah,
I don't like Darius Robinson in the first round.
I mean, I have Newton 8th best available right now. So yeah, I just don't have my highest available player. I loved Cooper DeJean. I have him up at 12. You guys have him 15, 18, 19. But we're not going to trade up we're not getting a corner.
Right.
By our consensus big board, the top players left is Jackson Powers Johnson, Cooper DeJean, Nate Wiggins, Johnny Newton, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Graham Barton, and Tyler Newbin.
Taking the corners out, it's really just and they're not going to trade it for a safety when they just.
It's Johnny Newton's only guy, really.
It's JPJ, and it's Newton. Yeah, in terms of that. And am I missing anyone? I wanted to take a look at my rankings, see if there's anyone I'm missing.
If you're asking me if I would trade 50 and 53 to move up to 33 tomorrow night and get Jackson Powers Johnson, yes, I would.
I definitely wouldn't do that.
I know the consensus will not do that, but yes, I will.
That the trade value chart there would be whacked off.
Oh, it'd be terrible.
Trading 2 seconds for a second. But I get what you're saying. I would love to make sure.
I mean, I'd want something back, but yeah.
Yeah. For sure.
Let's talk Tampa Bay here. So Tampa Bay is on the clock right now. They re-signed Baker Mayfield and Mike Evans this offseason. So apparently they're going to try to make a go of it in the weak NFC South. They could use still wide receiver help potentially.
Oh, well.
they could also use interior offensive line. That's where I was going. So to me, this is a great landing spot for Graham Barton or Jackson Powers Johnson. But I also realize we're hitting that part of the show where I'm just saying the same name over and over. Because I think it's the best player
funny?
left.
Either would be great.
I talked about this, and this just shows like I am the worst at predicting what's actually going to happen in a draft. I'm just bad at it. I don't know. I don't know what GMs are going to do. I like predicting like how the players are how I grade the players. That's what I like to do. I came into this thinking, so many teams need interior offensive line. There's no way all these guys are going to fall. We're sitting here, Barton, Frazier, Jackson Powers Johnson. They're all available. Fountaino, who might be an interior lineman, like went later than maybe we thought he was going to at certain points of the process. So it turns out teams still don't care about the interior offensive line.
I love Cooper too. I mean, he's a fantastic interior lineman. I mean, I don't know. They could probably get him at 50 or 53 tomorrow night, but that's a fantastic pick.
That's a classic.
Yeah.
Cooper Beebe, I would be so happy if they took
Me
him.
too.
I would love that pick.
It's a classic case. I love Cooper Beebe. So PFF has Cooper Beebe ranked like 123. So I've mocked Cooper Beebe to like half the teams in the NFL. When I do my like one team mocks for all these different teams. So I thought naturally before looking at everyone else's rankings, I'll be the highest guy on Cooper Beebe and I'll be the guy who loves him. I have him 56th. Turns out I'm by far the lowest on him compared to you guys. Like Shane has him 37, Dives has him 35, David has him 39, Ryan has him 44. I came in like, Beebe, my guy. I'm a hater.
With the number 26 pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select offensive lineman Graham Barton out of Duke.
Yeah, it's a good pick.
Great pick.
Just pound for pound a football player like a Skoronski that I think is just going to be a legit Pro Bowl upside football player, man. Shane, this was your boy.
Yeah. So I think I was really high on Graham Barton. I'm trying to find him in my notes here so I had him at 20th overall on my big board. He was my 6th ranked offensive lineman, my 2nd ranked interior offensive lineman. 9.99 relative athletic score. He played center in 2020, was a 3-year starter at left tackle after that. I think there's a chance he could play all 5 positions in the NFL potentially, but he's more than likely going to be an interior offensive lineman. He's going to play guard or center for you. He keeps a low center of gravity, and he's got great strength and balance out of his stance, which is really important if you're snapping the ball. You got to be able to stay on balance doing all that. He thrives getting to the second level in the running game, which, again, pulling as a center, pulling as a guard. Eagles fans are well aware of how important that can be for teams, how you can weaponize that. And he's got great grip strength. Like, he's so good at latching on to guys and twisting defensive linemen out of running lanes. The reason I think he's interior is he's got below average length even for an interior guy. 29th percentile arm length as an offensive guard. He gave up a lot of inside pressures on an island on the edge, but I think you can mitigate all of that by moving him to the interior. So I love that pick. I mean, that was the pick I said 5 minutes ago. This should be the Graham Barton spot. I think the Buccaneers got a steal here.
Who's up now? The Cardinals?
Yes.
We're going defense, I guess.
They're up again at 35, by the way, which makes sense. Interesting.
I think we should do some trivia.
Let's do it.
All right. Quick trivia break.
I'll be back right after trivia, so you guys can skip me.
All right, let's get some trivia action going here. Shane, you're on the clock here. Get ready.
All right.
NFL draft trivia coming at you.
Do we want to announce the pick real fast before we do it?
Sure.
The 27th pick, Arizona Cardinals, Darius Robinson. So Shane was right. They invited him for a reason.
Yeah. Great pick.
Dives, you really liked Robinson, right?
Yeah, Darius Robinson was my guy, man. He was a 3-year defensive tackle. Moved to edge in 2024. one of the true winners of the Senior Bowl and Combine draft process. More of a run defender. This guy still needs to develop his pass rush moveset, and it'll come. And he's raw. But what he does bring is excellent run defense. This guy is one of those dudes you watch on tape. When he grabs ball carriers, they just fall like rag dolls. It's really fun to watch. So he's a developing pass rusher, and I think he has 3-down upside at the next level. Elite. I obviously start with the measurables. 6'5", 296 pounds, amazing length. He looks looking good too, by the way, at the NFL draft here. So Darius Robinson is one of my guys. Where was I on my big board? Because I thought he was a first round talent all the way, and
I had him in the teens. I think.
Where were you, David?
I think I had him in the teens. He's one of my favorite players in the draft. I love that dude, man.
David had him at 19, Dibes 25, Ryan 26, Mark 41, and I had him at 46.
Yeah, he's just an elite toolsy kind of dude that, within a few years could be one of the better defensive linemen that has come out of this draft.
He's so versatile.
Yeah, especially with Howie and how he likes to kind of throw guys inside, outside, with Milton Williams maybe getting more money and the Eagles not being able to afford him. I thought Darius Robinson was a real Eagles target.
I agree. That's one of the reasons I think Johnny Newton could truly be in play, like your scenario of moving up. I mean, if he keeps falling, that would be a fantastic pick.
Yep.
Little stream alert here. We just crossed 6,000 live viewers. So to everybody that is watching, thank you guys for joining Edge of Philly Sports first round draft coverage. We will be live also throughout all of day 2. We'll be doing more draft trivia throughout day 2. It'll be maybe a little less structure around the picks because day 2 is a little crazy. They start flowing in fast. But we'll be talking all the teams, doing the trivia, hanging out with you guys. So make sure you plan to join us at 7 o'clock tomorrow night for rounds 2 and 3.
So I really like this selection. I'm biased, but this is one of my favorite selections of the draft. By far better than Chop. By far better than Bo Nix.
Bo Nix.
This is a very good pick. Should we go back to trivia or talk draft? What do you guys want?
Bills are trading out.
Oh, really?
I don't know to who, but yeah, they're trading out. Their beat writer just put it.
All right, Shane, guess that round. Walter Payton.
I was just sitting back down, and Shane's playing drops at me while I'm not here.
I didn't even do that. Somebody else did that. Oh, man. Walter Payton. I don't know. This feels like one of those guys that was like a 4th round draft pick or so. I have no clue. Let's say he was a 4th round draft pick.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
That is incorrect. He was a 1st round selection. I hit the wrong button. But anyway, I'll fix that later.
Well, I wasn't born yet.
Actually, fun fact, I actually got to meet him.
Really?
Yeah, those are cool. That's a different story.
I think he was the 4th pick, not the 4th round. I think he was the 4th overall.
Was he really?
I think so.
All right, Mark,
I was a big fan of him.
Which college has produced the most draft picks in NFL history?
Wow.
Alabama, USC, Notre Dame, or Miami?
I'm going to assume it's Alabama. I don't know the answer. I'm going to say Alabama. I saw that Nick Saban before tonight had 49 first-round picks produced.
Wow.
The next highest coach is at 33. So he retired 16 above. And then so he got Latham, Arnold. Did he get a 3rd tonight? Latham, Arnold. I'm missing someone obvious, aren't I?
Dallas Turner.
Dallas Turner. So he got 3. 52. He didn't get Braswell or Kool-Aid, but he got 52. Is it Alabama?
Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
That is incorrect.
Wow.
The correct answer is Notre Dame.
Oh my God.
That's funny.
That's just that's just a time. That's a time thing. Where I'm sure Notre Dame, like if you were on Notre Dame in the 50s or the 60s, you probably got drafted no matter what. Like if you played on Notre Dame, you probably just got drafted.
Oh,
That's because
come
they were the only team you could watch on TV.
Yeah.
I
Can
feel
I
like
have this one?
Nah.
Yeah, Al,
Get out of here, Al.
Al gets this
Yeah.
one. What do
Get
you
out
want?
of here, Al.
All right, go ahead, Ryan.
Obviously, it's the 6th round.
The 6th round, final answer?
Wait, what?
Are you serious?
Wait, 190.
Yeah, what's the number? Come on, you should know this.
98. It was 198.
Close.
That's not 6th round, bro.
198. What is that? Is that the 7th?
I'm looking for a round.
5? Is it?
Who did
Wow.
Buffalo trade
You're
with?
forgetting comp picks.
Oh yeah, you're right. Oh,
You're
man.
talking yourself out of this.
I am. Wait a minute. What is happening right now?
Kirk Cousins' agent just put out a statement. Oh my God.
Always stick to your first gut
Yeah,
feeling.
no, it's 6th round. It is the
Are
6th
you
round.
sure?
Yeah.
I almost had him.
Your final
You
guess.
totally made me totally rethink my whole logic of football.
That
I
is
would
correct.
if David hadn't been sitting on your other shoulder telling you to stick with it, I had you.
Thank you, David. I appreciate it. I hope KPJ falls to the Eagles at 50.
All right. David, last one before we get back to the draft here.
Ah,
All right,
Where did
hold
it
on.
go?
That doesn't count.
Robo.
Yeah, we just did that one.
That doesn't
I could have got that one, dang it.
I would have helped you there, David.
All right, what decade was the first NFL draft held? The 20s, the 30s, the 40s, or the 50s?
Oh my gosh.
The Chiefs just traded.
Chiefs are Xavier Worthy.
Bills, why would you let that happen? Why would you even do that if you're the Bills? Like, you should have a rule like we're willing to trade with every team except
But
for the
the
one
Chiefs.
who always beats us in the playoffs.
Wait, we didn't
The
do
Eagles were a team in 1933, so I'm going to go 30s. I have no clue. But
The 30s is correct. Well done, sir.
He's had no
I
clue on
called
any of
it.
these, and he's got them all right.
Yeah, he's killing
I
it.
called this pick for the last 3 months.
Xavier Worthy time, right?
Xavier Worthy to the Chiefs.
At 28.
Is it
28.
official? It's officially
Yeah,
in?
that's official.
God, why did that
predicted
happen?
that so many times on my radio show, elsewhere. Patrick Mahomes was tweeting about it during the combine. That was a Patrick Mahomes pick. Brett Veach let Patrick Mahomes make the pick.
Yeah, I was going to say, where is he in the draft room there?
He's a great
I
prospect.
can't wait till he catches a 95-yard touchdown pass in overtime to knock the Bills out of the playoffs.
Yeah, for real.
Oh my God.
God, what a terrible decision, man.
Why?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
and
just,
they need
you're allowed to
wide
trade with
receiver.
every other team.
And you know what the Bills need more than anything?
Him.
A wide receiver.
Yes. I mocked him to the Bills. God, that is terrible.
Can I play devil's advocate for a second?
Sure.
All right. I want to talk a little bit about Xavier Worthy, who was one of my prospects that I was a little bit unsure about because a lot of people are freaking out about 40-yard dash times. And, yeah, he blew it up with a 40-yard dash. You look at, all the Texas receivers, all of them were elite. You could even include JT Sanders in there. But when you're talking about one of the elite burners of combine history, then how in hell was this guy 139th in college football last year in yards per completion? How in the world is that possible? I tell you, it's his size. This guy is 5'11", 160 pounds, bottom 1% for receivers when it comes to weight. He's just 21 years old, but he needs to learn how to get off blocks in the NFL. And, if you project him to play in the slot, he's definitely a work in progress. There's a big projection there because he didn't participate in any of the agility drills at the combine. If you're selecting this guy, you're betting on this guy being an incredible athlete to kind of grow and build muscle, gain weight. And there's good argument that, he could fulfill that role. But The fact is he played 90% of his snaps on the outside at Texas. And if this guy is going to be an elite receiver in the slot, I think that's a little concerning. And that's why he made my most overrated prospects. We're talking about a first rounder that's all projection. If we're going to say Chop Robinson's all projection, why can't we call the same for Xavier Worthy?
The thing is,
counterpoint. Go ahead.
The thing is, Dives, you're going to get old takes exposed on that now because he's going to Patrick Mahomes, so he's probably going to
and he's going to Andy Reid.
Game.
I mean, Andy Reid had Deshaun Jackson. He was a stud. He had Tyreek Hill. He was a stud. And
he had Kadarius Toney.
Yes. And
he's bad.
Deshaun Jackson and Worthy are almost the same size. If you look up their draft size and weight, they're almost the same guy.
Yeah, no, and Andy Reid's definitely a factor in it. This is less even like a worthy thing for me, and it would apply for all the receivers that I like, at least. If it was Legette, if it was Worthy, if it was Brian Thomas, if it was Troy Franklin, A.D. Mitchell, throw a ton of names, I'd be like, you know what, they're probably going to be an all-pro now. Like, it's just how it works, especially in that system. But I think Patrick Mahomes is simply that good. But Xavier Worthy, this isn't a one-to-one comp. I've slacked on showing a lot of these, to be honest. Maybe I'll run through a couple of them. I actually wanted to show Quinyon's. I definitely will.
By the way, I love Tank. Tank Dell was one of my favorite prospects.
It's not an exact comp because Tank Dell's 3 inches shorter, but they're both 165. Xavier Worthy was a lot faster, obviously.
Dude, but like Tank Dell, his change of direction was so ridiculous. Is Worthy at that level?
I don't know. I think it's an interesting.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Here's the trade. What you want to know? What the Bills got for moving back?
It's not a lot. It's like 95, and they gave up like 130, right?
Yeah, they pick swapped all the way around. So
yeah,
28 to 32, 133 to 95, and 248 to 221.
Anyway,
Reed's going to turn that kid into a menace, man.
Real quick,
Xavier Worthy did not have the release of a Tank Dell.
I have a feeling if this was a non-NFL draft pod, I think me and David would have a long argument about the whole Andy Reid credit versus Patrick Mahomes credit conversation.
Andy Reid's done it for 22 years, but yeah, I'd love that discussion.
He didn't win a single thing before he had Patrick Mahomes, but
that's completely untrue. But go ahead.
In terms of a Super Bowl,
and you didn't say he didn't win a Super Bowl. You said he didn't win a thing. The guy was in 5.
I think you knew what I was referring to. I think you knew
five of them.
You knew what I was referring to, but yeah,
no, I didn't.
I think it was clear. But Quinyon Mitchell, I wanted to pop up this RAS comp. Quinyon Mitchell, this is pretty solid.
I loved Greg Newsome too.
Yeah, and obviously he's panned out incredibly well. He's been a really, really solid player in the NFL. And then obviously not quite as exact. Devin Witherspoon, a little slower, a little smaller. I don't think Quinyon's as physical as Witherspoon is. He's a dog, Quinyon, for sure. But Witherspoon, one of the more like just dog corners I've ever evaluated coming out of college in terms of its physicality. And I think it's part of why so many people fell in love with Witherspoon. But just a couple interesting Quinyon comps I wanted to throw up there.
Let's go to some comments here while Dallas is on the clock. Shoot, I had it highlighted here. Okay. Somebody said they thought Baltimore was going to move ahead of Dallas. That one didn't come up. Anthony says, this is cool. The best drafts coverage I've ever watched. Glad I ditched WIP this year. Glad you guys are all here hanging out with us. Again, we'll be doing this all night tomorrow night. Coyle apparently knew the Notre Dame one. That was, I guess I'm like 10 minutes old on the comments here, but BR says definitely the best coverage, intelligent talk, and analysis.
And
WIP.
Shane can't hear the draft noise. Let me play it again.
I said I'm reading some comments.
Oh, you're not shaking it off. Dallas.
My brain is so fried.
The people are saying that we have a great product and you don't want to read their comments.
All right, well, I get it. And thank you. I love all 6,100 people that are here with us. Well, we got to announce the picks here, pal.
My brain is so fried that you played the music, and I was just like, it's music.
Tell me they announced a kicker. Make my day.
Nobody's paying attention. Tyler Guyton, for crying out loud, to the Cowboys.
All right.
Jesus.
That doesn't do anything for me. That doesn't scare me. No, I know, but it doesn't scare me. It's not like you can't make fun of it. It's kind of just like, all right, Cowboys made a pick.
It was the wrong pick. Bryce Huff's going to eat his ass.
Was.
Wait,
Guys, this is a family show.
That's all I'm going to do.
Wait.
All right, I'll talk about Tyler Guyton. Oklahoma kid, so I've watched him play a lot. He was a 3-star recruit as a defensive end, so he didn't actually play tackle until he got to college. But he's huge. He's 6'8", 97th percentile vertical leap. He's got a 9.73 relative athletic score. He's a big frame mover with tons of athleticism. He's probably one of the best movers in this class on the offensive line. But he's really new to the position. The technical improvements were very noticeable from 2022 to 2023 as he settles into the position. He is a right tackle. I don't think you want to move him anywhere else. This is part of why I hated the idea of the Eagles drafting him and moving him to right guard, because he's just learning right tackle. And I think you want to leave him there and let him learn the position. So he's really unrefined, footwork all over the place. He can be easily manipulated to give up his inside shoulder, but he's got a lot of strength in his grip. Tons of athleticism. He's a high upside pick, but he's a guy I noted in my scouting report. He's a boom bust candidate for me. If he hits, he's going to be really good. I could also see him, being out of the league in a couple of years if he doesn't hit. So it's a high ceiling, low floor pick here for the Cowboys. It's a big dice roll.
It's the wrong pick. It should have been Jackson Powers Johnson. That I cannot believe they didn't go that route. If I was a Dallas Cowboys fan, I'd be incredibly upset. This guy is a project. He's got tools, but again, there's going to be a lot of those guys available on day 2. This is a major miss for the Dallas Cowboys.
And now the annual Mark and Shane Chalk Talk prayer circle for the Baltimore Ravens. To finally give Lamar Jackson a competent.
They're totally taking Jackson Powers Johnson.
Yeah.
I hope so. That would be great for them.
They need a receiver, man. They need a receiver.
All right, so who's the best receivers available?
Let's go to the draft guide.
Oh, A.D. Mitchell will be awesome for them.
I would love Legette, but I don't know if the NFL likes Legette as much as I do. So.
Per our consensus,
they need
A.D. Mitchell,
right? Xavier
Legette, Troy Franklin, Keon Coleman, Ladd McConkey.
Zay is not a wide receiver one, so they need an X. Is that facts? Is that correct?
Yeah. Worthy would be a good spot for them. Coleman, Mitchell, maybe be good spots.
I think Coleman. Let's go Keon Coleman.
Ugh, I would hate that. But as you can tell by my player comp, I'm not the biggest Keon Coleman guy. But I love Legette.
Legette would be awesome for the Ravens, man. That is like such a perfect fit.
Franklin and McConkey both feel like a little bit overlappy in terms of what they have with Flowers, with Bateman. Yeah, I guess it's Mitchell or Legette. Really would be who I would be hoping for.
A.D. Mitchell is a beast.
Yeah.
There's some concerning metrics with Mitchell. His yards per route run, in terms of I forget the exact stat, so I'm kind of butchering it, to be honest. But there's never been a receiver who's played like 70% or more of their snaps on the outside who has succeeded in the NFL. Who's had like I think it's like 1 point. I forget I'm butchering the number. But the yards per route run metric based on outside receivers. It's like if you're not at a certain level, basically not a lot of track record.
Who's making this selection?
I didn't see it, so that's why
Looks like Baltimore is selecting cornerback Nate Higgins.
Again, it's so Ravens. Like, they always take a player I really like, but it's not a receiver. And I'm like, oh, come on.
It's one of those moves that like Ravens fans will probably be like, ugh. But for me, I think it's a great pick.
He's a great good prospect.
I think he's pound for pound one of the better. Or hey, Ryan,
Did you use pound for pound intentionally?
Wrong button, everybody. Yikes. Sorry.
Did you use Dives? Did you use the phrase pound for pound intentionally to reflect the fact that Nate Wiggins is 88th percentile height, but only 2nd percentile weight?
Yes, exactly. That's exactly my point. I'm sorry, I lost it with Ryan's face in that entire segment. I'm still kind of recovering. But Nate Wiggins, if you watch Clemson's defense, it was not Jeremiah Trotter Jr. It was not Ruka Haro. It was not Barrett Carter. It was Nate Wiggins making plays all over the football field. And he's kind of a guy that's been picked apart over the last month or so due to his lack of tackling, due to his lack of run support, due to the weight, due to those concerns. So I'm a big fan of Nate Wiggins. In the right system, in the right role, I think he could be elite, like an Asante Samuel. But if you're looking for a balanced cornerback prospect, this ain't it.
Yeah, this is a fun one to reach back into the annals for a comp, but the one of the ones that popped up as an exact size comp is Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie. So DRC was an interesting one there for Nate Wiggins, as well as AJ Terrell. There's skinny AJ Terrell was my comp, and he's Brendan Deeg. I don't know if you guys, he's an Eagles writer. Brendan Deeg's a fun follow. He had Nate Wiggins as his number one overall defensive player. He was all in on Nate Wiggins. So he's generally pretty good. He puts in a lot of work. So I'm not quite there on Nate Wiggins. I think I was probably the highest of us if I had to guess on Wiggins.
David
was higher. Yeah, David had.
We were all in the same range. Our high ranking was 16, and our low was 23 on Wiggins.
What pisses me off though is that, and this is like my take is, tape and production are what matters most to me. And like Mark, I remember talking college football with you during the weeks, and we were like just gushing over Nate Wiggins and all the plays he made and how impactful he was.
Yeah. I remember there was that one game. I think it was Florida State where we walked out, and that was like one of my big takeaways. And he was covering Keon. He covered a little Johnny Wilson. And Nate Wiggins, the guy who's just so sticky in pass coverage. So I wanted to show Tyler Guyton's RAS chart here since we just had that pick come off the board. But Caleb McGarry was an exact size comp there. He's turned himself into a pretty solid tackle at the next level. But yeah, you had this chat up on the screen. He was it was Nick Saban talking about Quinyon Mitchell. It's funny because I'm sure he was pretty obviously praising of Quinyon Mitchell. He actually was pretty before the draft. I'm sure it was maybe propping up Terrion Arnold and Kool-Aid McKinstry. He kind of used Quinyon Mitchell as an example of like it helping that he didn't play in the SEC and didn't have to play against top receivers because he's like not a lot of speed in the MAC. And he was kind of talking about that. So it's interesting to hear him say that he was trying to get him in the portal. But I think that, again, there was probably just some Saban pumping up his guy since he literally has two corners getting drafted from Alabama.
So apparently,
question. Wiggins and Hamilton or Arnold and Branch?
Wiggins and Hamilton because Hamilton's that good.
Hamilton, and you said Hamilton and Wiggins?
Yeah, it's just Arnold and Branch are the second and third guys there, clearly. And Wiggins is fourth, but I think Hamilton is just so much better than Brian Branch at this point. And I like Branch a lot, but Kyle Hamilton's the best safety in football. Terrion Arnold's a lot better than Wiggins, but I would go with Hamilton and Wiggins just because of how good Hamilton is.
I've never really cared much about that. Wiggins couldn't tackle much, and I think it's overblown. He only had a 4.2 missed tackle rate, which was only behind Quinyon Mitchell and Kamari Lassiter. And in coverage, he had 38 total yards after the catch allowed, which was second best since 2020, only behind Trent McDuffie. If he turns into anything like that, that guy's going to be a stud, man.
Where did you get that missed tackle rate? Because I had him at 13.3% missed tackle rate.
His school, I don't know. I can go back and look, but I have it written in my story about him from Clemson.
Okay. I PFS charting, which is what I use for my statistical stuff, had him at a 13.3% missed tackle rate. So that's where I was pulling mine from.
For his career or season or
for 2023.
2023. Yeah, that's what this says too. It says he had a 4.2 missed tackle rate in 2023 in coverage, which was near the top of his class, behind only Quinyon and Kamari.
One thing I'll say about Wiggins is if he's as good in pass coverage in the NFL as he was in college, he won't have to make a lot of tackles because
he does the most important thing, which is cover. I mean, that's what you want your corners to do. So,
yeah, he's got elite athleticism, man. His recovery speed is just different. It's elite as it gets. He's got really good arm length. He's really quick. His hips are just fluid. His feet are lightning quick. So that's what like that.
Yeah.
I don't want to call him Asante Samuel, but like that's what he is. Like he's going to be a ball hawk. He's going to get his hands on the ball, and that's what you want.
And tackling, cornerbacks only tackle 11%. They only make 11% of all tackles in the NFL on a yearly average. So it's not like they're really asked to do that a whole hell of a lot anyway. And if your corner's your leading tackler, like Slay was in a game this year that the Eagles had, you're getting pounded. It's not a pretty game.
I like that 11% stat. I've never heard that. Rufus with a fun comment, and that it is true. Wiggins getting Hamilton behind him, it gives him so much room to risk and gamble.
Total freedom.
That's a pretty good situation for any corner to walk into there. Tyler was happy about the Wiggins pick. He's a Ravens fan. I'm
rooting for the Ravens, man. Just run the ball in the playoffs. That's all I ask.
By the way, and this is not just like I love the Derrick Henry. I love the Derrick Henry fit there. Most teams that would have signed Derrick Henry, I would have been like, he's older. You know, how much is the running back really going to matter? But with how good the Ravens are, I think the margins are really thin. Getting a guy like Henry in there in that situation, I think is going to be perfect if he's not washed. But
we have a new reason to hate the 49ers.
Oh no.
Xavier Legette.
You want me to say it?
Yeah.
With the 31st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco's 49ers select Cooper DeJean.
I have something different.
Oh my God, fuck me.
No, I got something different here.
I have something different. Yeah.
According to Albert Breer, I got wide receiver Ricky Pearsall. I can say his name.
That's what Jordan Schultz
I'm
has,
very
too.
good with that.
Well,
I love that.
You're probably going to be right because their beat writer just deleted their tweet.
Is it Mike Silver? Was it Mike Silver?
Gone.
David, was it
he's
Mike Silver?
embarrassed.
Never. Okay.
Their beat writer is super embarrassed.
Ricky Pearsall, I am the highest on him at 56.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Our consensus board has him at 72. That makes him the second biggest reach in the draft by our
They should have listened
board.
to their beat writer. Cooper DeJean was a better pick. That's it. That is terrible.
I am all in with this pick with the 49ers. Not because of the prospect, because this is such a reach. Ricky Pearsall, he did make my list of top. I can't talk. I blame the Tito's. Of top slot receivers in the draft. That's what he is. He's a guy that, in 2 years at Florida, really showcased his route running prowess. His ability to create separation is his calling card. He's got a quick first step. He's got great hands. He's able to use his hands and beat press man. He was targeted 90 times in 2023. 57 of those coming out of the slot. So, you look at his draft stock, he doesn't have a lot of size. If you watch his tape though, this is one of those YouTube NFL wide receivers that you just fall in love with because he has great hands. He makes amazing acrobatic catches. But for me, I do have some concerns. He's a little stiff. I don't see him as a big-time vertical threat whatsoever. I think certain schemes, could help him. So he has to go to the right scheme. And without a doubt, that's probably the San Francisco 49ers. But he's tough. He's quick off the line. This is definitely a reach. And I can't believe he went over Ladd McConkey. That's my quick take.
I have him 15th amongst receivers, and he just went 5th amongst receivers.
Has there been 5?
Is that the 5th? I'm trying to.
No, he's the 6th receiver.
Come on, one more. We got that over. Let's go.
The fact that he went over Xavier Legette is just what am I missing, guys? I don't know.
We have a trade.
I don't get it. I'm low on Pearsall.
Bills trade out.
Bills traded back.
Yeah.
Panthers traded with them from 33 to 32.
Receiver. It's got to be receiver.
No, the Bills traded completely out of the first round.
Wow.
They traded any chance of anything away. That's kind of what they did.
Apparently. Jesus.
So the Panthers absolutely got to be going for a receiver.
What are the Panthers doing?
It's got to be a move up to get a receiver. That's the only thing that really makes sense. Like, you're going to ruin Bryce Young if he has another year like this last year. They should be okay on the offensive line. This has got to be a weapon. You can't trade up and go defense here. And I think the Bills are probably on the receiver train too. So I don't know. That's weird that it's just a 1-pick flip. I guess maybe to go get a 5th-year option on somebody.
Legette,
I love it.
Alex is saying I want to say Troy Franklin.
Someone play the music one last time. The Panthers are taking South Carolina wide receiver Xavier Legette.
No!
And the over has hit, baby.
Love that for Bryce Young and Carolina.
Good job, guys. Well done. Well done with the Carolina Panthers. Bryce Young is going to get a really good friend.
Our slides are spazzing out here.
Yeah, they are. Oh, my goodness.
All right, talk about your boy, Mark, but don't do it on mute.
Sorry about that. I knocked my mic while I was trying to get this ridiculous graphic up because it's absurd. I don't want to compare guys like this to guys who could end up in the Hall of Fame one day. I'm probably stretching there, but A.J. Brown's one of the very best players in the world at his position. I'm not saying Xavier Legette A.J. But in a very similar way, when you watch him, he just plays so much bigger than his listed height. Like, he just plays above his frame, and I just love the way that he gets up and down in the field at that size. And he really, really impressed me. Maybe more like in terms of rising over the year, maybe more than any other prospect on my radar. He's a guy who was not on my radar going into the year. By the end of the year, he was a first-round prospect for me. So he's one of my guys in this class, and I think he's truly got – and when there's a lot of guys like Ladd McConkey, like Ricky Pearsall, like others, Keon Coleman, where my answer to Dibes and Shane when they ask me why I'm not as in on these guys is because I say, we're in a draft class that has like 15 receivers that are going to go in the top 70. We're at a point where you can pick your poison and you can pick your style and your type of receiver that you like generally. And the type of receiver I like generally are guys that I can squint and talk myself into them being a top 10, top 15 receiver in the NFL. Xavier Legette has that upside. And that's why I'm bullish on him. Is he definitely going to be a star? Is he definitely going to, exemplify A.J. Brown at the next level? Probably not. But I'm willing to take that chance because I think his upside's that tantalizing.
Yeah, Xavier Legette is the type of guy that gets me in trouble because I like these big, fast jump ball type receivers. And sometimes that turns into A.J. Brown. Sometimes it turns into J.J. Arcega-Whiteside or Treylon Burks, other guys I've also liked. But for him at 221 pounds to run a sub-4 440, and it's not just combine speed. He was clocked to over 22 miles per hour on the GPS this season. To be so good in contested catch situations, I love the pick. And I mean, he is a late bloomer. He's a fifth-year senior, and he never topped 200 receiving yards until he was a fifth-year senior. But he had 1,200 yards this year with Spencer Rattler, who is going to get drafted probably tomorrow. He got competent quarterback play. It was the first year he was really the wide receiver one. He was mainly like a screen guy in 2022. If he can develop as a route runner, I think that he could be an absolute steal for the Panthers. I love them taking that high upside swing here.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think it's the best possible receiver that they could have got. I mean, it's obviously my number one receiver remaining on the board, so I'm biased, but yeah, I think it's the perfect fit as well.
All right. Looks like let's talk now that we're through the first round. I'm going to throw the big board up here. Let's talk about the top players remaining as we'll head into day 2 tomorrow. So if we sort it by our average, top players on the board as we hit round 2 tomorrow night, which again, all of you watching, tune back in tomorrow night, 7:00. We will be live breaking down the second and third round. Some of the top guys that fell out of the first round, you've got Jackson Powers Johnson, center/guard out of Oregon. Cooper DeJean from Iowa, who was widely linked to the Eagles, is fallen out of the first round. Johnny Newton, interior defensive lineman out of Illinois, is also falling. Kool-Aid McKinstry, who may be falling because of the Jones fracture that was found at the combine. Those are the only guys I would probably say fell out of the first round. I didn't really expect like a Tyler Newbin or Kamari Lassiter. I thought A.D. Mitchell might go in the first round, but those are kind of some of the top guys there. As we wrap up here, let's throw around the horn and talk about what you'd like to see from the Eagles as we go to day 2.
Real quick, I wanted to throw this out there because it's a report from a 49ers beat reporter. Seems pretty wild to me. Here we go. Let me zoom in on that. I don't know if based on my conversations with other teams, the 49ers are now more likely to deal Deebo Samuel than they are Brandon Ayuk. Stay tuned.
Wow. I mean, they should. Deebo Samuel's a bad wide receiver.
Brandon Ayuk's better than Deebo Samuel. That's a long time take of mine. So I hope that's wrong.
That's not even close. Like, Brandon Ayuk is a fringe top 10 receiver. I don't think Deebo Samuel is a top 35 wide receiver.
I think you go too far with that, but I also think that the consensus disagrees with that, though. I think the consensus thinks Deebo's the better player. And
yeah, that's insane.
I think Ayuk's better, but I do think if you asked 100 NFL fans, I think 60 would tell you, 70 would tell you Deebo's the better player.
Well, I can see fans saying that because he just talks a lot and they know his name. But
all right, I have the prop bets ready. Just let me know when.
Okay, yeah, let's do it. Let's talk through those and see how we came out.
Don't be last. Right. Don't be last.
No, hold on. Let me share my screen.
Great call out here from Rufus. Maybe Rattler becomes a Raider tomorrow.
Very well.
Like all the other teams except the Giants took a quarterback. It seems like so.
The Las Vegas Rattlers sounds like a minor league baseball team.
Definitely does.
Could be the Diamondbacks AAA club.
All right. Going over our prop bets from Tuesday night.
David killed it.
Here we go.
Dodged it too.
All right. Jaden Daniels, second overall quarterback drafted. We all got that correct. Same with Rome Odunze and Brian Thomas for third and fourth wide receiver. Position of the Eagles drafted was Shane and David with cornerback. Good for you guys. And then a lot of us missed with the defensive players as expected. This was a heavy offensive draft, as we'll get to when we get to over-unders. But let's scroll on. At the top of the draft, I had 6 and David had 6. And then Ryan and Shane and Mark had 4 and 5. Going down, we go to over-unders. JJ McCarthy over-under was 4.5. We mostly got that correct with over. Brock Bowers was over at 10.5. Quinyon Mitchell, 13.5. Ryan and David got that one. Fuaga was over. Penix was way under. That was the surprise of the draft for sure, which made me smile. And then Terrion Arnold falling in this draft was over. Me and Shane got that one correct. Brian Thomas over. Cooper DeJean far over. Jackson Powers Johnson more over. And then Graham Barton. I was the only one that got Graham Barton correct, which is kind of surprising, which I'm kind of high on Graham Barton. But Kool-Aid McKinstry over, not drafted. Darius Robinson, good to see him get picked here in the first round. Shane, David, and myself got that one. No love for TJ Tampa. He was over, and Bo Nix was far under in this one. Let me scroll down. And then I won't show the answers yet. We also have Chris Broswell over. We all got that one correct. Quarterbacks drafted 4.5 over. David, why'd you go under on that one? I'm surprised you went under.
I literally only had 4 of them ranked in the top 32, so I just
that is true.
That
is true. Yeah. Wide receivers drafted. I'm a little surprised. Because of the Xavier Legette pick with the last selection, it was over, which is nuts. That's crazy to me. Offensive line well over. That I think it was at 9. So there's that. Alabama players drafted was under. Offensive players drafted over 21.5. That has to be a record. I don't know if that is. Is it?
Yeah, it was 23 total. The previous record was 19, I believe.
And then round 1 defensive players drafted was under. And with the final scores, are you not entertained? I destroyed everybody.
Imagine that. Dives over here changing his answers.
No, come on.
I'm just kidding.
Chad Ford.
Oh, and by the way, the Atlanta Falcons just mentioned that it is pronounced Penix. It is Penix, just so you.
No way.
There's no way.
There's no
Kirk,
way that's
and
true.
Kirk Cousins says it's pronounced asshole.
No, it's Michael Penix. What are we doing here?
No, it's Penix.
Y'all made fun of me all night for that.
I'm just kidding. They didn't announce that, but
I think we're continuing the joke there, David.
Anyway, I had 21 in first. Second place was Shane at 16. And then we had a 3-way tie at 15 with Mark, David, and Brian.
At least I didn't come in.
And by the way, this is the comment of the night. Tito's is my favorite draft night tradition. Cheers, Rufus. Cheers. I'm also drinking some Tito's.
Someone said JJ may be okay if he sits for a year. JJ's playing, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. I think JJ's playing day one.
Who do they have?
Darnold.
Exactly. Who do they have?
Yeah. I think JJ will be playing. Maybe I'm wrong, but yeah.
Should we close it up? What should we do here?
Yeah, let's close it out. We got a long show ahead of us tomorrow. 4 hours and 50 minutes we just gave you guys, and we had 6,300 over 6,300 people watching us. That was a blast, guys. We'll be back doing it tomorrow. Send it around the horn. Ryan, we'll start on the bottom. Ryan, you can follow him at Philly Sports PSA. Go and check out all the stuff they got going on the Philly Sports Alliance. Dives, you can follow him over at Mr. Crockpot. Check out everything he's got going on over there. He's on the 2028. He's putting out 2028 NFL draft tape on guys that are in high school. David, you can go and follow him. He's a great follow over on Twitter at PHL Eagle News. Shane, you can go follow him on Twitter at ShaneHalfNFL, and you can follow me on Twitter at Mark Henry Jr. _ As always, you can follow EOP. Let me get the exact. I should have had that one ready. At EOP Sports. Making sure there's no underscores or anything. I've got an underscore in mind that messes everything up. At EOP Sports. Go and follow that over on Twitter. Subscribe on YouTube. Guys, thanks so much for watching. It's been a blast. Birds didn't screw up the draft, so
No.
that's always nice. We're all very happy. We're all very we're going to bed very happy. So that's going to do it for the Edge of Philly Sports first round watch party. Back tomorrow for the second and third round.
I didn't expect that.